Boom. Mess. YouTube chat open. I was told that this was going to be starting at 8 p.m. tonight. NA. I think I was lied to. I was deceived.
Extra damage so that Shikigami can't get.
All right, I'm here. Hello. Welcome on in if you're filing on in.
Got a lot of other tools up their sleeve.
They're already fucking started. My bad for being late. I thought that this started at 8 o'clock tonight.
Nice little flank. Merritt's got a pulse bomb. Oh, Vintage is just... He's in so much trouble. Someone please help my man. Dan Twist does take down RuPaul, but
oh, man.
The fight is done. It's dusted. It's
already 1-0.
Vintage again, the target for Toronto. And you're happy with that? I mean, because the comp executes so quickly.
Some of you guys are following in though.
Just dive on one target and just burst
my day's been pretty good.
I'm
trying to get like some taxes stuff done, so it's not like I'm really fucking around. I have stuff I had to get done.
In that last fight either. However, a bit thankful that the pulse bomb and the
chat, how did EU go this morning? A lot of teams playing Doom.
Yeah, you've got everything off the table now if you're Shikigami, so you can go in, try to get a pick here with this pulse bomb, but Dan Twist is already forced out with the recall.
There's the rush. Dan Twist getting insta-bursted by RuPaul. Little kunai to the face, and then a bit of extra damage coming from the Lucio, and RuPaul taking names and numbers. Didn't like that he went down first in that last fight, clearly. All right, Merritt suffers from the same fate here, but RuPaul with a triple. Okay, RuPaul with a quad. Yeah,
go here.
He's a champ for a reason. You must have amnesia. You forgot he's hit.
Boys, Toronto haven't dropped a map.
He is him, and this is going to be the mechanical skill that we've all
have they not dropped a single map
out of a player like RuPaul, and it's going to really lead to a nice round win here, I think, because Shikigami, they still have yet to get back into this one. Jantus can't even use this pulse bomb.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough with that.
9-0. Well, 9-0 means a record, not map record, right?
The rest of his team. There you go. 5-man sound barrier coming in, but Vegas gonna have a better beat here if he uses it. And he doesn't need to use it that quickly either, because they will already win the fight. Overtime is here, 99% to 78. Mind you, quite a little bit closer than I initially anticipated, as Shikigami end up going down, and I return to my chair, just like that. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the pajama? Hey, no one can see the bullet. I was just...
I don't know why.
So he's diving in the background. Look,
so in with the...
Hey, I need to stand up.
Pajamas for broadcast and Keck.
I love it. Listen,
I mean,
it's all,
be comfy.
It's all comfort. It's all comfort right now. Comfort for us, comfort for Toronto Defiant. They're feeling good. They're feeling revived, refreshed. That was a very good first map win for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit closer than I anticipated, honestly. Shikigami putting up a decent fight, but Toronto Defiant nowhere to strike.
21k.
Is Vintage. You take down the Cassidy. That's a lot of damage now gone from the comp.
Not bad.
Even switching to the Zarya, which is pretty decent against the Doom, in all honesty.
Yeah, so this is all the teams that made it out of...
Toronto want to go in and out and get in and out, but there just weren't enough bubbles in the...
What was the first round called? Not groups, but whatever the first round was. Where I played a game, Emong had a team.
Shikigami, and yeah, it's
Swiss.
I mean, Hollywood next map, a decent map for Dive, and Toronto Defiant. Rose, I'm going to be honest, they're probably going to run the same thing. But we're going to jump to Hollywood in just a second.
Yeah,
also has YouTube files on it.
If maybe the Zarya can come back out again. I think one of the difficulties of running Zarya in a map like that is that you have so many different angles in which Toronto Defiant can also approach you from. But in theory, it also feels like
I don't know if there's different drops. I don't think so.
Into something like the Genji that we saw from Sugar Free. Yeah. You can't deflect the Zarya beam, no matter how much you try. It'll still laser you down if it's super charged up. But yeah, we've been there.
You just can't track a guy that is just that quick with the Lucio speed. It's just impossible.
How's the format? I don't know. I don't know if they'll show it, but I mean, so far,
I think for Shikigami right now, it's rough.
Okay.
I think Twitch chat agrees.
I've already seen people kind of talking about it. It's like, oh my god, it's not nearly as hype as like Overwatch League was. It's like, yeah, no shit. This is kind of how it's gonna be for a long time, you know, because like Overwatch League was getting pumped with millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars every year. You know what I mean? tens of millions of dollars even.
But hey, Diamond's
Like
a
it's
forward
now it's not like that, so it's gonna be a lot harder.
Shikigami can take a ton of lessons from this match to be able to bring into the subsequent stages that we have, but also the job's not done yet. Even though that first map looked very, very good for Toronto Defiant, there's still some bright spots here from Shikigami that could bode well for them on something like Hollywood. I think the Zarya could work even better here if you want to try to force those fights to be in a little bit more close quarters. You have way less openings on some of the rooms that you have that you could play that type of Overwatch in.
Yeah, I just started. I normally do like my starting soon screen and all that stuff, but I was late. I was told this was going to start at 8 p.m. or 5 p.m. PST. Sorry, I think it was 4:30 PST that I was told.
The better the two there, just because of how far you can stand back and taking control of the high ground, super important. But not
Flats hello. The spectating bronze has been on all day while I was doing some errands.
5 p.m. PT is what I was told for official broadcast stuff. So I didn't expect it to be right now.
You got to hit every single matrix on those sticky bombs from Sugar Free though, or your mech is.
Did Emong make it? I mean, Emong's been on all day. He starts at like fucking 6 a.m.
This composition yesterday in their match.
I know. I'm talking EU starts at fucking 12. Chat. I was talking NA. NA just started.
Itself remains to be seen, but I also, in theory, like the D.Va choice to be able to help dive on some of those squishier targets, like Vega's Zenyatta, but also Vega is another support.
Dude, they're playing such different comps on these maps. It's actually very interesting.
Next to a support player like RuPaul, both of these players have so much pick potential when it comes down to either of the supports they're picking.
I mean, that's a real rough start for Shikigami. I mean, you want to get Vintage up to a point where either they can stand on the high ground or they have like a decent angle on the back line of Toronto Defiant, but Toronto aren't going to give them that. I mean, you can see Vintage now trying to wrap around onto height, but you're going to still have to deal with Sugar.
Am I crazy for saying I don't like the D.Va pick?
There's a really nice like line of sight there you can see as Vintage is trying to shoot back at Vega right now, and you almost permanently have to have the D.Va standing on top of you in order for you not to get bursted out, and then someone could just rotate to high ground. It's going to be a tough point to cap, but Vega does end up taking a headshot.
Wait, the D.Va's name is actually Sexy Man 69. Yeah. Yeah.
Feeling a bit better about yourself.
You wouldn't get that in Overwatch League. That would not be allowed.
It's not the start you really want. 2 minutes to go, Rose, and this fight is going.
Would you rather win? I don't have any dogs in these fights. I mean, Toronto is undefeated apparently, so like, there's the two sides of wanting to see that continue and wanting to see it be broken, you know?
Yeah, the Bob figured it out. All good. One tick though for Shikigami on first. Should be a fairly easy recontest here, especially with Transcendence. You've got the window too, and Vintage feels like Vintage needs to be on high ground, but the smarter play may be playing on low right now, especially with that window up on height. Even Merit with the pulse bomb could land Shikigami in a bit of an awkward situation. Looks like Dan's trying to get an avenue onto the back line, but with the mech dead and Sexy Man 69 also going down.
Wow, he actually didn't pop the trance because he knew that they were going to win.
That means your trace is going to have
he had Trank.
And there you go. There is the cleanup. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, but 2 ticks on the board.
I think D.Va is just a great answer for anything. Probably practice against Doom Comp. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, have they? I don't think they've built a bomb yet. They're only at 85%. Like they just haven't get to do anything. You know, they're just sitting there poking the Sig shield half the time, and it's like even that doesn't do a lot.
A ton of damage with the Orb of Discord and the focus fire from this Toronto front line.
Yeah, I mean, LOS in the Discord a little bit easier now. Of course, it
back again. I quote I am watching, but I am here for Flats.
7 months. This is OWCS.
You're gonna have to use the sound barrier
at the top.
If it's a dangerous one, like if it catches two people.
Marley, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it.
Had to go for it, but it is someone. He's kind of the goat like that.
No, only the main broadcast has drops.
Destroying the land, but there's the Transcendence. Now going to see them through the rest of the fight, you'd imagine. Sugar Free going low, hits the dupe. Vega straight out of the Transcendence, joins his best friend RuPaul up onto the high ground, and Merit does what Merit does best and kill your entire team.
Which I do think is a little bit lame that it's only main broadcast that has it. Oh, that's a stagger. Ew.
Right now, there's no way you're getting
that is such a mean ass stagger. Oh man.
It should be.
Oh man, that is evil.
Up to the spawn as well. They might just pop down the amplification matrix to.
Poor sexy man.
Coffin, but that's going to be another full hold here.
21 months is a long time. Glad I have been able to enjoy the consistent quality content all this time.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Flats.
Yeah, I think it is a little lame. I mean, considering that we have to apply to be able to co-stream, you have to apply for it.
Yeah, I like it.
I think that should be part of the drop system, no? Like, if you're committing to co-streaming, right? If you're like, hey, I'll co-stream it, and you have to apply to get into it, I feel like drops should get turned on for your channel if you're committing to doing it.
Confidence is the best thing you can have, but it's just pound for pound.
You know?
Toronto Defiant really have Shikigami beat currently, but still 88% on point one. Anything is winnable.
Anything is winnable. Shikigami could just go with the fuller hold, to be quite honest. It's going to be a tough ask, but it's going to be giving a little bit of taste their own medicine, I think, as we see Shikigami leaving spawn. Sigma, Bap, Zen.
Someone?
No, I'm not going to think about it yet. We're not.
I think
Jaws. We're not going to acknowledge it until they come out of spawn.
Sugar Free's on May and Merit's on Sim. Well, they might just be TP now, but still, I think.
I don't know.
Style point.
Don't do it to us.
They changed their policy on player POV streams, so maybe they'll change that too. I thought I read from the thread, and I saw it this morning, and it was like apparently it was always that they weren't going to be allowed to, and then they changed it.
Oh, they're doing it. Okay.
So like it was like kind of a misread, which again though is fucking idiotic that was gonna be it.
Or TP across. Okay, go a little wrap around.
Wait for the cooldown.
Damn, they're going with the Ryan May sim comp. What is this? They're going on an adventure.
Just take away every single inch from Shikigami and destroy Graveyard in the process. Uh-oh. Big trouble. Sugar Free is dead, but a parting shot onto Vintage. Or make sure he
what in the fuck did I just...
Falls, and the Rhine, yes. If you're someone, you can play absolutely anything. Touch the spawn challenge, maybe a little bit successful. We'll see if Shikigami...
No way! That's such BM! No shots!
Kind of game Among Us there, trying to be sneaky. Ain't happening. And there it is. Trying to define, having a little bit of fun towards the end there.
Okay.
Quick and clean 2-0.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
To go, of course, it being a first.
Being in groups, not even that. Well, not even close.
Touch the spawn doors. Yeah, successful. It is group stages. Anything is possible. The fuller hold could have happened, but also someone decided to just go kill the team.
He went the Rhine. He's got the stats. 100%.
It's so good to see all the all-casters back. Not all of them are back though. There's a lot of them that didn't get invited back.
Normally, and yeah, you can live happy knowing that you got 100% win rate. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Obviously, Shikigami, pound for pound, like I mentioned, doesn't really match up to Toronto Defiant, but it's also kind of valuable experience as well.
Honestly, low key, I think they were kind of trolling.
Kind of getting beaten into the dirt outside of a car park at Wendy's, you know, like it's tough. It is a tough one.
I mean, if you saw the way they played at the end, they might have just been trolling there.
Stroll in the park right now, but there is some
doing a little London Spitfire cosplay.
M80 is looking exceptionally scary. There's a lot of competition that's going to happen later down the line, and yeah, they will definitely meet their match later on. But Shikigami right now, still hold your heads high, making it this far too. They're not out of the woods just yet. Yeah,
they still have a couple of others.
Yeah, you guys are on some serious copium right now. Serious copium.
So they're not totally down for the count. And we'll see what else they have in store for us as we look forward to the next map that we're going to have, but it's going to be on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. You're still watching the Overwatch Champion Series.
Wait, okay. Chat, can somebody go answer the question for me? If you don't have a sub or Twitch Turbo, can you go over here right now and see if they're running an ad? Are they running a 3-minute ad when this happens? I'm curious. They're not? Oh, I think that would have been so funny. Using Twitch ads to fund OWCS. That'd be so fucking funny. Oh yeah, you get the pre-roll. Yeah, the pre-roll is normal. You'll get a pre-roll, but you won't get like the you'd know the difference. You'd know the difference. Am I still dude, I haven't been on MAME in like 2.5 years, brother.
Yo Flats, hope the day is well. Love the commentary. Hashtag Savorian.
He's in 7 months, appreciated. I feel like Toronto sweeps this. I mean, I think they only play one team. I mean, it's groups, so they're gonna play a team today and then a team tomorrow. But so far, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, look at the left side. Hang on. Every game today was a 3-0. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Right now we're at 2-0. Is it really that unbalanced? No, it's not rigged. No. Why would you rig it to be bad? That makes no sense. Put all the good teams against the not as good teams. I mean, there's probably seedings, you're right. How's Overwatch esports different than Overwatch League? Overwatch League was a franchised format in which teams, orgs could never get knocked out no matter what. Didn't matter if they were 0-40, they'd always be guaranteed a spot. Teams had minimum guaranteed contracts. There was also like maximums, technically, because it was like luxury taxes and whatnot. It was basically formatted as if it was like a professional sports league. They had training facilities, staff, everything from obviously coaches to like support staff of like, you know, depending on what team you were on. Some teams you got set up nice, you had like a chef and stuff. Some teams you didn't get shit. It was very unbalanced on who got what, but basically it was all centered around the teams being in like a home and away format that got changed eventually, but they all had their own cities that they were from, and so they had their own regions. Like Boston had like New England, and then New York obviously had New York, and Atlanta had, you know, Georgia region, Florida for Mayhem, right? But this is completely up to your performance. Doesn't matter what org you are, doesn't matter who you are. If your team sucks, you ain't going in, you ain't getting in. You can be orgless, you can be sponsorless, you could have nothing at all, but if you're an insane team, you will win and you will continue on and play against better teams, and you could win it all. So basically it's an open format, as opposed to before, which was more of a closed circuit format.
So Lucio's a farming beat quicker, and they're just dissing out that extra portion of damage that makes the game a little
Chef
bit quicker.
Pog lobster every day? Well, no, that wasn't working like that. I mean, they'd get a budget for what they could make and stuff, but and most of the time, like, have you ever seen like what professional sports chefs end up looking like? Not at home chefs, but like in a team setting. A lot of it is just like good food, but in mass. So like, for example, one of the most common foods in like the NFL is peanut butter and jellies, and so at a lot of football games or practices or whatever, like especially preseason, like you will have literally just giant trays full of peanut butter and jellies, you know, and like someone's gonna make all those peanut butter and jellies, you know what I mean? I'm not saying they were getting peanut butter and jellies, but it's basically to be like, hey, you're probably not getting lobster.
In some capacity.
They're playing a Lari.
Damn, that pylon
I'd let
crazy.
Lick jump at Queen's feet.
Insta-killed. I saw Vega like also lining up, like, where am I going to put this, huh? Well, Sugar Free's also dead,
thanks for the 6 months.
not the
1.
worst start at all.
2. Yeah, clearly whatever you're licking has given you brain damage, because that didn't make any fucking sense. What the hell did you just type? Don't ever do that again.
Control of height is going to be the name of the
Jesus
game.
Christ.
They have to just rush on the support. You have to kill Vega and RuPaul. That is going to be so difficult for them to actually execute on that. Because as soon as the Queen ends up jumping in, a manual hack's going to come through, extra damage, and you're going to get absolutely farmed by the DPS.
Yeah, I mean, someone is just creating so much space as well.
I wonder if they played a Lari here.
Has the ability to just go back and peel for the support.
Because they're not really like hard diving and they can poke better. Or are they just trolling?
Gets there, so Vega is now down for the count, but it's gonna be so scrappy for all of these fights.
Good sleep. Okay.
Why can't Karku do that?
Okay, Toronto, there we go. We're switching. Trolling
now.
We're switching.
Yeah, they're on to Lucio.
They're gonna stay for Nano. I mean, you might as well. I'd expect them to.
It was the latter.
That is so hard to run right now, too.
It was the latter.
Just jump in there, hit a nade, force Suzu, send someone in with Nano, and then win the fight, right?
I think that's the general thought process of running the Honor right now. The Nano can still be very powerful,
Nano's really not good, actually.
I'm just thinking that it's just very difficult.
In Korea, apparently they were playing a good amount of Honor. Not like a ton, apparently, but enough to be like, oh hey, like, you know, she's not a throw pick like Alari or maybe Mercy.
Duplication into the Winston too. How's your tank mechanics? I don't think you're going to get a chance to even show them off. Abstract picked off in that copy, and they're going to have to back up.
Also, players playing with skins is now something. I like that though. Being able to play with your skins is so cool. I think that's awesome.
Next on the menu, and Shigami are going to need to perfectly time this sound barrier, otherwise it is history and lights out for them.
Yeah, I mean, Noctis is going to have to stay out of the way. There's a really big opening pick here by Dan Twist with that pulse bomb onto RuPaul. So Huge Source of Healing is now eliminated from Toronto. But does RuPaul stick on this choice to be able to get back into things as we see Sugar Free getting ready with his EMP?
Yeah, they're pinging the Lucio, there it is, they're the EMP. Noxus does manage to get away, but no, not quite. That EMP, the hack ran out just in time, but they were so low, they definitely would have.
Dude, jumped into the bubble there, that was so smart. Yo! Be a blah 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 blah. Thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate it, dude, thank you. Chat, you had sub, make sure you say thank you.
The sound barrier. So it was just really a neutral fight with an EMP used from Toronto that didn't really net them a whole bunch of space. They didn't get a clean team wipe, so they still don't have control of that bot.
No, but that gave Sugar Free an opportunity to switch over to the Echo of his own, and this is another hero that Sugar Free is very, very good at. And you don't have a specific hit scan on Shikigami that can necessarily.
Wait, talking about Chef, peanut butter and jelly Gordon Ramsay actually sold a $17 peanut butter and jelly? Wait, what? Wait, Gordon Ramsay sells $17 PB&Js?
In fact, do not have needs.
God damn it, thanks 2 months.
Doesn't like they want to really mess with them in a small corridor, although that's normally where Queen wants to be, but you are still pretty scared of RuPaul.
I mean,
sleep, nade,
I'd try it.
Even if you bait out the Suzu early,
I feel like you just have to try it at that point, you know? Like, what's the hype?
Almost got C9'd. A nice boop
C9?
from Noctis,
Question mark?
but it doesn't end up working out for them. The latest sound barrier there from Vega. They've got ults to back them up, but they don't need them. Someone cleans up
C9?
the
yep.
line, and the bot is in control for Toronto.
Yo, someone's got some great skin choices, by the way. This is the second best Winston skin, the werewolf skin.
You get booped and then you get stunned for 4.5 seconds.
Second best.
That's actually like, or 0.45. Sorry, but that's.
Now,
like
you meant to say
Ajax
now. Chat.
And Vega did almost get bodied, but now Toronto finally get some progress down onto this bot. And they have a lot of different things to work with now too. The Nano back online. Someone could go for Nano Primal again. A lot that they can work with.
As soon as you see that Queen step up, as soon as you see that Suzu coming out, yeah, you just rip that Nano. But it looks like someone's going to start this off getting a little bit angry as Noctis gets booped straight back into Merit's line of fire. And checkpoint That's Toronto's now. Only one ult expended, and Shikigami still a lot of room to work with in terms of a spawn positioning. At least they're going to group together as 5 quicker, but I mean, Toronto's pressure, not even just their ultimates, just their neutral play is just so good. And pushing it past the checkpoint, always quite nice. Abstract going for something rather scary in the back.
The old Echo play is back, copying the back line. We're copying Ana, so you just throw her abilities at her and delete her. It's fucked up, but it works.
We might not even need a support in this fight. Vegas isn't enough falling down, so no heals coming in for Toronto right now. So
they got out.
Deciding to back off.
And they can give it up here too, because Shikigami still needs to try to find the checkpoint, and with the bot still being in Toronto Defiant's territory, their respawns are very quick here.
Nice pulse bomb onto Abstract. I mean, this is the problem with Esperanza too. You can just get hard stunned, like hard locked at this choke point, especially as Toronto has checkpoint 2. I mean, if they take that bot and take it away from Shikigami, it's going to take them 2 or 3 fights to actually get to a checkpoint of their own. Duplication onto the Tracer for Sugar Free. How many pulse bombs are we looking at? Here's one being thrown out. Nice little blink, gonna dash forward, doesn't manage to get the connection, and only 1 free pulse bomb for the Echo, but it might not matter. I think the damage has really already been done, and the bot is back to where that little brick wall.
Extra Tracer definitely hurts a little bit. Yeti Winston goes hard. The correct answer for best Winston skin is in fact a London Spitfire skin.
Shikigami have a really difficult terrain to work with here with the Junker Queen comp as well. There isn't too much.
A London Spitfire Season 1 champion is the correct answer.
Terrain for them to hide behind, and Sugar Free is using.
It looks great. He's got a little mustache, and it's got the smallest weapon in the game, so you have much more screen space. Gargoyle, but Gargoyle's weapon is way too fucking big. It's massive. Covers up like a quarter of the screen.
Unable to really engage in the team fight whatsoever, and Toronto Defiant just standing tall, taking the bot.
If a skin has an argument of pay to lose, it is no longer valid as a good skin.
With 2.5 to go.
Well, Toronto Defiant did they yesterday versus Final Gambit.
Whoever wins 2 goes to main event.
So,
it's probably what is it? It's whoever wins today and tomorrow, right?
Actually, see what happens here. Merit is looking for a quick little pick there with the pulse bomb. Gets found out, but look how close they are to that final destination.
Wrong catcher skin cap. Speaking of pay to lose skin.
Trouble. Sugar Free did have Gracie lodged in him, but survived at least for the time being.
Jeez, I think that is like the gold standard of like the biggest, stupidest looking gun.
They're going to make their way towards the final checkpoint. They said, we troll now with Alari, but nope, when they play the, not meta comp, I guess, the Ana's not really that meta right now, but still, a comp they're very comfortable with.
I think Ana's good with Winston.
Nice little nade onto Solo. No Suzu coming out, but I
think Ana is good with Winston right now, actually.
Instead, and instantly, soon as Toronto Defiant hear the voice line, they back up.
As they should, because at that point you would just be falling to the wayside and giving over a lot of free progress to Shikigami, but not before Vegas able to find another pick onto Dantwist, and that's the go button here for Toronto to try to finish the job.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay, Abstract.
Let's go, Abstract.
A little copy into the Ana, misses the sleeve.
Oh, he's missing. He's missing. He's missing. He's missing.
It's the nade though, but I think this might be at least a bit of space for Abstract and the rest of the team. They do end up taking the bot, stealing that.
Did the live notification just go out?
Which really would have been the nail in the coffin for this next push.
But it's gotta be a flawless push.
Man.
Shikigami want to win this out. It's a big pick there onto Merit, but this is only a minute left here for Shikigami to try to get this behemoth of a task done.
Yep, 1 minute. That's perfectly put, Rose. Sound barrier comes out from Noctis.
Yeah, I mean, notifications have been weird recently. Like, I didn't get my own notifications on my phone today.
Solo just trying to help his supports. Noctis dead. A long-range sleep from RuPaul was a quick end to the Lucio's life, and Solo once again cannot play the game. He solo rampages someone. Can he find the kill? Yes, in the end, the bleed damage does it, but it is all Merit in that kill feed. It is all blue.
You got 2 noties? Which 2 did you get?
The checkpoint again. They got forward spawn still, of course, and with 20 seconds to go, someone he do be trolling. A little Malga pick at the very end here.
100% Malga win rate.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just picking up the stats, the Infinity Gauntlets of 100% win rates, maybe so.
You got Twitch and YouTube? That's interesting. I didn't get either today.
Is ginormous.
Yeah, there's no. It's gonna be so tough to get any of these ultimates online. Even if you get the Pulse or the Kitsune Rush, Toronto could just very well get a pick.
This is evil. This is actually evil.
On high ground with
just sitting up top, making them push the bot on the way by with Mauga. That's fucked up, dude.
Very much playing a different game right now. All good though. Sugar Free's got Dupe, Merit with a Pulse, Vega, did have beat, still got it, but it's in Spawn, so that's one pick. Duplication coming in. What's scarier than one Tracer in this meta? Two of them. But Rupal does end up going down. Actually, this is going in the way of Shikigami right now. Merit forced to hit the recall, even with a Pulse Bomb in hands. We'll see if someone can farm their ultimate. Quick, sharp, doesn't look like it, still holding height, but still just a mammoth, a mountain to climb, Rose. 131 meters versus 42, but
I thought he was talking about Mauga for a second.
We have. You can't
it's being a mountain to climb, like you're base C9.
Okay.
Base.
Okay.
Nah.
Production, please cut to a different screen. Thank you. Oh dear. There was a little bit of pressure from Toronto there, but stepping off the.
They Ajax. That's funny, actually.
Yeah. So his face says it.
I was just trying to figure out. I have like 100 tabs open. So yeah, that just happened. I mean, honestly, I'm not mad about what we just saw. This is the dominance you want to see from a team like that. And you know what? I like that they weren't.
Dominance is they scared him off the cart.
We saw some out there picks just to throw all the stats out of the windows, you know. Reinhardt 100% win rate now, so he can rest on that laurel. Overall, I'm just excited to see more from Toronto Defiant. I'm excited to see which team can push them to the limit.
I want to see the C9 too, actually. I think I know what happened. I think they were just trying to like tap it little by little to like not go too fast because they were just gonna get poked out from up top, and because of OT was going for so long that then when they tapped it, they backed away. So the bot took a step, and then with them backing away, obviously it triggers overtime, but it's so fast that they couldn't get back on in time.
Proving grounds for a lot of very, very highly skilled and highly ranked players in NA, so it's exciting to see teams like Shikigami come up big, and even if they do go down 3-0, there are still some bright spots. I think
the various things to win.
The tanks coming in, it's hard to step up against an MVP like that, but any kind of small highlight reel is going to be a good thing, especially when you're playing against some of the best. So it's even though it was 3-0, I think it was still a decent showing from Shikigami considering the circumstances.
I want to know who Sexy Man 69 is, though. I have never heard of that person.
Oh, I think Rose is muted. Rip. All good.
Well, I heard her, so I feel like a winner.
And yeah, I mean, this EMP specifically, this is what I'm talking about.
Is this some NA production today? I feel like I've seen like a few of this, like little things that are just like
really good opportunity,
awkward,
just to
you know.
delete the Lucio here.
Here it is. Here it is.
Trust in the instant. That is just that's rough.
Yo,
that's a rough scene.
Blue Bomb. Appreciate the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Super happy about how it ended. But
that's tough, dude. That's tough.
Here and there for them. I'm interested to see how far they can go into competition. Once again, this is just a winning match, right? The winners match rather of the group stages. That means that the losing team here is not out just yet. They still have an opportunity to actually make it through to the main event and take those losses, take what you learned in that loss in order to, you know, move on and maybe do that in your next match. I'm excited for what's to come. This was just the first match of our NA region. We're now heading into a very quick break, and we're back with more action after this.
Zoe's room is confusing me. It looks like a boardroom combined with a movie theater room. All right, so let's see. There's 2 more games that are coming up. Will they both be 3-0s? You know, I feel like that's a good Gamba. I'm gonna do it. I feel like I haven't given you guys a Gamba in a long time. Will the last 2 matches end in 3-0? Yes. No. All right, I'll give you guys 5 minutes because there's another 2 minutes of this, and then there's probably some talking. When is next match in 3 minutes? It's literally right there. I mean, okay, so typically the way these work is once it comes back, they go back to talking, they introduce the teams, they talk about the players, they talk about what any accomplishments or anything that's coming up, things to look for, and then the games start, right? What the fuck? You blocked my Gamba? What do you mean? There is a good amount of the casters that did get let go. Some of them did get brought back. I was gonna do them per match. I mean, if you really want to do them per match, I'm fine with that, but I thought it would be more interesting to do if they're gonna both be 3-0s. Because look at this. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. There's 4 3-0s. So except 37 months. So if the answer becomes no during this game, we can just answer no, and then we can do it for the last one too. But if it's yes on this game, then it's really interesting for the last one. You know what I mean?
Welcome back, one and all. We are going to have some more NA action happening in just a little bit, but first things first, we will bring in one of the winning players.
I just farted.
We have
Samus, what the fuck?
Ready for an interview to chat a little bit about what just went down on the
I opened your
server.
stream and you literally
Thank
ended
so
stream.
much
I
for
was
joining.
sad.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Pumpernickel,
Great
please,
to
Prime.
see you again. Also, that first match we got to see on broadcast here, you kind of made that look like you're stealing candy from a child. Walk me through, what do you think the level of competition is currently in the NA region? Where do you see your own team stacking up?
I actually think it's pretty competitive. Aside from us, like, we're by far like the best team, in my opinion. A little bit biased, obviously, but you know, I think we're the best team. But you know, the second through like 5th, even 6th, it's all pretty competitive. There's a lot of talented players in North
Yeah, I don't know about
America.
that pony. I don't know. That's I don't know about that one.
Like,
I don't think that's.
who comes out,
You already have
second,
enough
third spot.
animals in the house. You have a thief among you. You can't have a pony.
In terms of like superstars in the region, of course, there's
What if they
so
start
much, like,
stealing the pony food, huh?
There's so many
Then what?
champions. There's just so many people that have so many accolades already. Is there anybody that you think that is a little bit more unknown that should be paid more attention to?
I think a lot of the timeless players are pretty underrated. Like Rocket, for example, I think he's one of the best tracers in NA. Maybe like only behind Sugar Free. I think CJ is also really good. He's like a really talented flex support. Riker as well. Like, they have some really solid players. I don't think they get enough appreciation.
Okay, that's good.
Bro's so cocky it makes me know. Hello? Oh, we can't hear. Bro's so cocky it makes me not want to ever root for him or his team. You understand? Okay, real talk.
Yeah,
I mean, like, unironically,
again, unfortunately.
do you understand that that's what a lot of actual pro players are like?
New teams,
Like,
lots of new things,
and it's not just because they do that like just to be egotistical. It's because like that is sometimes like the mindset you need to have.
Difficult.
You need to have that
approach for
mindset.
Some teams, do you guys have strong opinions?
Genuinely.
Top-down coach
Because
decides and then everyone has to roll with it.
Like, Retro linked me a meme yesterday. and it's a meme, right? It's obviously a fucking meme. But basically it was like, after you whiff some shots and you say I suck, it's like, it's true, you did suck, and it like reinforces your bad mental. But if you say, oh shit, I'm the GOAT, after missing some shots, it's funny, you have a laugh about it, and you move on quickly while also not putting yourself down, right? So like, I understand it's obviously annoying, and like, you know what I mean, it's cringe sometimes, but I mean, if you've ever watched any pro player like turn streamer, you see them have their ego for a long time, and then over time, as they're no longer as competitive, it kind of gets scaled back, because that confidence is something that drives them, right? And that happens in every sport, even pro sports, like actual, like honestly, real, like NFL, NBA. You know what I mean?
Playing in a format where you might not really be super familiar with your opponents. We have different stages as well. Teams
public interview and self-team talk. Yeah, I mean, but like, I mean, I don't know how old this guy is, but I'm assuming he's like 20. You know, probably doesn't have like, you know, it probably doesn't have that much training. Because like, if you play in the NFL, for example, you do a crazy amount of media training, crazy amount. You know, and it's like what you realize, and I realize this is a streamer, right? It happens all the time. People don't give a shit what you said. They care about how you made them feel, right? So like, even if he said like, even if he was just like, yeah, you know, like, we're kind of the best team at the moment, but you know, there's a lot of good teams. Which, even if it was true, it's like, well, I didn't like the way he said it, right? It's like, how do you say it, right? I don't know, because like the only way you can really do it is just by like trying to like pretend, quote unquote, to be humble at that point. Because then, if he doesn't actually think that, if he doesn't think that they are the best team, then he's lying, right?
Definitely something that.
So there's kind of a double-edged sword to it, I guess.
But yeah, I think so. You know, Toronto.
I know. I'm not saying what you're saying is invalid though, in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying like, that's something I've noticed over the years.
But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
and half the time people don't end up giving a shit what you said anyways.
The numbers speaking for themselves. It's an absolute stacked roster. Let's see if they can continue the dominant performance in this very first stage of the OWCS. For now, we just congratulate the Toronto Defiant on the W, and we've got Citrus Nation going up against Luminosity after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Lying to the media is a valid strategy for dealing with interviews. It sucks, but I don't disagree with you either. I don't disagree with you. It's actually one of the most important, like, genuinely, it is one of the most important things, like, especially if you want to, like, be in, like, politics one day, is, like, people don't give a fuck about what you say half the time, you know? They do not give a fuck. They don't care about what you said. They care about how you made them feel, you know? And it's, like, even in, like an interview like that, it's, like, I don't even think he said anything that was that crazy, right? It wasn't even that crazy, like, yeah, we're the best team. But it's like, if somebody came up to you and was like, you know, how are you guys feeling, right? They're the #1 team. They haven't lost a single map yet. They haven't lost a map. The only team, statistically, right? Complete logic out of this, complete emotion out of the situation. Statistically, they're correct. They are the best team. If they reiterate and say, we're the best team at the moment, statistically, logically, they are correct. But if you put the emotional aspect behind it, it's like, well, now you sound egotistical, right? Like, you're like, oh, you're just saying you're the best team. Like, yeah, I don't want to root for you. You know what I mean? And that's totally valid. But it's a good example at the same time of, like, you know? Yeah, well, yeah. If anything, well, that's a perfect example then, right? You don't care what he said at that point, right? You care about how he said it or the way they made you feel when saying it, right? So it's not about what they're saying, right? Because he could have said, I mean, we're not even that good, but you know, we're still winning, so. And it's like, then at that point, it's like, well, now you're being sarcastic, you're being snarky, and it's like, there is no winning half the time, you know? The only way you really win is if almost like you like try to like put yourself under, which is, I don't know, kind of weird at the same time. Vinocino, thank you for the 2 to 3 months, appreciate it. It's not easy. I watched all 8 of your ads. Thanks. Appreciate it. But even if you put yourself under, you might offend your team. I mean, I guess, but... I don't know. I personally am not a big fan of having to do that. You know? I'm personally not a big fan of it. Like, I just think it's wrong that the only way that a lot of way people think you're not egotistical or like, cause dude, like people talk about all the time, like be proud of your accomplishments, right? They should be proud that they have not dropped a single map yet, right? Like using them as an example. They should be proud of that, right? And they're proudly saying, like, right now we're the best team. Statistically, logically, yes, they are right. But in a lot of things, like people kind of people don't want to hear that. They want to hear like they don't want to hear that you're doing better than them. You know, I saw a TikTok about it, and it resonated with me a long time ago, and it was called like the Toyota Corolla effect, where like if somebody gets gifted a 2008 Toyota Corolla, everyone is happy for that person, right? They're like, holy shit, that's awesome. You got blessed. Huge. No one gets mad. But if that same person got blessed up with, let's say, I don't know, fucking a Lamborghini, right? Then there's a lot of people like, why the fuck do you need a Lamborghini? Like, why are you getting that? Like, well, you know what I mean? Because it's like you're getting blessed better than them, you know? And I think it's kind of the same thing with this, where it's like, if you say you're performing better than others, it's like egotistical, you know? But even if they're statistically correct, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think being humble is very good, and I try to be humble with a lot of things in life, but I also don't like it when like you have to humble your own accomplishments and like you have to like pretend they didn't exist so other people don't get mad. That I don't like. You know? Yeah, it's like the effect of you want to see people do well, but not way beyond you, right? Because people get jealous, and that's understandable. Like, I understand that. Like, I don't think there's any, like, I think it's human nature, but at the same time, it's like kind of fucked up, you know? But I try to be humble. Meanwhile, Flats, I am God's gift to Overwatch. How many times have I actually said that and you actually thought I was serious? Well, when I got like a 4 or 5K and it was like we won the fight barely and barely won the game after losing 20 in a row. Yeah, that's when that comes out. Because it's fucking the perfect time for it. It's not like, you know, I don't sit there, like if I'm right about something, I will point it out and be like, I was right. I was right about that. I'm not going to shy away from it and tell you I wasn't right. Like, I was right. But I'm not gonna fucking, I don't shout at you at that point like, fuck you, I'm God's gift to Overwatch, shut your mouth, I was right. No, like, it's timing. It's about, you know what I mean? But like, so you'll try to blend them and it's like, that's cringe. You know for a fact that wasn't the way that went. James thinks the 2 months. Flats, you're such an Aries. That scares me. I was like, Colosseo came in here the other day and was like, what was I talking about? I was talking about something. She's like, yeah, this is so spot on. This is your birth chart. And I was like, wait, what? Like, and I was so thrown for a loop. It was just out of nowhere. Yo, thanks for the bits. Nightmare, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Wait, I started following you because of the BG3 videos. Now you got me playing Overwatch 2. I hate you, LOL. That's completely fucking valid. I am so sorry. I apologize. Kuchi Messiah, I think 13 months. Yo, by the way, Retro, are you here? How is part 2 looking for that?
What did the man say when his brother was losing his hair? He said, well, I'm not saying my brother is losing his hair, but the lice are really starting to pick it about deforestation.
That's fucked up. Thanks for 23 months. Thanks, Danish. In honor of Toriyama, what is your favorite Dragon Ball moment? Favorite at all time? Okay, I don't know if this is my favorite, but it's the first thing I thought of would have to be Super Saiyan 2 Gohan Awakening. That hit. It would have to either be that. I don't know, there's a couple of them. Gohan going Mystic mode? No, that was cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mystic Gohan was fucking dog shit. I'm sorry. It was awful. That was horrible. Listen, I'm not gonna show your favorite moment, but at the same time, it was so boring. I hated that one. He fucked it up so bad. Again, it wasn't even like the one. He was a teenager, right? He fucked up the first time. He's a teenager. He's a kid. It's fine. Then he was a whole ass adult. And he fucked it up again. No, dude. Fuck you. That ruined it. Oh, I hated it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Somnus. I couldn't.
So ever think about a Helldivers stream? The chaos would be epic.
Yeah, actually I have, but I've just been so busy recently. Thanks for 32 months. Oh, Vegeta sacrificing himself against Boo. Yeah, that was pretty big. Some of the movie moments were really good too, actually, now I think about it. Like the Jamba movie where they brought Vegeta back to fight, and then he had to go back to dying again. He got like re-erased. That was really sad. Was it John? It's like Janemba or something like that. Yeah, Vegeta going off on Beerus after he slapped Bulma. That's a top one for sure. Some of the what's it called? Some of the Goku Black stuff was really good too. I mean, like, nobody wants to say it. Listen, let me just say it. Nobody wants to say it because everyone doesn't want to be that guy. Original Super Saiyan moment. Original Super Saiyan moment too. It's so old and people don't want to be like, oh, you know, that's it. Let's be real. That's definitely one of them. I don't know. What do you feel with the Porsche collab with the new Diva skin? I mean, I didn't see it coming, but hey, that's something. It was cool, but why put all that money into that? What do you mean put all that money into it? You know Overwatch probably got paid for that, right? They probably didn't pay Porsche. Porsche probably paid Overwatch. Why would Overwatch pay Porsche to make a skin for that? You know, don't make no sense.
Yeehaw PP hop.
Yo, thanks for getting, appreciate the 18 months. Yeah, Helldivers at some point. Actually, Toaster messaged me today and asked me if I was gonna play Helldivers, and I was like, dude, I've been so busy. The last couple weeks have been such a fucking roller coaster, and then this weekend we have OWCS. Monday, I gotta take like a day off on Monday. I gotta get stuff done. And the new patch hits Tuesday. And then probably be playing a bunch of that. So I got so much. Oh, and plus it's the collab too. Becoming literal god of all 12 universes, Zenny fucks me up. Ah! Jesus Christ! Fucking DMC apocalypse out of nowhere. Fuck, man. Don't do that. Fucking sneak attack. DMCA jump scare. Oh my god. Out of nowhere. Dude, that happened during World Cup. They fucking hit us with the... Chat, I still haven't gotten that reverse yet. You know, I lost, like, unironically... Okay, I'm gonna fucking bitch for a second. You know, I lost, like, $450 from that OWCS stream? That big one I did? Not OWCS, sorry, World Cup stream last year. I did a giant World Cup stream on both Twitch and YouTube. And my YouTube one got DMCA striked because of the fucking La Seraphim song popped up, and it got copyright striked, and they never fucking undid it. And they said they were gonna undo it, and they kept saying they were gonna undo it, and they just never did. And that VOD is like $400. And I never got it back. I got fucked because they jump scared me with some La Seraphim thing when I was in the bathroom. Oh my god, dude, that pissed me off. Wait, really? Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna need now.
We're at the OWCS Stage 1, Day 2. That's where we're at. And we're about to dive into Group B with Citrus Nation versus Luminosity. But before that, we have to once more quickly just run it down. Because if you guys are on social media, I now encourage all of you to head on over to Solo's Twitter. Because, you know, my guy brought receipts. He actually just tweeted out some screenshots about how this is not his fault. Came with receipts, and I'm living for it. I'm living for it. You know,
honestly,
that's funny.
Solo.
Yeah,
crazy W from Solo. Like you said, came with receipts. They got the screenshots in the replies too. Yeah. And yeah, if you ever see 9, the best thing to do is blame the Lucio player, because the Lucio fastest character.
Blame anyone.
Right?
Also, if you have the receipts, right? then you know, throw them out there. So yeah, Solo, big W for you. Your team failed you, is all I'm saying. Like,
me and my girlies have your stolen revenue.
We got you back.
Shut
now,
the fuck up.
Let's dive into our second match here in the NA region. Let's talk about the teams, starting with Citrus Nation. For the name alone and the logo, I'm obviously a big fan.
It's great. Yeah, no, it's sick. I think Citrus Nation...
This is a really good team, actually.
What was crazy about Citrus Nation was the fact that they went to a game number 5, and we've had a lot of 3 Overwatch, I know, both in like the APAC region and also here, but they went to a game 5 yesterday with former M80, former WD40 team called LFO, back and forth. Like, they took a map, LFO took a map, they took a map, LFO took a map. It was an insane match, like worth looking back in the VODs. And they were going up against a stacked team too. Seeker, Top Dragon, Mirror, Lion, MCD, like an insane roster.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Citrus Station,
I saw this guy on the top 10 leaderboard. I was like, I don't know who this is.
Game, although again,
but
you are going
on one of the top
against
teams, so
some of the best
that explains
North
a lot.
America does have to offer. Dante, King, Vision, Tubi, Squid, False, Lucamino as well.
And Hunter on the coaching bench as well. So this is a stacked roster.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch their performance yesterday as well, because this was another team that was able to get like a very
probably
dominant
this team in
3-0 over
Toronto
their
Defiant
opponent,
are probably gonna be like the top teams.
And like I'm talking like the levels that we just saw from our first NA match of the day.
The cool thing about this team, chat,
another full
the cool thing about this team is actually it's Maryville, I think, which is like a college team, and so Luminosity paired up with them, so they're a college team that also now has an org. So they're getting probably paid as an org, but they also have all their basic necessities taken care of by the school. So the school is promoting Luminosity, and Luminosity is promoting the school, and the players are both getting probably paid from Luminosity, but they don't get paid a ton, I bet. So they're getting paid from Luminosity, but instead of that money going to like necessities like food, housing, all that stuff, the school pays for that because they're on scholarship. So that way they're actually making money while also still being in school. That genuinely is the fucking future for Overwatch for a little bit, because there is no money to be found in the scene at all. And before somebody says, because I know what's going to come, why don't streamers have teams? There's like people like Moist Critical and Disguised Toast, who are actual like giga streamers, like you're talking like your 20K average viewer Twitch streamers, you know, consistently hundreds of thousands on each YouTube video / like millions of views, there isn't a Overwatch streamer in the entire scene that has that. We could maybe put all of ourselves together and equal maybe one of them, and they lose like millions of dollars every year. So that ain't gonna happen. So before someone brings it up, it's not happening.
Difficult uphill battle for the Citrus Nation.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Yeah, and map vetoes is something obviously we're just going to get into now, but something that RuPaul was speaking to earlier. So I'm curious if we're going to see any.
I like this new graphic style that they're going for. This is actually nice.
Already. I know we're on game number 2, but please a little bit
Critical
more.
says he loses 6 figures a month losing his team.
Yeah. Like Kings Row Light.
Yeah. Exactly.
If you squint really hard and you think that you're halfway around the world, so you know.
Yeah, I'd like to have a house at some point.
Sure. Thanks. I think it's definitely one of my favorite hybrid maps, so I'll take it over Kings. But we are going to Samoa as the first map. Samoa's been fairly interesting too in terms of what kind of comps you can play, but they're just going to be playing fast here. Luminosity, especially with Dante in the roster. I would imagine a little bit of Doomfist here, but Dante can play literally anything under the sun. One of the more flexible players in Overwatch history, really. And then Colosseo is going to be the map after Midtown. That'll be LG's choice. So will we go to a map number 4? I think, honestly, possibly we can. I think this might be the first map for, at least on NA.
A house in this economy?
Really
yeah, I know, but I mean, just saying, like, I'm not starting an esports team because we're getting fucked up.
Esports. Like, it is Maryville University's collegiate team. And that means that this squad is coming in not only with the name recognition that they have on the roster, but also with a huge history of working together already for a couple of semesters in university. So this is going to be a really big test of strength here for Citrus Nation to see whether or not that win over LFO yesterday is, you know, like, can it be repeated?
Yeah, I think that's a big thing to hit on, Rose. I think you hit the nail on the head. They are practice already. They're drilled. They've been playing together for a long time. And, you know, if you got a mullet like Hunter's, like, that's some extra power.
That is powerful.
An extra 10%. Exactly. Although last time I spoke to him, I don't think he had that much of a mullet. I'll have to get a mullet check from Hunter a little bit later on. But we are going to Samoa as our first map. Yeah, Citrus Nation. They got a tall order ahead of them, but, you know, there are maybe some hidden gems, some hidden superstars on the team that maybe a lot of the wider Overwatch audience aren't as familiar with.
I think you have to look at the DPS lineup for that reason. Tap and Manually were the 2 DPS players that played versus that match in LFO, and what really stood out to me by watching that match is that Manually on the Cassidy just had some really dominant performances, was able to get some first picks onto LFO.
So it's going to be Zarya
really
comps versus the Ramatra comps, which is very interesting.
So that you were always
I've actually liked Zarya recently,
at
least in ranked.
Pick in the back line by Tap's Tracer. So will they be able to bring out the Tracer here? It does look like so, with just that quick Symmetra TP out, and then more of the same from what we saw from their match.
Did they just leave a comment in the lobby?
Yeah,
I've never
really
seen that before.
This comp with the cats.
Holy shit!
What did I say? What did I say?
Okay.
They got fucking dumpstered.
Juby, sit down. Manually taken over already. I like what I'm seeing. Cassie's just so deadly in the right hands at the moment. It is a nuts. Good first fight from Citrus Nation. Easy point cap.
Yeah,
kind of got cooked actually.
Ramatra from Zeb too is another big standout for this team. Not only is Zeb really good at leading a charge, but look at how easily Manually opened up that fight, and Zeb's like, yeah, okay, let's go. Like, I've got the shield, I've got the fancy footwork, we're going in. And so now we're gonna see Luminosity come back into this one, but with a couple of changes as well.
Like,
I don't know how I feel about the Ashe pick here. And he fucking smoked him. I like the cast slightly better. But Bob is so strong. I might be playing for Bob. The old stand there and block strat. Classic.
I definitely thought Ashe was going to be a better DPS pick, especially with the new DPS passive, since the Dynamite can hit so many people at once and apply. That's a healing reduction.
Yep, just stand there and try not to die. Stand there, try not to die. Yep.
Beating a little bit in terms of DPS.
Classic.
But if you're doing what Vision's doing right now, taking care of that Tracer, you're more than free to just kind of vibe in the background and just send shot after shot. It'll be Luminosity taking the point back, 45% now. and Luminosity playing super far up. I also really like this too. Playing with those bubbles, King knows they can overextend a little bit with that a little small bit of invulnerability with those bubbles up.
Yeah, you got the recall too if you want, and just the pulse pistol to be able to lay down some fire. Ooh. But take a look at the high noon. Is it noon?
That was cheeky.
Is
very cheeky from Ping.
Took a lot of space with it though.
Highest of high pulse bombs there, dropping on the manually. Didn't end up working out, but here comes the rushes, and now Vision's going to be a little bit trouble.
Get this Bob up. If he gets Bob up, they might have a chance to win. Oh, they lost 2 though.
You don't need to. When you're
oh, that Bob was good, but it was just like a set.
You just need that annihilation just continuously ticking. That's an easy fight from Citrus Nation. They regain control.
It was just a second late, and it got booped off the point.
That fight is going to cost Luminosity just a little bit.
If they hadn't lost 2 at the exact moment that he was like gonna go for it, I think it would have been good. But now it's actually like big Monka W.
And sadly, you did use the Bob there, but Bob did get a little bit of a buff, which
this
makes
grab has to be
just
massive.
a little bit more impactful when it comes down to the ultimate. But with that Graviton Surge ready to go, Dante's just looking for an opening to lay that down.
But who's even gonna grab? They're not peeking.
Zeb off guard or that back line.
Stand there, block, stand there, block, stand there, block, stand there, block.
Before they try anything, Dante trying to get a little bit of energy.
He gets nobody. Oh
yeah,
no.
That's rough. Didn't hit absolutely anybody. Citrus
Poor
Nation,
Dante.
90%, and they don't have to worry about a grab now, so they just beat straight in. Jacob responds with a beat of their own, and now it's up to King with a pulse bomb. Nice
oh my god, what a Suzu.
Z-Man comes up massive, saving the tank.
Dude, have you noticed that the Ramatra is literally doing nothing?
No blinks left, retreats back to the rest of the team, and
how
rips the head off of Vision.
That's awful! I mean, don't get me wrong, he's playing the game perfectly. Like, he's actually playing perfect. Like, what are you supposed to do? I'm not saying he's bad. Like, he's playing great, but like it's kind of depressing to watch him stand there and do fuck all.
Lights out on the Cassidy, 4 kills to finish off the round.
Just stand there and do fucking nothing.
Just stand there for giving us a great showcase for what I was saying before we got into this match. Thank you so much.
It was nice when they pay it off for you.
Yeah, he's so good though, right? Like you can't help but look at a player like this and have to think about how are you going to counterpick that. Is it going to be the long-range Ashe? Is it going to be King trying to get a little bit
Who's carrying on Ram's team? Honestly, their whole team is insane.
It's a really tough
Manuel's really good.
Manuel is
and
very good.
Their backline has been performing super well. But like,
whether it's going to be the mag grenade to help create some
I'm just saying, like,
or just using
I mean,
they're
playing the Ramatra correctly. Like that's how you play it with this. But it just,
cool to watch
I'm just trying to point out, like that just hurts.
Yeah,
it just hurts to watch.
I'll just be sticking with the same thing, just Dante on the Zarya. Of course, when we're seeing Toronto Defiant a little bit earlier on, executing on the Cassidy can be quite difficult, but if you will just go for this kind of dive comp, you can do that pretty easily.
Big hinder.
Big hinder. Just get away with murder, and that's currently what they're letting him get away with. We'll see if Luminosity Gaming can make use of this space now. Vision's got a lot more kind of room to work with the long-range Ashe, but Cassidy is still going to put
maybe this is asking a little bit too much,
not really going to
but I would love at some point that the spectator view be updated so I could see people's crosshairs.
A big kill, and once again, Citrus Station coming out.
Like I want to see every person in the lobby's crosshair. I want to see how stupid or great they are.
Get taken down, so there's a little bit less mobility on the table here for Citrus Nation. But if you're just going to be able to clean up the rest of the fight, doesn't really matter, does it? A huge control now being taken over here on this point.
I'm sure there's a lot to it. I'm sure it'd be really difficult. But I know like CS or like Valorant, you can see other people's crosshairs.
Even more impactful because of how many open sight lines you have.
Yeah, it's tough to really escape from the high noon, especially if you're trying to get around the point as well. Yeah. You kind of separate yourself from the rest of the team, and yeah, you might be in cover, but then Citrus Nation kind of cascade upon you and dish out some mean damage. Dante holding onto those bubbles just for the time being, and well, there's Zeb going a little bit low at least. You just need a bit of extra follow-up. Vision putting some shots down range, but you are still shooting into armor with a Ram crossing their arms. Tap gets the better of King in the 1v1. And Citrus Nation
gets to go aggressive, gets to go punchy mode.
Yeah, Dante had to run for the hills, but there's no running from Tap. Triple blink onto the Zarya, insta-kill, and another fight win for Citrus Nation, and they only ripped one off.
Yeah, just the Kitsune rush, and you still have so much else to work with. That sound barrier is going to be really impactful as well because
Citrus
Jacob's going to have
really
that
good.
online before Jupi.
I thought LG was going to end up being
to keep up with this
the other team with Toronto, like top tier, but
waiting in the wings right now, trying to land this pulse
not gonna
bomb
lie,
on
Citrus
the
looks insane.
Nice little emerald weapons as well. Don't mind that whatsoever.
Definitely been grinding.
He's already super low. All right. Manually does it again. Nice little chase here from Tap, and yeah, double
holy shit, fucking rolled.
A team full of veterans right now, kind of getting toppled by Citrus Nation.
Yeah.
Love your streams.
Last fight,
always
you go
enjoy
down here,
watching.
You're not going to be participating. Dante's close to his first grab. It is 90%.
Does he even get it online though before somebody gets taken down on Luminosity?
How much am I farming for you when I watch a single? I literally don't know. I have no clue. We don't get numbers like that.
He can activate this high noon down on the slow ground. Okay, decides to join the rest of his team. I was thinking, do something rather cheeky, but there's the high noon. Dante's going to have to bubble that one, but no, double bubble and Suzu just to save Dante's life. Bob, Grav, everything has to be thrown in right now for Luminosity to get themselves up.
Oh, he died to Bob.
Onto the high ground, manually stays alive. Bob ends up getting taken down by the man, and now Luminosity getting tumbling onto the point. There you go. There is the flip.
There you go.
They finally make it work after using every single ultimate they had. Juby now with a sound barrier to survive them through this next fight, but they made that one rather close.
I mean, what a nice opening for Dante to find though with the Grav, just to be able to toss it down at Zeb's feet. You took a huge piece out of the equation for Citrus Nation with just all of that bulk. And now with the sound barrier, it's a great answer when you know that Z-Man's going to be working up to that Kitsune rush rather quickly.
Yeah, this rush, I think that's what they're just waiting for right now. Take a little bit of poke damage there to charge that a little bit quicker, and there it is, completely online.
And rush.
Cooldowns, run it.
Probably gonna run at them with rush here.
Got his, so there you go.
They might have to beat to recontest.
Oh, someone's in a little bit of trouble. There's Vision. There's the Suzu. Heard it go out. The sound barrier just in time. Vision was 1 HP. Thought he was going to go down to the blink melee there, but a late sound barrier from Juby, kind of baiting Citrus Nation in, knowing that they'd advance pretty rapidly on their backline using that Kitsune rush. But it's LG
when the Ram runs out of block, it just does not look good. It just explodes. Holy.
And they're going to continue to hold the point.
Dante needs to get a grab.
Couple more fights.
If Dante can get grab, wait, they have rush coming up.
Well, 2 fights
Dude, they can 100% do this.
For Luminosity.
They can 100% do this. Also, look at Dante's ult percentage and look at the Lucio's ult percentage. They are literally the same.
And now you've got this Kitsune rush as well as the Bob. An extra member in this fight can be pivotal just to be able to force Citrus Nation into fighting on your own terms.
That was some nice damage on Vision there. Almost went down to the little vortex going up from Zeb. There's the rush. Okay. Shouldn't need too many ults.
Wait, they just disengaged.
Especially with Jacob going down. You want to make this last fight.
They have to chase. They have to chase. Yeah, that's a good play by Dante. Yeah, they had to do that. Yeah, nice job. They recognized it.
The Bob too. If anybody wants to touch the point, you're going to get through. You're going to have to get through the world's most pleasant butler. OT, maybe tap touches, not going to happen.
That was pretty good.
And there you go, sheer tenacity.
That was a good heads-up play by Dante.
Gaming, a complete turnaround, a 99 to
and they beat him to beat.
Flip.
That was the key.
Luminosity,
beat him to beat.
They tie Samoa up.
If they get beat off there, they might
really
actually have a chance.
I thought Citrus Nation was going to be able to run away with that one until we saw a huge turnaround by Luminosity. Just great timing of those ultimates. Finally got some value out of...
And a pause.
Even though you have to kind of throw everything in the kitchen sink at that one, it still paid off, and they were able to work up to some other neat pieces of that kit. It's looking really good so far, though. Jaws, this is turning out to be a really great first map.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much more than that after we saw a clean sweep on game number 1 from Toronto Defiant. Yeah, it was a really nice comeback there from Luminosity. I think Citrus Nation ended up just getting caught off guard and off kilter too in terms of their ultimates and their pacing. It was a really nice turnaround. The fight that they needed to win was the fight where they used their Kitsune rush, and then Juby answered with the sound barrier much later. Managed to hit 5 when they were all super low, and by the time Citrus Nation managed to get onto the back line, the beat had already landed. Over health galore, and then you can just run over a team that had basically used all of their abilities. They used all their they used their vortex, they used their ram shift, they used pretty much everything in their kit to try and execute on the backline, and Juby just completely countered them. Just very nice pacing from Luminosity Gaming. And yeah, we are just in a brief pause. Of course, we'll get back into the game in just a moment. But yeah, a fantastic start to the series so far, and a lot of superstars that need to get built up a little bit here too, and it's an exciting time, I think, in the Overwatch esports space where we have players that might not be as well known, and I think manually just kind of making a name for themselves already. Okay, on the Cassidy, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I think that's something that Luminosity has absolutely identified as a pain point for their game plan is manually in that backline. One of the ways that Luminosity can get the leg up on a player like manually is just by collapsing on him, which is really difficult to do when you got Zeb creating so much space. You've got Jacob and Z-Man that are able to help to support that backline and peel when manually needs that attention. And then Tap has just been super self-sustainable.
This game is dead, LOL.
So
there's 2 people in the top rank in damage.
Flourish, and this is what
and
we
how many
love
are in
about
tank
that
and
open
support
environment that we have here for the new Overwatch esports ecosystem. We get to see breakout performances like this.
How many are there?
Exactly that. Yeah, it's good. Seeing a stacked roster,
like what, 4 and 6 or something like that. So maybe the new system is
for Maryville
a little different.
I like how Dante's pictures also Tracer still a DPS player at heart, of course.
I would. I think like you'll always have that, right? But I think one of the things that made that really cool about the way that Dante utilized that knowledge in Overwatch League and just in the collegiate scene now as well is the fact that it gives you so much respect and so much just extra attention to detail when it comes down to how you can utilize your tank to help support those roles. Like as a DPS player, what would you want to see out of the tank that you're playing with, or how can you help to sort of facilitate that, you know?
Yeah, I'm still into the Overwatch side. What's with the 2 or 3 people on the bottom? I think those are subs.
For sure.
This is so.
The different meta developments
today
the different regions.
is the start of them streaming the new format. So a lot of the graphics and stuff are changed. It's new, like that stuff at the top, like the Face It Championship Series. That's all new.
So it looks like Jacob.
The top right where it says Control Hybrid Push. Although it just ticked over to Hybrid, but it hasn't actually.
Okay, so
wait, there's an error up here actually. It just ticked over and now it says it's on hybrid, but it says the first game ended in a tie, but it didn't actually end in a tie. So they're still working out the kinks. There's a lot of things I'm seeing at the moment. So I think that's subs, and they just haven't labeled it yet.
Probably get some really good results out of that, but. Can they figure out how to actually lock down this Cassidy in the back line? Luminosity figured that out on that second round,
they're gonna
but
play
can they repeat the success here?
That's spooky.
Yeah, a bit more of an interesting point in terms of like architecture here. Either way, Sushay's playing just up on high ground, but
oh my god, onto I thought he almost exploded.
Take a little while before the point gets capped, I'd imagine. Unless Sushay's have anything to do with it, it seems, as Zeb just dashing on forward, using that.
They don't have their shift. They gotta walk back in. Yeah. Go. Walk in.
Sometimes you just gotta burst the bubbles to get rid of them.
I think they just lost their opportunity.
That's kind of what they've been doing here. Zyro might be
that's kind of what happens with the Ash comp. They don't have the cast. They can't run at them.
No armor too.
Now it's gonna be really tough.
Yeah, here we go. Big stall fest.
Ooh, but look.
Just an old QB.
Yeah, Tap is just sort of marking that Lucio with that.
Oh, the
even
2
though
taps.
Going to be able to get a little bit of a respite
Dante needs
there.
help though.
He's still going to mark these Lucios.
Oh, blocking simulator.
A little bit of trouble too.
Oh, that's bad.
They end up taking down.
That's actually really bad. But they cleaned it up though.
Yeah, especially with Dante.
They have no heals.
Alive, just applying the bubbles to King over and over again. Just it makes you feel invincible as a tracer. You can go in, spend an extra couple of seconds, and that's sometimes
I guess there's
all that you need,
know what there probably is, chat? There's probably a time limit.
You can see that damage
a time limit on how long the Ramatra can actually live.
Continue to get a shot every couple
they probably
of
figured that out in scrims, and so even though they got a couple picks that were really good, the Ramatra just out of buttons is too low health and just can't survive.
To work with, they're coming back in with a Kitsune rush.
Nice Suzu. I like the Suzu there, then into
Big
the
bomb.
Rush, so you refresh that cooldown rather quickly. Dante in a little bit
Kitsune
of
rush
trouble,
back.
However, where did Bob go? Just evaporate.
Space.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but
okay, they have grab.
LG still.
The other team doesn't have beat yet. This would be a good grab opportunity, but I don't know if they're going to go for it.
Launch that grab out.
It's too risky right now.
From manually getting sped up by Jacob. Now a little bit of a different angle as Dante. Yes, spots manually.
At 99. Holy shit.
King with a double with the pulse.
The 99 kill on the Lucio. That's crazy.
65% in building now as they try and play up.
Jaws, I don't know about you, but I've missed the days of seeing a good old grab pulse.
The bigger bang.
That was huge.
Great combo with
okay, so now they have beat those, so they're gonna probably beat engage and run at them.
They got firm control at this point right now. They got the sound barriers. A great
LG can definitely win it though. They have their own beat.
Annihilation here from Zeb.
Annihilation isn't as scary as grab.
Coming up all gold right now.
Yeah, good speed boost into the back line. You want to try and end this fight quick, sharp, and that's exactly what they're going to do here.
All right, tap.
Just a few. Just
He just backed away. Interesting.
Really, especially with the Annihilation.
It's actually
pretty tough to run away from, and Manuel's going to clean house.
Huh.
Luminosity, you're still going to be feeling pretty
Why
happy
did they
about
play
that
it like
fight.
that?
You're not going to spend too much extra time. Okay, Manually.
Oh, because there's only one fight. Oh, I
But,
understand.
you are resetting fairly
I
quickly.
understand.
You're at 88%,
I think they were
and you
hoping
get
that they could get a pick
massive
maybe,
hold from
and then force them to beat, and then they could go back in one more fight.
This one. You still
Okay,
have
I
a sound
understand
barrier
now.
that you can use here now as an aggressive tool to try to re-engage the point, and you just have to worry about tap. Tap is going to be harassing that back line, so as long as you've got Dante to be able to peel back, or even just Doobie to try to get Squid away, this is going to be fine here for Luminosity.
King trying to set his team up.
Every time he reads something, it's from Twitch side. You know, I haven't read Twitch side in like 3 minutes, right? Like everything I'm saying is me just saying it out loud while I'm watching.
It's going to be up to Z
But,
and Jacob really to be careful. Looks like Tap kind of has an idea of where King is. Nice damage onto Juby there, but should get healed up pretty quickly. Squid's going to push the first ultimate of the game. Same with Z. They're also going to lay out their
Nobody's
own
beat it
road.
yet. This is crazy.
Nice damage.
Oh.
To Zeb, and there comes the high noon, but he's going to have to receive a high noon of his own. Oh, somehow, some way, threaded the needle through the middle of the point. Okay,
not
we take those.
awful, actually.
Here for
They have pulse and they have grab.
The combo is
They got to just get cleanse out.
It's going to be up to Zed. They have to land a good Suzu here to stop that damage coming in.
Yeah, wombo combo, no sound barrier here. So as you said, it's all down to the Kiriko to be able to cleanse away all of that damage. Tap still has his pulse bomb as well, so maybe another way to weave an opening in. But Dante wants to hit this all and fast.
I mean, look at that. Just manually, that's all you really need. Pulse bomb, wait for the Suzu. There's the stick. There's the damage. King comes up with 2. Squid with an extra one there as well.
Great demonstration of just like years and years and years of professional experience and being confident in just playing slow. Although they do have to kill this ram. Okay.
Just in time. No, Sevens are falling over. The supports have made it, but there was little to no heals for the tank.
What happened? Why are they playing so slow? Did everybody die when they went for that?
But against a bomb, the auto aim might be a little bit too much for them. Manually caught out of position. And with 99%, Citrus Nation have one more attempt.
It's not over at all, actually.
Tab's going to be waiting to try to get a touch as the rest of Luminosity move forward.
Dante's getting hard pressure. They don't have anything.
Mango's actually going to go to their soldier, and so just a little bit more mobility to try to power slide in to the point. But that's overtime here. Luminosity want to clutch this one out.
And they're going to have Rush. Wait a minute. Did they fuck this up? What happened in their backline when they went for the grab play?
I like it. You just need one headshot. You need one pick to get the ball rolling in your favor. Luminosity, they
okay, then they have their own.
Later rush. Dante, 1 HP. There was too much damage flung in his way. He was trying to body block for the rest of his team, but there were no bubbles to help him survive the oncoming onslaught. And Citrus Nation, now they're 1 person up. Luminosity need to find a big stick. They need King to come up clutch. Dante dropping over to the Doomfist, but there's no pulse bomb kill in sight. And now it's up to Tap to try and turn this one around. Citrus Nation holding on to this one, and there's Tap with the kill. Vision and Squid end up falling over, and Luminosity Gaming only have 3 people on the point. And it's Citrus Nation's game to lose here as they just finish off King. Dante, 1 HP. The sound barrier comes in just in time, but where's the backup? Where's the damage? Where's the support for Dante? They've managed to keep themselves up in time, but no. It is manually with a kill onto Dante to finally finish them off.
Holy shit. This is insane. What the fuck?
Nice Suzu from Squid keeps them
They're
in
coming
this.
up on Bob, and he survives. Bob could win it. Wait, they're gonna run it on and try to get him off the beat. Wait, they didn't get him though. They didn't get him to 8%. For 2%. Is it 1 shot? Bob!
Made his way back to the fight for the 4th time.
Another annihilation.
Annihilation. Surely they don't live through this one. Surely. Vision finds 2 in the mugs of it, and Dante is stuck. Someone kill Dante, please. A team kill.
Holy fuck! That was insane. Dude, that actually went back and forth like 4 times.
That was amazing. That was just absolutely amazing. Dante stayed alive for so long in those final
Dante
moments,
clutched up really hard, actually.
You gotta give so much credit to how much work he's put into that. Doofus, that was a hero that he was able to show up with in such a big way when we saw him at the highest levels
shit,
of
that was
competitive
nuts.
Overwatch. And all of that practice paid off. Dividends. Power block, amazing. So much shield, so much overhealth. Wow.
Someone please kill Coolmat. Someone please kill Dante. He survived for too long, and then Vision getting those 2 kills too, getting the Bob at the very end. Bob helped out immensely. Okay, someone replay that fight. How long was that? That was at least 2 minutes. That
had to have been.
That was ridiculous. I mean, Citrus Nation proving that they're a real competitor as well. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they are nothing to scoff at. They have unbelievable amounts of experience, both in the Overwatch League and as a team together. And Citrus Nation proving that, you know what, sometimes we can mess with the best.
Yeah, I mean, LFO, also not a team that is a slouch team. Like, they're full of also star-studded potential.
Right.
And so Citrus Nation is just continuing to prove to everybody that they are a force to be reckoned with. This is a team that everybody has to keep their eyes on. And especially with that backline, you can't let them go uncontested.
Yeah, making it scrappy like this.
Wait, Retro, what are you confused about?
They went to a map number 5 against LFO the other day, and that was a back and forth. Literally, they take a map, LFO takes a map, back and forth, back and forth. And maybe that happens here too. I mean, that final fight could have gone anybody's way. But as we go into map number 2, we'll see if
that was fucking awesome. That was actually so good.
Just a little bit, maybe go get a drink of water.
That first game was fucking kind of sleeper, but that game was awesome.
You're not going to want to miss it.
We are so back. Okay, dude. Relax. 20 more matches in it. So it's first to 3. And then there's the game we're playing right now. First to 3. And then there's another one after it.
That game was crazy.
So at least another 2 maps if they 3-0. If not more maps. Also, thanks for 26 months. Appreciate it. Zen drops are long gone. You're very late.
Thanks for all the hours of content, Flats. Stay happy, healthy, and safe.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Question, why are we seeing more presenters at home and not studio or play stage? Are Blizzard cheaping out? Yeah. There's no money left. It's all gone. Rob Messing's the prime. There's no money for stuff like that. You'll see it when it's finals at DreamHack, but there's no money for that anymore. Overwatch League was burning millions of dollars a year, multi-millions of dollars a year, and they need to try to make it sustainable again. And so the whole format's changed, and yeah, I mean, you'll probably see studio stuff or whatever at finals, you know, when they have a desk and whatnot, but otherwise, that shit's probably gone. Rob Messing's the prime. Caillou ping 200 bits.
Honestly, Face Eat is so cool and way better TBH.
I think it's gonna take a long time to like even come close to what it used to be, because like, real talk, the production quality of Overwatch League is still bajillion times better. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up for you guys to help me with this really quick. So Retro's telling me right now, he went through my VOD, and he's saying that apparently because I go through the screen so fast, it doesn't really update my rank like in the second. So
we are back.
Apparently, I had
Luminosity
a bug
Gaming.
at some point during the Giga, like when we were fucking popping off the other night, where
And
it said I was going from Masters 1 to GM4, but I was actually supposed to be ranking up to Masters or GM5.
Yeah, Rose, that was the most insane thing I've ever seen.
And then
it's good, honestly, great. I love a good dogfight. I love a good scrap.
But I was
fest.
wait, what? I'm so confused on what you're seeing.
Do you have a clip? Just going at it at the very end. I mean, gonna need to watch that a couple more times to really truly understand what exactly went down, to be very honest.
GM5 in that
if
though.
we keep having that in the next couple of maps,
I'm confused.
I am here for it.
I'm looking forward.
Selected by Citrus Nation, and of course Colosseo after that. But yeah, hybrid up next, Rose.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of the 5-head content we're gonna get from people breaking down the final
it
fight,
means that
because
I'm
I think we all need a little bit of a slow-mo.
Wait, so you're saying that I was Masters 1 in this?
But as we look forward
I was ranking up to GM4?
in the series, Midtown, looking specifically at the substitutions that Luminosity Gaming has made, we actually saw them make these swaps yesterday as well when they headed to Midtown versus Bang Bang Pow.
So what's the confusion
so it was False coming in to play the Sigma, and then we also ended up having Lucamino in to play the Baptiste.
GM5 is the entire bar. So wait, what's the confusion then?
As we take a look at their defensive comp, the same stuff as we saw.
Right. Yeah, I really like.
Well, Retro was saying that it didn't show that I was GM5 when I ranked up. So I'm confused on what. I know that this bar is GM5.
Absolute powerhouse in terms of damage, especially with the changes to.
Because this is from a couple days ago. It's a video from a couple days ago that he's making, and is when I climbed back and I got it all back. So why it's saying is on the left side is you're going from GM5 to GM4. No, the bar itself is GM5. If I lose all the way down, it's GM1. If I rank up, it's GM4. This is a rank down. This is a rank up. The bar is where I'm at currently. I don't know if I'm crazy or if there's just confusion. I don't know what's up.
Trying to stop Z from like crossing.
Yeah, that means if I
trying to poke the point out as well. And Squid is
I'm gonna let this fight finish.
Squid with a nice little rotation.
I understand
into
that
big archway, and as soon as Citrus Nation
what that means is the bar currently is GM5. If the bar went all the way down to 0, I would then be Masters 1. The bar itself is GM5.
You're trying to slow down the
this is if I lose all the way down.
What Citrus Nation want to do is
this is if I rank up.
Into you. That's like why
left side is ranked down. Right side is rank up.
Help try to
left side is not current rank.
And if you have the Zenyatta, it makes you think twice if you're a Citrus Nation about whether or not you can
actually so I'm not crazy.
In.
Okay,
Who's
we're
that
good.
Discord Orb on? Do you have the cooldowns to be able to actually help reflect a lot of that damage?
Oh, there's the push. Zeb, Jacob, and the rest of the squad just trying to run down Squid. But
sorry, we missed like a fight or two there.
Names and numbers right now. They've swapped sides almost, but you'd favor the Sig comp in this instance for sure. They've still got the Lucio. They've got Squid in their sights. Eventually, he pays the price for playing the Zen, but not after a lot of Citrus Nation get torn apart here.
Also, Ed didn't notice they made some swaps. They brought in Lucamino and they brought in False. And they're playing the Sigma comp, actually.
Scrappy fight. I mean,
did he miss?
Just throw the flux in. You missed.
Did he just miss his flux?
All good. There is some pressure on the point currently.
That's the relatable content I want to see.
On at that high ground.
That's the relatable content I want to see.
Tab is gonna get, yeah. I mean, why not? You just got to rush down False at this point. They've used the hands. They've used the rock. The shields are gone.
Missing a blocking Ramatra. I've been there. That's something I do.
I mean, False using the ultimate there, just trying to buy some time for the rest of the team to come
Big
back.
Bob?
But you're so close to just.
Wait, Bob's off though. He's not touching.
Anyway.
Nice little Bob. Yeah, they tried. I mean, valiant effort putting that window down and have Lucamino and Squid sit behind the window.
It was a good effort.
Kind of dominate, put the Bob on the point.
I swapped the Diva. Nope, never mind. Swap back Sigma.
Kind of had the number there. It was just a speed through the window, take down the support to kind of chill in behind it. Because they got no speed, there's no chance they run away. 3 and a bit minutes to go. They open the doors. The
why am I hearing the Sojourn shooting so loud?
Of picks. Like Citrus Nation, something that they really excelled at is just being able to call out a target and then target focus. So you see Fall sitting by himself. That seems like a very easy pickings. And with this Sigma, this is a hero that is relatively mobile. You have the opportunity without the Lucio in tow to just walk into an enemy on Luminosity and take them out. There's really few ways to actually get out of there.
I kind of like both of their comps. Like the LG comp almost feels like a ranked comp, like ranked game. You know, just like play the Zen Sigma, play back, poke them. While Citrus is more of like a obviously like coordinated rush. But rush is really not that good on this map. Oh my god, they just got blasted.
All right, and there you go. There's the end of that push.
Just
I wonder if they'll swap.
Take a couple steps back now. At the very least, if you're Citrus
Swap
Nation,
Ash.
you can start to figure out some ways to get back into this one. I'm actually surprised to see that Manually wants to switch off
Yes,
of the
they do
Sojourn
swap
in this
players out
case.
between maps.
Only
You are allowed
because
to
it
do
felt like
that.
you were still able to get some really nice picks, but the Ash also makes a lot of sense, knowing that Vision is also running an Ash of his own. So now you've got two Bobs to contend against each other. You're also still clean with it, so I just don't think it matters what Manually is playing at all.
Yep, still clean with the shots. Annihilation available in this Suave. Oh my god, okay, Manually putting everybody to rest right now. Double DPS down. I mean, the Bob's out, right? So technically a
Winnable.
5v5, maybe. I think the Bob's doing all too much, though, to be
Missed the
very honest
Dynamite,
with you.
unfortunately. That would have been a big one.
The disadvantage being on the low ground is still dishing out a lot of work. Sound barrier from Jacob.
The sound barrier was just too late.
Zeb, who got fluxed up into the skies, but Manually is just
Dude, this guy's cracked.
a monster on this hit scan. God, if he got that flick on the head there, I think I would have lost my mind.
That's just skeet shooting right there. Yeah, he's just in a shooting gallery right now.
Dude, this second point is
but
tough.
Vision finally able to get a little
I don't feel
bit
like
of
enough people
revenge.
talk about how hard this
card
second point is to
so
attack.
Close to that second checkpoint though, and Citrus Nation are just a couple of ultimates away from being able to break through that defense. They've got the Kitsune Rush that can open up a ton of corridors for them, and with the Pulse Bomb as well, Tap has been able to land these onto several different targets, so I think that there's potential there to just open up the fight. But Zeb, they're just, look at the pace that Citrus Nation is setting!
Oh my god!
This is the tag experience I know!
Zeb. Yeah, the Archangels took him away there. That's rough.
That's a tank moment right there.
That's all right. They've got time. See, this is the benefit that comes with trying to take these fights super fast. Tap, I don't know why you were there. I think just...
Yeah, I think Tab was just trying to hide out for the moment, wait for his team to come back, but I think Luminosity
That's
Gaming
so fucking
kind of
funny.
had the right idea, just force that recall and just force Tab's position, force their hand. Well, we're in the last fight. This has been so scrappy. I love it. 35 seconds to go, Rose. It's a rough one.
Well, Manually could open up a pick here. This has been a dime a dozen for Manually just to get another headshot. The Bob could come online very quickly, but they know. Luminosity know. They can't let Manually get away with it.
There we go, triple blink, stick on the back line, hit
Big.
the post. Oh, there's the
Force
stick.
the lamp.
There's the lamp from Lucamino, and Squid has already killed Jacob. They're gonna try and push up into this high ground, but Manually desperately needs this Bob. And King's killed Tap. It's 3 people right now from Citrus Nation in this small corridor, and Luminosity.
I didn't spray to
know
humble
it.
any trash.
There's the
They didn't
Bob, but
touch.
it's not on the point, and in fact, well, no one from Citrus Nation is actually near the point.
Dude, they weren't
as
even close to
Luminosity Gaming
point.
Halt the payload in the car wash.
Still a valiant effort, but major credit to Luminosity there for holding the high ground and holding that defense.
Damn.
Yeah, that's
that was a...
Hey, that's what happens. If you go fast, sometimes you go a little too fast, you overheat, the engines go a little sputtery, and then, you know, it catches on fire. Maybe that's what was happening there. They were trying to play the game really quickly, and that's what you should do against a Zen and BAP comp. You want to run at them. You want to force that, you want to force the lamp, and then just jump on the Zen. Look. He's got his kick now. He can kick people away.
Well, it's tough because you have to have, like, your tank can't go be the one to touch point. Your tank has to push top, right? Like, they have to be the one that makes space. So someone else has to go do it. So it's like the tracer. But then you don't have your tracer, which is like the best person on your team to be doing damage, right? So who else do you have? The Ash? The Ash is just going to get rushed down and die because they have no mobility. So then you have the Lucio. You can't go to Lucio. Because if you send the Lucio, then your Ramatra or your tank has no speed to engage. You can't send the BAP/carry because that's the person healing your tank. So like, it's like, aha, who the fuck do we send? It's the tracer's like the best option in those cases, and I think you died, and that was it.
You could kick at the same.
Kick forward with both legs.
Wait a second, we're geniuses.
Yes.
Alright, Vision. Sneaking a headshot through. Yeah, no one has peeked that angle since the beta.
But could you imagine?
Yeah,
I see people peek that quite often, actually.
Exactly. There's always a chance that someone does peek that cheeky angle. Bit of a change, I will say, bit of a change out from Luminosity here. Just playing Squid on the Curie, so a lot of healing output coming through from Luminosity. They forced that lamp super early too, which is really nice. So he's gonna have to play a little bit more careful.
Curie, I actually kind of like it sometimes. Just having the extra healing, just all in for your like whoever's getting hurt, like your tank or something.
Gaming right now, as False just charging up his ultimate, just gonna waylay Zeb for the time being. But all right, Squids just doing their own thing. Sure, why not?
Yep, that's the tank experience. I know.
Well, you know, if you're
Stand
able
there,
to get those shots in with the Zenyatta,
try not to die, get walked over, die.
But that is going to be a very quick objective claim here for Luminosity, opening up the payload and adding a ton of time. Jaws, they have a lot to work with now to be able to make to the little box of victory that they've got there. That's like, yeah, that's 5 minutes.
That was a quick cap. That was an extremely quick cap. And now she caps the high ground. That's all you need to do. Yeah, Squid right now is just playing on an off angle with King, exactly where you want to be as Kiri. And then just leaves Lucamino to kind of heal up.
Oh, he's gonna die. He's just gonna die.
Stand there, block.
Okay.
Dead.
Yeah, that was almost telegraphed there. Yeah, Lucamino.
Silly tank player, you're not allowed to try to make a play.
Sure, there's like 5 other people, 16 other people looking at you, bro. So.
There's so much snowball potential here, though, right? Like,
and they get high ground with the Sig, and they have window.
Yeah, the high. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's rough. Tap needs to come up massive here with a pulse of their own.
This is gonna be.
Yeah, see, it's in the tracer back.
Citrus Nation, like, yes,
because everyone else has to hold top.
But how are you gonna weave that in when you've got False's head that's been on a swivel with those secretions and just so
Suzu.
many different, yeah, Suzu
And Immortality Field.
Deal with it.
Oh, Dynamite.
They're going to fight for top, but then the cart's going to be there in a sec, and then they're going to drop the Bob on him. Yeah, they're going to go under, and they're going to try to fight here, and then watch. The Bob's going to come in and fucking fuck everybody's ass. Oh my, oh, it's a massacre. Yeah, dude, that's so tough.
Luminosity Gaming, they take the map and take match point as well. 2-0 currently for Luminosity. Citrus Nation, they're trying to play a little bit more scrappy. That one a little bit more formulaic from Luminosity. Quick cap and point A.
Yeah.
Easy as
just the rush is so hard to run there.
5 minutes and
so hard to run.
You got all the time in the world to get it there.
Yeah, even if you wasn't going to be that one push, then you still have enough time to get through like 2 full rotations of ultimates.
Right.
So
oh man, are we going to have another 3-0?
When you stack all that probability up against each other. Math I didn't want to do in broadcast.
You know what I might have to go do, chat, really quick?
All coming up in good fortune here for Luminosity. Citrus Nation, though, I think this
I gotta
is
see if the 3-minute timer pops up. I can't get DMCA jump scared. I might go turn on my oven, throw some food in the oven.
This Ramatra rush comp can always fare when you've got such open.
Why is your cam so big?
It's tough.
Yeah,
my camera has been the same exact size for 3 years.
Because you can just kind of play back, and when you've
I've literally never changed the size of it. How can I prove that to you? Because I have a scene for it right here, and this is what I use for it. It's been the exact size for years. Because this is what it is.
Really able to do that. We are going to Colosseo, so we're probably not going to see the Sig here. Although we could do. I mean, you can still hold high ground with Colosseo. Notorious for the high grounds, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. I mean, honestly, with how scrappy it's been, it's really nice to see people like Manually coming up rather large on the Ashe, Soj, on the Cassidy, of course, too. It's really nice to see some of these more unknown players, especially compared to players like Dante on the side of Luminosity Gaming. It's really nice to see those players come up big. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what they can do on Colosseo. It was Luminosity's map pick too, so you can imagine they're going to feel rather confident coming into this one.
I think so, and I think that Luminosity, especially on Midtown, is able to show off why their roster is as versatile as it is. Being able to make those player swaps so flawlessly and be able to execute the game plan
Another
that they
€5
are
well
confident
invested.
and comfortable with on a map like Midtown. And I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see swaps happen again as we take a look at
are they going to go to a break?
Next map coming up for us.
Yep. It is going to be Colosseo. If we can go to a 4th map, it will be Suravasa, and that was, of course...
Wait, are they going to a break or no?
Citrus pick, as you can see by the little graphic there. And, oh yeah, so they did bang New Queen Street as well, and yeah, Colosseo is definitely the map of all time. We'll see if Luminosity end up switching out any of the rosters too. Of course, we'll have that information in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There it is. DMCA jump scare?
No break. I lied. Baited. That was my fault. That wasn't prods. That was just me. Yeah, so it does look like we are having a few substitutions here.
Can you give me a nut so I can give you more money?
Like,
for your sub though. Thanks for 3 months.
Now, and yeah, it's Dante and Juby back in.
Okay.
So, not going to see.
They're not going to break. All right, I'm going to go turn on my oven.
Juby pretty famous for it.
Yeah, Lucio, Zarya. This is what we saw from Luminosity in their match yesterday. I know we didn't get a chance to broadcast it, but shout out to all the amazing co-streamers that we have had in order to broadcast all of that action. And so when taking a look at that match, I did see Dante Juby actually get subbed back in for push, and it's just to be able to have like the Lucio, like so important when you take a look at a map type like that.
Yeah, most definitely. I will say I'm a little bit disappointed I'm not seeing Dante's Doomfist because that is a nasty. But I do think the Zarya is a little bit better. We'll see how Citrus Nation, of course, end up stacking up against them. You could. I definitely think you could. I just think the Zarya is better in terms of like just the raw damage output and the ability to support your DPS a little bit more too with the bubbles. You see how Dante is super conservative with his, doesn't really want to use it on himself, more than happy to apply it to King so he can add some extra pressure into the backline. Oh, and of course, co-streaming applications are now open too, so follow the link down there, or I think you can just probably find it on the Overwatch Esports Twitter as well if you want to be part of the co-streaming action that's been going down. Yeah, it's also been really great, especially yesterday, Rose, when we didn't have that official broadcast, to see a lot of the co-streamers come up, and it was nice to sit in people's chats and just mess around while the games are happening.
It was so meta.
Good time. It was so meta yesterday.
Meta it was. Like,
wait, they mentioned me? Wait, what?
Like,
what did I do?
Stream, vice versa, or like
I have never seen so many streams layered on top of each other in my life. There were like 5 streams layered on top of each other, and the gameplay was just getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where I'm like, who am I watching? It was,
I don't know, whoever you want.
It was ridiculous.
It was great.
It was a lot of good fun, to be fair.
It was honestly great, and I'm so happy that we get a chance to have these co-streams alongside the broadcast that we have here, of course, so you can go figure out and chill with your favorite streamers, favorite players, all that jazz. Players are also streaming, which is also super awesome. So if you want to check out any of the single player POVs, they also have the opportunity to stream their gameplay too. So might give you some really nice insight onto the comms that are happening.
Am I cooking for dinner? I have a pork burrito. She's a pork burrito? It might be beef burrito, actually.
Connect to the lobby.
I've been getting those, there's this thing called Cook Unity. They're basically these,
later on, Rose, we do have M80
yeah, like pre-delivered, like made meals. You just throw them in the oven, and they've been gas. Unfortunately, I got fucked, and my first week was really good. The second week, they only gave me like 2 days to order, and I just ordered the other stuff. It's like HelloFresh, but it's much better.
Does like we're going to a quick break though.
And so
we're just waiting for that one player to connect to the lobby, and then we'll be in the game in just a moment. So we'll see in a sec.
They are going to a break. Okay. I'm just waiting to see if there's a DMCA jump scare. Okay, we're good. Okay. But yeah, so they just sent me a bunch of random shit, and like I wasn't a big fan of some of it, so that got a little bit fucked. But next week, this coming week, I got more stuff that's coming that's gonna be good. But the one thing I got that was really good was this burrito, and I'm gonna have it now. What is it called again? It's called the Cook Unity. Not sponsored, by the way. No, I haven't, Galaxy. Collecting Supreme. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. Last player connected to the lobby. We're all good. We're ready to rock and roll. Map number 3, Colosseo. Luminosity Gaming's pick. Of course, they're against Citrus Nation. It's been a bit of a scrap fest so far, but I love to see it. Colosseo, of course, not much of a sig map. It can be. It's not going to be, at least on the side of Luminosity Gaming, as Dante and Juby are back in.
Yeah, so I expect to see the Zarya here coming out from Dante, as well as something like the Kiriko-Lucio combo from Squid and Juby. For Citrus Nation, though, I'm interested to see whether or not they'll continue to try to run with the Ramatra. It's looked really good. Zeb has shown a little bit of a propensity to play something like the Zarya, but for this entire series, it's been the Ramatra flavor, and it feels like it's just been so scrappy, as you said. And it's really fun to watch to see which pick is going to come through first.
Yeah, I do like the Ram. I do like seeing a lot of Ramatra, honestly. It's been working out fairly well. I mean, I cannot.
Oh my god, do we get to see the Doomfist? I'm so sorry. I'm so excited.
No way they run the. Yeah, okay.
Dante's Doomfist came in clutch at the end of Samoa.
Yeah,
I was gonna say there's no way they run like we were.
Tank, like definitely known for the Doomfist, king for his Genji too. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, but Zarya, yeah. I didn't think.
Come on.
I didn't want to get too faded. Kind of knew it was gonna be the Zarya.
I know.
Yeah, we're all good. Same kind of comps here for Citrus Nation. Manually on the Ashe. Pretty good in the neutral.
Why do you think no one's running the Junker Clean comps anymore?
So
I think people figured out that Cass is really good.
Thanks for the videos.
No, thanks for the 9 bits. I appreciate it. People figured out Cass is really good. And Cass is extremely good versus Queen. That with Zarya being buffed a bit and being better, I think people started playing more Ramatra. And Ramatra's been pretty good. So I think most teams are playing some type of Ramatra variant or Doomfist variant, but Luminosity's a bit different. They're playing the Zarya variants, which is interesting. Also, everyone's just standing here doing nothing. It's actually very funny.
When you don't have a kill in 2 minutes.
All right, now we're halfway there, so...
It's too scary, you can't move.
Point, I wonder if you're just waiting for a Kitsune Rush to come online.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yes. If you don't get around and pick with the Ashe, probably... Oh, nice headshot from Manually there on to Vision.
Wait, tap almost has Pulse Bomb.
Me and Matt had the record for the longest no kills in an Overwatch League game, at least, and it was on Colosseo.
Wasn't it like 4 minutes?
It was like almost 3, I think.
Okay.
So we are.
I remember being a long time.
We are nearing that point. There it is, first kill. Round of applause, everybody. It took 1 minute and 30 seconds. There you go. Quick maths. Manually does end up going down. That Dynamite doing a lot of work with Vision. Definitely in a priority position in terms of the hit scan there. Having a nice little angle on the corner to throw that Dynamite. Throws it straight over the shield too. Really, really aggressive positioning from Vision. Just super close up and personal against Citrus Nation. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out. A little dodge out of the way from Vision there. The Dynamites keep on ringing in the ears of Zeb, who's just getting burnt to a crisp.
Dude, this map, honestly, I don't think people talk about enough on like how bad this map is, unironically.
There's the almost team kill.
I think Luminosity.
Like, I think that, you know, push has kind of grown on me as the game has gone. You know, like, I think Esperanza is fine. I don't like go, oh man, this is one of the maps I load into and I'm like, ah, fuck. You know, even though I win it a good amount and I feel like I know how to play it, a map should not be designed where both teams stand there and do nothing for the first minute and a half because it's too dangerous. You know?
However, there's the sound barrier. Patient is king right now, waiting for a target, but you're very happy with that trade. Jacob using the sound barrier plus Manually using Bob. LG, this is the perfect time to strike. They can play aggressive with a sound barrier of their own. Nemesis form comes out from Zeb and straight into
they got beat and Nemesis form it just exploded.
Annihilation and Luminosity
thanks for another 1,000 bits. You're crazy. Yeah, much so, dude.
What's up,
Actually, you get more.
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much.
On Colosseo as they just continue to race down these picks into the
They're actually gonna mirror the Zarya. They're giving up on the fucking Ramatra.
This is gonna be a full capture. Look at us actually see Zeb switch off of the Ramatra. Gonna go over to the Zarya as well. I called out this pick a little bit earlier, seeing this get played in the series yesterday, but Zeb can for sure go toe-to-toe when it comes to this hero, and that might be the firepower that they need right now. Just being able to
they're just gonna get run over though. They're gonna all in him.
There you go. both bubbles
Oh, he survived, and they're gonna punish Dante. Dante got too aggressive. They tried to punish the Zarya, but he had both bubbles with the rush. Ended up getting a third bubble in time. Ah, now they have a little bit of firepower.
They're using the skates. Doesn't like Squid's gonna be able to.
Yeah, I just the Ramatra pick was just struggling. I think something happened in scrims, and there was something about the Ramatra pick being better versus the Queen comps with probably like a cast variant. But I don't think there's been enough time. Like the game has changed so much in the last month. It's actually insane. Like I know a lot of people give shit because like, for example, tank feels like dog shit, right? Like let's be real. But this patch has literally changed the game more than anything else. I've never seen the game change this many times this quickly ever. And there's only been what, the original patch, and then there was the follow-up patch that like slightly buffed Zarya, slightly buffed Hog, and then changed like the hit scan size on like Soldier Widow, right? And like other than that, nothing insane.
Alright,
and it's changed multiple times.
Bombs, I'd imagine, or at least maybe even Dante. Honestly, if Dante gets some more damage in, hasn't got too much energy. Well, too much, 0 energy. So not going to be building up that grab quickly. Okay, the Bob. All right, someone else has joined the battle. Tap trying to go for a pulse bomb, couldn't quite find the target. Hits the recall instead.
It's a good Bob.
Bob enough to clear the
I think the Zarya pick is really going to give Citrus a chance, because now they can fight back. Good beat. Oh, Bob though, dude. Bob plus pulse plus grab. That's just too much. You can't live that. Too much.
Passively knowing that there's still a rush out on the field. But a good 3-person grab will result in a team fight win.
Sushi Man in 2 months. Trip here thing of the prime. I'm just thinking of the prime. Appreciate it.
Resource investment there by Citrus Nation.
They announced any balance changes for Tuesday. Yeah, Mago got some changes and Doomfist got some changes.
Off of the table. Tap still has a pulse bomb, but
I think Ana's getting some buffs or something too, right? Like that's like the nade.
It's very difficult, I think, for Tap to try to weave in a pulse bomb.
I forget the rest off the top. Oh, it's like, is it like Weaver or something? I don't remember.
Grab and corner, beat, and the pulse. I don't think it's much surviving that, especially
grab is nice.
Yeah, Dynamite on top. Tap does end up going pretty low, getting chased down. Yeah, King
big 3K.
Him up, and this is going one way that Citrus.
Sorry, he's got to clutch up right here.
This is much more of a trade fight, more than a Citrus Nation just complete clean sweep with a grab, pulse ball, everything basically thrown in. You'd expect it to be a lot.
What a right click!
Juvi goes down to the stray right.
Yeah, no, they did say about half the heroes, but that's all we know so far as I'm saying. Yo, Tarp sync with the tier 2! Don't see tier 2 subs too often. Appreciate it.
How far they're pushing the bot, it is just a reset for them. They're more than happy with this. A fight win for them next is just going to be resulting in the same things. It's just they're going to have to win 2 to 3 fights to get this bot moving close to that 90-meter mark.
I mean, look at that though. If Manuel can keep hitting those headshots though, that's another Bob online. That's another person that can enter into the fray here. And that is going to be just another nice bit of damage there. That damage buff to Bob.
So the tanks can't do anything. They have to stand there and wait.
I think.
It's been paying dividends. All right, okay, Bob. What you got this time?
All right, they're going to turn and burn Bob or just LOS?
But I don't think so, to be very honest.
Okay, now they've moved the fight slightly further back. They're winning. And there's a pulse. Wait, Tracer pulse stick? That's fucking diabolical. That's an actual diabolical stick.
Later, Bob ends up winning it out, and Luminosity Gaming once again marching on forward.
It's tough because Luminosity is playing from a defensive position while Citrus Nation is struggling to try to actually get some sort of meaningful amount of control. Goes back to the conversation you had started before about the battle over the mid. If you can't get past the mid or the neutral, then you're gonna be in a little bit of a world of hurt here. Citrus Nation at least can come back with something like the Kitsune Rush, the Grav. They have a little bit more tools to work with immediately, but Luminosity is about to have those same things online, so once again, battle for mid. But can Citrus Nation get out on top of it this time, being able to lay that Kitsune Rush down through this middle point?
That phrase too is a it's like a different connotation of the battle of the mid.
The battle of the mid?
Not quite.
I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't gonna say it.
It does manage to catch vision, but Graviton Surge defensively used by Dante. Catching Zeb, stopping the approach. Pulse one flung out by Tab. Can play with the overhealth here. Does end up fading away, but Dante just
Here's the thing though, right now, Dante's playing great, but Dante has such an advantage here by just being able to stand there and not have to do anything. Because like, Citrus needs to push the bot a lot, and they only have like 2 minutes, now down to a minute, right? They have to play aggressive. Every time Citrus goes for plays, they just go, okay, and they just back away and wait, and they just stand there. And because the way the map is designed, you're punished for pushing. Plus the meta too. The meta plus the way tank is plus this map design, dude, they can just stand here all day long. Like, you literally just stand here on this corner. Guess what? They're probably just gonna back away now. Yep, they're just gonna leave. Yep, they're just gonna go, yeah, see you later, goodbye. Everyone's gonna stand in the corners over there, watch. They're gonna stand there for a couple seconds. They get they get a trade on each side. They're still standing there. And then, oh, what a little flank.
Takes control of the high ground, and a nice kill onto Vision too, who ends up letting loose of the Bob. A Graviton surge.
That was insane, but again though, punished for making an aggressive play, because then they go in the back line, pop Bob, and then you sit there. And they pop beat for Dante to survive. They just gotta back away and live. He's still got his bubble. They just back away and stand there. Dante's just gonna sit underneath and wait. Look where he's gonna be sitting, I bet. Oh, he actually got all the way out.
To the bots, but
now you're just sitting up top, just waiting. Bubble the tracer in, doesn't have to do anything. Just stand there. Just wait.
Please don't step off the bot.
Yep.
Please don't step off the bot.
We've seen too many C9s.
It's already happened today. Citrus Nation though has a chance here. They've got this.
He's coming up on grab. Here it comes.
Keep the Zarya from getting too high charge.
And they win.
Dante's got grab. He's got the energy.
Crazy. They didn't even get the Citrus actually just lost the game off the first like 2 fights. Isn't that crazy?
Colosseo there at the very end.
Another 3-0.
In the series. It started off
That's
as
wild.
A scrap, as a brawl fest, but I mean, you can see the power of Luminosity right there in that map number 3. AW at another 3-0 as our second game of NA OWCS ends just like that.
There you go. There you have it. Luminosity, it's just so impressive how they took the loss early on in Samoa in that very first round and then turned it around. So it was really cool to see them find their groove.
I don't know if I would say we're so back for it yet, but it is.
Yeah, I honestly really enjoyed this series.
Streamed and we can watch it. Yes.
One, Jaws. I love a dogfight. I love the scrappy ones, and also I feel like this was, even though of course Citrus Nation did take an L, I feel like some individuals on that team really stood out, manually especially. I think with the performance we got to see on each and every single map here, this player put themselves on everyone's radar, and I think very quickly Luminosity Gaming identified him as a threat, and we're really starting to, trying to zone him out, not allow him to get into those back lines, which really made those games so close early on.
Yeah, his cast on map 1
insane.
Was insane.
So
He was hitting even just the first shot out of the gate, just onto GB. See you later. Straight back to the board. It was a really nice showing, I think, from Citrus Nation, who had a very close game against some legendary players in LFO yesterday. And yeah, they did end up going down 0-3, but like you said, so
throw it in the oven.
There's a lot of promise in this team going forward. But this is kind of what we expect on the flip side.
No way they fucking randomly DM'd
a team full of veterans. They've been playing together for a fairly long time, and with Unter in the backlines as well, he's putting in the work, that is for sure. Although he will say the opposite, but I know he's really doing a lot of work.
I feel like Hunter's coaching style is always one that baffles me, right? I'm like, are you actually
Hunter baffles me. That is
I was just about to say, I think
just like a stop there. Hunter person specifically. No, but I think like what's really exciting about the way that Hunter coaches is I've always gotten this feeling that Hunter trusts so much in what the players are doing and is there to just help foster like the good ideas. And so I think it's really nice to know that like Luminosity has a lot of just already great ideas, great game sense, great synergy together, and they're there to just continue to foster that growth.
I love the different approaches. I mean, there are some teams which really need more structure and a more, you know, head down coaching style. Is that how it's called?
Yeah.
Head down coaching style, where like it's really more the coach making the decisions and the players just trust that this is going to work out. Whereas others are more player led. So a lot of different dynamics, obviously, for those different teams. Always interesting to hear from them themselves. We might get an opportunity to chat to one of the players after this, so we can, you know, ask all the right questions. But yeah, this is.
Why don't you become a commentator for OWCS? That take Billy would be a valuable addition.
They started to find their groove and
you.
Their footing in this series, they started to look really, really dominant towards the end there. So they will be a team to watch out for heading into the main event, which they now officially qualified for.
Yeah, I mean, it was just clinical at the on map number 3. Like, knowing the pacing of push is really important, and they just have it down to a T. They know they don't need to overextend. You got 90 meters, you got the checkpoint, and you know Zeb has to like stand on the bridge to stop the payload, like, and then they have to kind of bundle on top of them, use ults to try and clear them off. Because if they don't, then Luminosity get more push. Like, they know how to play that map super well and extremely well disciplined, and just in line with how you're supposed to play the Zarya comps too. Like, Dante's just such a phenomenal player and has been for such a long time.
I always get very interested when people get mad over pronouns. It's like, guys, you guys know that we've had them for like our entire lives, right? It's only recently that it's become like political and people be weird about it. It's not that weird. Don't be weird about it. It's not welcome here. I promise you. I know YouTube side you're new to the stream, but I promise you it ain't gonna work out. Don't be weird. Don't be fucking weird.
A few words here about Citrus Nation from you guys. Do you feel like if they may or may not have... That's a weird way to approach this question. Let's start again.
You're good.
Do you feel that if they wouldn't have tried to shoehorn those Ramatra comms on, let's say, Midtown, that they might have had a better chance to come out on top? Or do you think it's just that's their comfort pick, even though it didn't work on that map?
I think the meta is just kind of not solved right now, and I don't think there's like, okay, this comp is just better, like this comp is better. It's much more, yeah, what you kind of feel comfortable with. And I think just at the end of the day, it was just hard for them to really deal with the Zen, with the Batiste, and the caliber of players too. In Citrus Nation, I think they're pretty damn good at the ramp comp, especially with someone like a manually on Cassidy, but they just pound for pound didn't.
I really think the Doom comps are like the best ones. The Doom comps are insane.
They really do. Let's actually head into an interview. We have
Thank you
good
for
old
that.
Dante standing by, joining us for a quick chat. Dante, my man.
That's always been the way things have been around here, but I know YouTube's new. Oh. Dante interview.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. Look at Dante being polite. No one ever asks it back, you know.
The politest guest, yeah, I know.
Dante, let's talk about the series we just saw. Early on, it was a bit of a dogfight, a bit scrappy here and there. We love that, though. It was explosive to watch. I mean, Samoa at the end of it itself was just, everyone was holding their breath. Did you maybe not expect that much resistance from Citrus Nation? Are you surprised at it at all?
I wasn't too surprised because we watched them beat Beaner's team yesterday, and that's a pretty good roster. So we knew it would be a harder match. I was not expecting that overtime fight. That was actually an incredible fight. It was like probably one of the craziest overtime fights I've had in my career. I'm gonna blame it on not having a warm-up scrim. I'll be honest, we didn't have a warm-up scrim. We turned things up the later the series went on. So. Yeah, that's it.
I will say, it very much felt like that, where you just like warmed up to it, because as soon as you got to map number 3, it was like, okay, this is it. Like, this team, they're going to win straight out of the gate. You just play that so clinically. Dude, the scrappiness, I love it though. If you can make some more of that happen on control and stuff, that, yeah, greatly appreciated. I love that.
Yeah, will do. Gotcha.
Awesome.
It's definitely a tough competition as well when you look at the caliber of teams. Is there any team you're specifically looking at that, apart from yourself obviously, that is going to be head and shoulders above maybe the rest of the pack? Like, M80 just screams to me as some of the strongest in the region, especially on their roles.
I actually feel like Toronto will be stronger just because of the flexibility from Toronto. Like, someone can play every single tank, and there's so many different tanks being played this meta. You never know which one will end up being the dominant tank or if it'll be a swap game. So I think that gives Toronto the biggest edge over any other team.
A swap game.
Okay.
I'd love to ask you a little bit more about that, Dante, because we saw a couple of subs on your team heading into the second map, and so I'm just curious about your take on where the meta actually even is right now because of all the different compositions that we've seen so far.
Yeah,
yeah, they just the counter swap game, the different comp game. It's insane.
Last few weeks, we play Sigma on false maps because if I play Sigma, Hunter will probably kick me again. I don't want to see that. Wouldn't be good. And yeah, we're just splitting between those two maps right now, or those two comps.
Right on. One last question. We kind of started discussing it a little bit, just coaching strategies or approaches with different teams. What's yours? How involved is Hunter? Is it a top-down kind of thing, or is it more player-led?
I'd say it's somewhere in the middle. I think the best value Hunter gives is he's just a really funny guy, and he gets everyone on the same page because our team is very opinionated. We have a lot of different opinions, but he just like helps our team with the cohesion a lot. Like he just glues everyone together. So I think that's his strength for our team.
Yeah, it's that and the mullet for sure.
Yeah.
We're always happy to hear from you, Dante. Best of luck in your next match, and once again, congratulations.
All right, thanks for having me. See you guys.
Bye-bye. Luminosity Gaming take the dub. Bit scrappy at the beginning, but very entertaining.
This close to a big change up in the meta because there's no more different comps. It's fun.
Back and watch it.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the biggest complaints in Overwatch League was like whenever they play, like get a new patch, they wouldn't play on it because they're like, oh, it's too different, and it made the game boring for people. If I'm completely honest, it made the game boring. 5-minute BRB? Goddamn. Did Dante ever mention what brought him out of retirement? No, but I think he just ended up getting a scholarship. So he was just gonna go play collegiate, and then Overwatch League collapsed. So now their collegiate team can play in other stuff. So probably just was like, fuck it, you know? Yeah, it kind of did work out for him, actually. I mean, Overwatch League was a shit show. And I mean, you know, I don't know if you heard about the lawsuit that's happening right now with like COD League. Honestly, I'm surprised Overwatch League isn't gonna get. Overwatch League should probably get pulled into that too, because they did a lot of the same shit, if not worse. Got nothing for 5 months. Like Overwatch League actually violated some serious laws, from what I heard, some serious antitrust laws. Like, there's a lot of things like in professional sports, like for example, you know, the NFL or NBA, they can get away with some stuff because they have like a player union, and they're technically under one entity, right? Like they're supposedly one entity altogether, like all the teams. But Overwatch League didn't have those, and they still did some of the same stuff. Can you explain? I mean, I wasn't personally involved, right? I've only heard stories from other people and players and stuff like that, but like, they fucked players that are like, anyone who was gonna get like a big contract, they fucked them really hard. They made it so like they couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Like players could have made insane amounts of money. They stepped in and stopped it, which is like big violations of the antitrust laws. They like colluded with each other on a lot of things, but it's not my place. I wasn't there, you know, so. Am I playing comp with Karki today or just OWCS? I don't think Karki's gonna stream today. So probably not. You know what I'm kind of low-key thinking about doing? I'm kind of low-key thinking about watching all of OWCS, then going back to roll for sandwich, farming as much of that as we can, then getting off for the night. Going again tomorrow, watching OWCS again. I'll try to be on earlier because I didn't know that they were gonna. I thought it was gonna be and I thought it was gonna be EU in early, then a big break, and then NA at night. But they're just running it all the way through. So I might just do that instead and just hop on early, and then we just do OWCS all day, hop off at night, Monday take Monday off, and then go again Tuesday for what's it called? The new update. Also, Sherlock sings to the prime. Appreciate it. You think that Overwatch League stopped good players from getting into the pro scene? I mean, I would say that there was some bad players that got to stay because of like nepotism, but I don't know if like kept good players out. I wouldn't say that. It's not about the play; it was about the money.
Have you thought about a Dark Urge playthrough for BG3 yet?
No.
Love the content.
Too busy. Maybe the 5. Someday, maybe, but not right now. Also, food is going to be ready in like 3 minutes, so we're going to have to go grab that. What's up, Anna? Toilet sandwich appeared in my nightmares. No games tonight? Probably not. Probably not. Shit's boring. Okay, then don't watch. Simple. Not hard. DMCA is gonna... It's gonna happen, isn't it? Yep, I guessed it. I fucking knew it. Sniped. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. DMCA man ain't gonna get me. No, sir. No, sir. Is Emong's team playing? No, they got knocked out. My team and Emong's team did not make it. I mean, don't get me wrong, the trailer is amazing, but not trying to, you know, not trying to get rolled. Do I know anything about the ball rework? Nope. Nope. Who's your OWCS teammates again? It was SK's team. Although realistically, I was there just to make, you know, something happened. What the fuck? Both you and Emong said, don't get me wrong, the trailer is amazing, but at the exact same time. That's funny. We safe? Good.
We made it. It's the last match of the day.
All right, my food's about to be ready in 30 seconds. I'm gonna get up and go.
And love going up against M80, who have been making headlines. Not great ones, but you know, headlines are headlines. But
no fucking way.
The team they signed up in the end is
not good ones,
and
but
I can't wait to see them in action. Let's talk about the rosters we have, starting with Timeless, of course.
That's insane. I cannot believe she just said
that. I already gave them a shout out, talking about, you know, Rocket's phenomenal.
Holy fuck, that's wild.
We got to witness as well, I think, in the Flash Ups tournament late last year.
I gotta go get it.
And then we have CJ and Riker, also considered underrated by a lot of people. We have a lot of pre-existing synergy here as well, right? With a good chunk of them having played in Wisp together.
Exactly. That roster was also one that we saw in the Pro-Am as well. I remember, Jaws, we were both very blown away by the performance that we saw from Chopper and Rocket specifically.
Yeah, Jake was talking about Chopper and Rocket for a long time, actually, and he's saying they are the next like DPS in North America that are going to come up and make it big, and I think this is their very good chance for them to do that. And Riker, CJ, Opener and CJ have Overwatch League experience in the past, but they are going up against literal Goliaths of the game. Pelican, Hydron, Hawk, UV, and Lep in the backline, and don't worry, their bench is also stacked. Spectra, Renko, Nero's there too. Like, M80 is an unbelievable roster, and I wanted to ask Dante what he thought of M80, and he said, you know, I think Toronto is a little bit more flexible right now with someone being able to play everything, but M80 is definitely nothing to scoff at, and I'll keep riding this until I pass, I think, because Hawk, in my opinion, has been the best North American tank player for a long time, maybe since Super retired, and Herc and Hydron Spectre in the DPS is just ridiculous flexibility there too.
Right, and then you also have the Renko smile buff. How could you not be excited to watch this team? We need player cams. That's the last thing we're missing.
I mean,
the smiliest man in Overwatch. I love it.
Sure is. M80 should be considered the favorite heading into this, but I do think there is a good chance for Timeless to snatch a map or two. Take it all the way. I don't know. I read it in the tea leaves. Something's going to go.
This is not going to be a 3-0.
I do not think. I do not think it could be a 3-0.
It's not.
Or a 3-0 with a draw, like earlier.
What do you actually think it is going to be, like pred-wise? Because in my head right now, I'm thinking it's probably a 3-1 to M80, but a close one, or maybe just a 3-2, like straight up. It's going to be a close. It's going to be a nail-biter. That is what I have in my head. Anything less than that, anything less than that would be a 3-0, which I don't want to see, especially in this kind of game. It would be a little bit disappointing, but I just don't see that.
I'm hoping this is heated all the way through.
I think there's a high chance of a 3-2, honestly, because also because of the WrestleMania M80 had, like, maybe they got a little less chance to actually practice together. Maybe they didn't get enough sprint time. Whereas on the other side, not only are those young, promising players very explosive players, they also have a lot of pre-existing synergy. They know each other. They've been playing with each other in tournament situations. That could really work in their favor.
I agree. I think this would be where I would split the difference, and I would say this is a 3-1 for M80, and see if there are more surprises that we can see out of this Timeless roster. I still think that the experience that we've seen these players have, whether it's been on LAN, online, has triumphed over the rest of the field. So M80 has my vote right now as the team that would win, but 3-1.
But I know
I think that's pretty fair.
It is. I mean, all of us could be right or wrong. You know, see how it is.
I think you'll find everybody on broadcast is always right.
Yeah, about that. You know who is always right?
Who?
Chat.
So true. Wait, so true.
Valid.
So true.
Did they get their preds right today? Although some people were.
Yeah, what
I think they did. They can poll at least, so make sure to make your voice matter. You know, we want to see where you stand in this one. Are you looking for the up and coming players, or are you going with the old trusted? You know, sometimes it's just a lot of support for the new blood. I do like that.
I like it. It's the true underdog story, right? I mean, especially Rocket in the DPS slot, like they played on Wisp in the Pro-Am. Like, and the Pro-Am was...
Would it be a food war crime
these teams going to be able to show up?
to pour the sour cream into the guacamole
and we saw a lot
and use
of
them together?
Their weight against some of the best in the world. And I do believe we've got the map veto as well coming up in just a moment. And we spoke about it before.
It's kind of watery
too. Like, the maps and the meta is not really solved right now. Even Dante was saying,
if I pour it in there,
here, especially in the rush
and then use the guacamole dip,
you're thinking
you get a little bit of both.
Choices, they're just down to personal preference right now. And I'm finally seeing King's Row. Let's go.
I saw that.
Everywhere. In EU, it's
Jaws
all King's Row.
Is gonna be happy about this.
Look, in EU, it's all King's Row, and I'm happy about it. I love watching Kings, and yeah, I get to cast it now as well, which is great. Samoa is a really interesting one too. That was a timeless pick, as Ilios was banned by M80, and Li Jiang Tower was banned by Timeless.
It feels so bad
that was one of my
King's
best ideas
isn't
ever.
Dominated by Reinhardt right now, though. Like, we're so close to getting perfection back in Overwatch, but not on King's Row. I'm so sad.
Reinhardt mains, unfortunately,
they're not eating
stay
great this patch.
You are not eating. I know Cloudy's been very sad about it on the timeline.
What about Hardy?
Sucks to see. And Hardy too, of course. Yeah. I mean, I think Hardy's pretty comfortable, especially with the dive tanks. His Winston's looking great so far. But yeah, anyway, back to this game. M80 versus Timeless. Samoa is going to be the first map. Then we're seeing a little bit Colosseo for map number 3, and we're definitely going a little bit further. And I think that's Junkertown City, and then Shambali Monastery for our final map. If we go there, and I really do think we're going to go the full distance.
Yeah, we absolutely could. That's not out of the question. I would really like to see how these two teams are going toe-to-toe with each other on a more scrappy map like Samoa. Like, we already got treated to such good dog fights when it came to the very first match, or just our previous match, and now we get a chance to see whether or not we can run it back, and this is going to be a great test of strength for both of these teams.
Yeah, it really will. And it will be interesting to see, especially as both teams are very high up there in terms of standings and in terms of expectations too for both M80 and Timeless. So their takes on the meta against two very good teams. Of course, earlier on we saw Toronto Defiant doing a little bit of funny Alari gameplay and a little bit of Malga here and there as well. But when you're expecting a ton from M80 and Timeless here, it's going to be a bloodbath, I imagine. We're going to jump to a quick break though. We're just getting the lobby set up, getting the players in, getting them ready to go. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good game after this.
Okay, we're good. Oh, we're gonna hit us with the DMCA again. Chat, your Gamba. It comes down to this game. If they 3-0, you voted yes, you win.
Woot 14 months.
I rushed things in 14 months. I was wondering why I just got a big chunk of. It was mostly rice. Gotta be ready for it. I think we're good. We're safe. Twitch drops bog
on the open qualifiers. Just some little view time there. You can get a little icon, a little spray, a couple of icons, a couple of little sprays.
Lol, I forgot I was
February leading into March, and then later portion of March there's a cool little Diva Winter
I didn't have much
as well. Some Kiriko skins, some home and away ones as well, so you get two different color variations and an additional spray and an additional icon. And yes, by the way, yes, I called it Junkertown City, New Junk City. Yes, I know. Okay, there's been a lot of Overwatch today. Okay,
and we still have more.
And we still have more.
The best part is that if you've watched from beginning to end today, you would already have your 8 hours of watch time for the drops to get all of your fantastic in-game goodies, and we still haven't even started this last match yet, so woohoo!
Yeah, jumping into Samoa. Is it going to be a scrappy? Probably not, but it will be fun if it is. I want to see the take on the meta, especially on maps like this from Timeless and M80. Chopper's a mean Cass player, and I'll reference Korean OWCS again. I think it's been cool to see that evolve over the last couple of weeks with how they've been playing. They were playing a lot of Doom, and then it was like, oh, Rissa and Zarya, then Sigma on some maps, as you always would, like Circuit Royale, and yeah, even what we saw earlier on Midtown. So I wouldn't be too surprised if I do see Hawk rolling out with Arissa.
Have you thought about a dark herd playthrough for BG3 yet? Love the content.
She doesn't die.
Well, you know, I think you didn't hear me earlier.
That is normally the most important thing in Overwatch, is not dying and not leaving your team in a 4v5. But there's so much defensive countermeasures from the Arissa. It's very hard to kind of lock her down. You kind of just have to ignore her and then jump on one of the supports, jump on the DPS kind of thing.
Oh, it's all good.
It's
all
a
good.
very hard time focusing, and it makes it for very easy rotations.
The end part of this burrito is not mixed up very much, and I'm either getting full bites of rice or full bites of meat.
Them around the point.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Like
I want it to be mixed a little bit.
The Fortify is just really strong. You can withstand like those big rocket punches, any of those
also,
from
they're running the Arissa
It's really
comp.
good to have that alongside that sustainability.
That was a really bit. There's a bit of movement there from Hawk.
I think the Arissa comps are slept on hard right now.
Towards the rest of the team, but yeah, we're just waiting for that first pick. Gotta be careful. UV hitting that regenerative burst as Hydra was sliding under him. Pelican going super low. That was a very, very aggressive push there from Icy. Ultraviolet going low too, but willing to take that duel across the map.
Take a look though at how the team is wrapping around. M80's gonna find the first pick there on the chopper in the back, and that's gonna be M80's go button to go forward.
Oh yeah.
They're W key and no fear.
You move
What the hell?
Course, so you just
wait, why didn't he get booped? Wait, why did he not get booped from the thing?
Hawk does end up going down as well. Nice couple of bullets there flung his way.
Did you know they played the beginning of this match and had to restart cause casters were not invited to the lobby? Kept writing 2 fights happened.
Really? Can't walk into the window. And look at those ultimates as well, stacked up by M80. This next team fight is a sure thing.
Chopper is switched over to the Sojourn though, so at the very least you can start to match some of that 1-pip potential that Hydron has, but not when you've got the overclock all ready to go.
Good Sune rush. There's the Suzu Hydron taking to the skies, or narrowly avoiding the head of Chopper, but Chopper, you know, returns the favor. As the Suzu on the ground does end up missing. In fact, that's going to force openings, use that sound barrier to keep Icy alive. Marching forward is Icy in the front lines, keeping Ultraviolet and Lep at bay, and there comes the flip.
There you go. So, okay, no, who cares about the overclock? A Chopper is going to just take your head off. Fantastic. The Sojourn really already paying off here for Timeless as they're able to recapture this point away from M80, and now they get a chance to work up to their own ultimates. I'm looking at Icy's Annihilation. That feels like a very big ultimate to have in this fight, just to even be able to deal with something like the Terra Surge. It'll be cool to see how this plays out here for the Orisa.
Okay.
Nice pulse.
Pulse bomb has lobbed so far. I think we've seen so many of those pulse bombs just being shot-putted, basically, across the map. Chopper with a good kill onto Lep. All right, that's a surefire win now for Timeless. Good clean-up, too. Pretty quick. Open to collecting 2 kills. Love to see a little bit of support combat.
This has already been so back and forth, right? Like, Timeless already has 50% and counting.
Oh,
Maybe's kind of getting rolled a little bit.
Just can't get back to spawn. It's going to be another pick coming through for Rocket and Opener. But now, with not expending any ultimates, Timeless still has all of that to work with and more now at this point. You got the overclock. You might even have another sound barrier online. M80 has the window to at least create some space, but all eyes are on Hawk right now with this Terra Surge.
It's a really dominant position for this window too.
Yeah, Terra Surge really isn't much of an ult though.
Maybe try a different angle of approach. Oh, good kill by Rocket there. A very delayed melee kill, but makes it work. As Icy does end up pulling this Annihilation. Hawk trying to think they can turn the fight around, just unable to do so. That Terra Surge locking you in place. You do get the extra survivability, and it was really just the last-ditch attempt to try and keep this round alive. Pelican is going to be able to get the touch here. Triple blink onto the point. Does end up backing up too. Here's the overtime. Someone's going to have to go for the retouch, but Pelican can't quite make it, even with the recall. Just overstayed as well a little bit. I think there you could see people chase him, so it was kind of forced to get that touch, but wasn't able to in time.
I'm not gonna lie.
Take round 1.
Didn't expect that.
A little slow to get going there, but Rocket, Chopper, both showing up in the ways that we expected to. This is a DPS duo that has been already highlighted by so many of the amazing players in Overwatch as just being the next DPS of the next generation. And Rocket not only able to get some really big picks onto the back line, but Chopper immediately switching over to the Sojourn was able to take out Hydron of all players. That is not an easy target or an easy DPS to go toe-to-toe with. So already very impressive. And now we get a chance to see what the squad can get up to as we head over to our second round here in Volcano. This is even more close quarters to be able to have these fights.
Yeah, M80 are going to want to look super explosive here, especially with Pelican on the Echo. I'm so happy with him.
That is a nice change.
Better hero, or his best heroes, I should say, not just better.
I like this comp a lot.
Pretty spectacular, everything he touches. Hawk on the Doomfist as well, so explosive, getting to that back line. Force CJ to use the Swift Step. Suzu, kill the Kiri, and then jobs are good in pretty much. Punch as well is pretty decent better, getting them away from the rest of the team, especially when they go on Nemesis for.
Yeah, but now you have a.
I don't think it would be as good though in Overwatch 2.
Passive. I don't think Timeless really needs to do too much here, except to kind of let M80 sort of take the reins in terms of the pace that gets set. Where does Hawk actually jump in?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, exactly that, right. How does he jump in? Because the space creation tools very much in favor of Timeless as they do it.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Pushing forward. Pelican dead. They can get any nice picks here.
Timeless is fucking rolling.
But Pelican's not been able to, and Hydron, sorry, has not really been able to make their way into the fight and execute on a backline kill, or even just get a big cooldown out of Timeless. It's been tough for Hawk to kind of follow up, and you can tell that just by the ult charge. Speaking of ult charge as well, Icy's not really had much say in this fight. 40% ult charge on that Annihilation. But these rushes are going to come out in just a moment, I'd imagine, especially with that headshot landing from UV. Here we go.
There you go.
Forwards, splitting up of the team. Nice little vortex there, stops Hydron from really just sticking around. Speaking of sticks, he does land one, but it's actually Rocket that's in the kill feed with the pulse bomb, killing Ultraviolet. Hydron just getting it on the back of Icy. That Nemesis form, tanking a lot of that damage.
Dude, they're all ending the tank,
going Timeless's way.
And the tank just stands there, does nothing. Already. He's only at 53% ult charge. Dude,
on this
the capture percentage on the point is about to overtake his ult charge.
Where are you flying?
There's more capture percentage than ult charge.
When you're over the point or even just over the lava. And you're playing a lot of ground echo for the most part. Unless you're able to find an opening
here. He can't do anything. And it's not even his fault, you know?
From M80 requires setup.
Oh, he's playing bad. He's playing doing his job. It sucks.
Timeless to play around as well.
Well, here's the perfect setup for Pelican Rose. That duplication available. Oh, very scared of Chopper's railgun. Meteor Strike into the backline. Hawk manages to get out of there, receives that overhealth, but it instantly evaporates as everybody was looking at him as he plummeted from the sky. CJ ripping that rush too, making sure that no one from N80 can jump onto them and making it last fight as well. Sound barrier forward from AM80 as Hydron finds one kill, and there's the beam kill from Pelican, taken to the skies, annihilating CJ. But Timeless are happy losing this fight. All they need to do is save ults. They know M80 have used their beat to secure this fight.
Still ahead on the capture percentage, even though they flipped point.
5% or 6%, sorry, I should say, to go for Timeless to take the map.
This is a better position for the Echo to play in. As long as you can play, I think, from a more defensive position, or you at least have that setup there from the Doomfist, then you are able to find the impact with something like the Focusing Beam to take down those low health targets. But as you mentioned, Timeless, they have like the Sojourn, they've got all these other ults to work with. As soon as I say that, never mind, Hawk. Definitely
really good punch from Hawk. Really nice. He actually caught Chopper there, I believe, mid-slide too, so Chopper was unable to kind of launch himself into the skies, get away from the Doomfist. I've always loved the Echo dupe voice lines. I think they're sick. Really nice stuff. And the duplication too, forcing the Ram. Like, a duped Ram, you can hit Nemesis form. You're pretty unkillable, even though you have that reduced health pool.
The pulse charge and the Annihilation charge is the same. Yeah, but he's already gotten multiple pulses. That was the first for Macho.
Yeah, it's about
it just came online.
Time. I think we see something get popped here, but if Hydron has anything to say about it, then you stop the fight before you even get in there. Rocket lets that pulse bomb fly.
Ooh, almost a one clip there onto CJ. Pelican find the first kill of the fight onto Chopper. Hydron still doing.
And by no means I'm saying like they're bad or anything like that. Like it's literally just what how it's played.
Actually gets the kill onto Hydron, but Opener a lot of the time there was just.
Okay, so they have beat. They're gonna probably beat engage.
The Tracer away.
They have Ram ult to survive.
From Chopper.
Oh,
Basically comes down to can Hydron hit a big stick?
Ultimate, so M80 got a lot of value out of being able to force both of them out. Chopper, though, is now going to make a change over to the Cassidy as a last-ditch effort to try to get back in. It has a lot of pick potential, and this is one of Chopper's best heroes.
Holy shit, that was a big headshot.
Headshot straight onto Hydron. Hydron not recalling though, and yeah, maybe you should have done. Opener with a little boop kill onto Hydron. They do end up trading. Meteor Strike for Hawk, staying in the skies, returning some HP, but it is Pelican that is finding the kills from N80. Is a big annihilation.
Do you notice what they did there?
They managed to stay alive. They did get the point flip.
They just ignored the Ramatra. They were like, yeah, you're useless. Went, killed backline, and then came back.
Are they going to be able
That's
to touch?
crazy.
The flip was good for them, but Pelican is just taking names and numbers. Opener lands the two-man beat,
dude.
but it is not
Smart.
enough. M80 with basically a full flip. It was a 96 to a 100 flip, and they managed to take the round. Well, technically, yeah, I guess they got 99, but the statement still stands. Almost a complete flip there from M80. Perfectly timed. Perfectly timed kill onto Icy. Opener was not able to stay alive, get the sound barrier, provide that to the rest of his team, and then Icy sat there alone on the point using Annihilation, and M80 disengage, wait for the Annihilation to disappear, and execute on Icy.
Lep had a really good boop there as well. So while CJ and Opener had an opportunity to come back in with the sound barrier and the Kitsune rush to help with that mobility, Lep was right there in the nick of time. Just stop it. Stop the round. Get that round win now. And we get a chance to go over to the third and final round of Samoa, where we're going to see even more changes here. Hawk's coming out on the Sigma. I love to see this. One of Hawk's best heroes.
It's perfect for this point as well. We will probably be seeing a lot more of a Sigma, especially on these points that have very nice high ground for you to peer down on people capping. It's up to
Ram's dead.
To really
Yeah,
set
you
the
can't do that.
here and try and
Instantly
run them down.
dead.
But yeah, Icy planted behind Hawk's shield. Hawk took the shield back, put it up behind Icy, so he couldn't receive those offered her, the healing from CJ, and an easy kill was obtained by M80, and a nice little point cap too.
We'll have to keep an eye on Hawk, because the reason why the Sigma is so good is the way that he cycles through these cooldowns. Look at the shield placement, allows him to get away, just continue to walk that
honestly,
back
what makes the Sigma
just
good,
space for the team.
genuinely,
it's just
is
so
you have so
fun
many
to be
ways to
able
survive and
watch
just
him
kind
be
of
able to
poke
pilot
really
this
hard.
hero and just see how he keeps Icy at bay as the Ramatra.
Well, they have taken the high ground.
Yeah, but just give up the space.
Somewhat, but look at the damage.
Doesn't matter.
Icy's
They're just
receiving
gonna
right now.
walk
Hasn't got a
away,
shield
make them
either.
use their
It's up in
cooldowns, then they walk
1
back.
second. Pops up just in time. Receives the healing from CJ and Opener. CJ making a quick stop as well to the Moira.
Rocked out again, and they pop window. The Ramatra go boom.
Ever so needed.
Holy shit, he survived, but not by much.
With this window being cropped up on this high ground.
Yeah, but look how much progress M80 already has. That's going to be almost 50% by the time that Timeless is able to get
try to
back
play
into
under,
things. That
which is
least
probably a little
Coalescence
bit
is gonna
better,
be online soon, so
as
it's a
long
good
as they force
space
someone to
maker here for
touch.
Timeless, but damage feels like it's been done here, and Hawk still has that grab.
Big rock.
Oh, there's the cancel on the call. Not before, though. Pelican ends up going down to that one. CJ with a nice aim onto Pelican, who was trying to touch the point, trying to juggle it to make sure M80 got as much percentage as possible. Did a fairly good job of it, 57%. You're not too happy with that. You are happy with that, sorry, as your first cap. And you come back in with a lot of ults too.
Yeah, like the Flux, just use it to get people out of here. You also have the Sojourn Overclock that's already got one.
Oh,
let's go, Hydron.
Hydron.
Let's go, Hydron.
Just turning Opener into sludge. Well, there's the lamp already gone down, and just a pile of bodies now litter the floor as Timeless is just laid waste to by M80. Very quick flip there, 60% in building now.
And this is just last fight by the time that Timeless comes back. They have the sound barrier
especially as
to
Hawk has
help,
got Flux
like,
as well.
Yeah,
Use
like
that
just
super
stall.
early.
Exactly. Like Hawk can just play super far forward, get the Flux up, just stop Timeless from being able to touch the point, or even just stall it out so that you can get something like a quick pick here from Hydron.
He's had
just
Flux
being
for a
able
while.
to take a head off there with a charged railgun shot.
I think he's saving it for either a beat rush
Rotation here from Timeless.
or for
Second
the
time
Ramatra
now
ult.
they've gone
Underground. Will allow Hawk to quickly rotate, and there's the Flux. Managed to get Icy, and but Chopper that's actually ringing the ears of Pelican as he does sniping from across the map. Oh, the window versus the Overclock, and the Overclock takes the W there. Hydron does end up coming up with a kill there, but Time is fine the flip, and they've still got Icy on the point with their heals. CJ probably not going to need it, but was 10% away from that Coalescence, as now Time has taken control.
But
Hi,
M80 now has
So-
gotten
Hope
to the
you're
point they
doing
want
well,
to,
and I
which is
hope you're
that if they
having a
take
good
back control
time
of the
watching
point,
the
they get a chance to
games.
win this
I'm
round.
so happy to
Timeless,
have
though, if they have
spent
anything to say
16
about it,
months in
they
this
do have that
community.
coalescence,
Here's
as
to
you
16
mentioned. That's going
more
to be
dino
online by the
dance
time that M80
BTWs. A
tries
blue
to work their
shirt
way
is
back
nice
into things.
flats,
So pop the
believe.
coalescence
It's a
early.
16 months, I
Just
appreciate it.
keep M80 off of the point. It's a really good way for you to just try to get engaged, get a quick pick, and win the round.
Much love.
Hydra making his way
Good
to the
angle.
point, pressuring it a little bit. It is, but quite easily get run down. You've got to be a little bit careful at least.
Ooh.
Speed
This is
boost
a good
is on, and
coalescence.
so is that Coalescence. It's final fight here for M80. They've got to reset real fast, and with Hawk dead, and with any more staggers, this is going to cost them dearly. Good snipe, though, again from Hydron on the opener, so now they've lost their
Oh
speed.
my god.
Very
Dude,
big
that
chance
fucking
M80 to come
burrito
back,
was
but they
actually
have not
heavy
got
as
that speed
shit.
boost
I
from
feel like,
Lem.
whoa.
He's only just
It was
managed to
good,
get the
though.
spawn, so it is going to be Tracer touching. Pelican gets there in the nick of time, hits the recall too. A pulse bomb in the back pocket as he re-triggers the OT as M80 try and make their presence
This is gonna be
known on
tough
the
for them. This is a
point.
really bad spot where they have to fight.
Chopper,
Yeah.
though, wants these rail
They're gonna take top.
shots.
already.
Hawk's gonna be alone on point.
From Pelican, he manages to throw it out, but look at the commanding position that Chopper has taken right now on this high ground. Is there anything MAT could do? I don't think there is.
That was actually crazy.
Like that, Timeless take the first map.
What a back and forth. Jaws, we were hoping that this would be the case. And now that we've taken a look at this very first map, it was a 2-1 in favor of Timeless. Is this going to be the 5-map series
BP
of
curse
the day?
lives on.
It kind of feels like it.
It is. Yes.
Oh no.
There were 3 O's, yes, but this is the
one
map.
This is
that
the one.
game that we were promised. Oh yes, yeah. Time is coming up really, really big, and I like the sweet adaptation there of going to the Moira. I'm surprised not seeing a little bit more Moira. It was definitely more meta like a week or so ago, and what I've been speaking with the pro players and just like what I've seen is just the meta is evolving day in, day out. But it's good to see a quick
I'm not moving my camera every time they change the scene. It's not happening. Not happening.
From the orb and from the springs, they're all just moving together as a clump, and then the coalescence too. It just destroys the Sigma. You can get the nice rock, and you know. Hawk is going to hit those, and he did cancel the coalescence, but not before it did its work. And the Sig just kind of falls over to that pressure. The healing and the damage coming out from Cole is just too much for their comp to really withstand. And yeah, Timeless end up taking this first map. M80, this was their map choice. This next one, sorry, in hybrid, going to King's Row next. Don't think we're going to see the Sigma. It's definitely going to just be more rush, way less of this poke style, and we'll find out. We are just going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 2. We're going to jump into it after this.
Did you hear about E1's Ram challenge? I was there. They're gonna hit us with the DMCA after this. The DMCA music. I'm telling you. I'm feeling it. He ran like 2.3 miles? Did he really? Dude, he was moving. He was fucking moving. Why aren't you a pro yet? I know you're memeing. But you guys do know I have zero desire to ever be a pro in this game, right? Like, I enjoy being able to pay my bills every month. I enjoy, and I'm very privileged to have a pretty good life and working towards an even better one. If I went and been a pro for this game, I'd probably have to move back home with mom, fucking go back to ramen only. Dude, being a pro in this game blows balls. There's a reason why for years it was called Path to Poverty. And all the money that did exist is gone now. Overwatch League is gone. There is no money left. There's three paid orgs probably? M80, Luminosity, and Toronto Defiant. Who knows how much they're actually paying out of all those? But what, 3 teams? And if you have to like win the whole thing to even like make a month's salary. I think if you win the whole tournament, like the first stage, I think, what is it, 25 grand? And then you split that with 5 people, you're down to 5 grand, which don't get me wrong, 5 grand's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But like, depending on where you live, that's like 2 months salary, right? I said 1 month, but I kind of forgot. The reason I said 1 month is because you're probably also splitting it between a coach and any subs on the team. Because I did the math before. Every team has at least 1 sub, sometimes 2 or 3. So you have 2-3 subs, like say this team right here. So those guys got to get paid too. Plus if they have a coach, so that 5K you got, that 25K you got, is split by what? 8 people? 9 people?
We've got Riker coming in on the tank as well. So
how do people even afford to play this then?
Is going to be making here. And
if I'm quite
in their
honest,
match that they played against Obsidian yesterday, they made the same sort of
unless
adjustments,
the team
adding over
is,
to King's Row as their second map. We saw Riker come in to play.
A lot of these people are now in college.
Well,
like colleges have stepped in a lot of ways.
Come in here because
but unless they're former pros that have money,
Echo when we saw a little bit of
they're probably living at home
yesterday.
Yeah,
some people are trying streaming, but there's not really any big ones yet. There's a few, but like most of them are former Overwatch League players.
To it is always nice. We'll see how they want to play. I mean, yeah, Sunjin, like you mentioned,
and streamers don't make that much. Like the average streamer does not make that much money. You know, like they do not. Like you see your big ass Giga streamers, and they're like, holy fuck, they must be millionaires. But like I'm telling you, I'm very lucky to be in the upper echelons of Overwatch streamers, I would say, and I make a lot of content, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason why I push as hard as I do.
Kings Row, map number 2.
Because we have a large team with TikToks, YouTube, Twitch. I stream all the time.
But it doesn't like
you don't have time to fucking stream like that if you're a pro. You don't got time like that.
And the rest of the gang on.
There's so many other things that go into it. It literally doesn't make financial sense.
Being able to play the Echo though, so that is something that's going to come out here on the defense as well. And Hawk being able to show up on the Sigma once again, I feel like it makes a lot of sense for a map like Kings Row. You got those angles
or they live at home
still.
But
we're sad we don't have a Reinhardt meta right now.
That's why Super went streamer. I mean, there's much more than that actually.
You've got the shield, you've got the angles that you can take with the orbs. No, you're
There's
not.
A lot more to that story.
Okay with the, you're okay with no.
It's not that simple, but yeah.
Tanks have been eating for far too long. I just made 7 million tank players really mad. Enjoy.
There's 7 million tank players. That's hilarious.
Genji, full dive. Okay, I am here for it. We saw what it ends up doing against M80, of course. They're just going to want to rotate around the map. Just use the
I feel like I shouldn't have to say that every few months, but I feel like I do have to say it every few months when people ask me about it. And it's like, dude, I've never had aspirations for that.
To get himself back up, and Ultraviolet is there to bandage those wounds.
Wow. Watch the positioning that Riker takes on this Winston. Look at the angles that Timeless is going to take. They want us around this point. Sadly going back to spawn, but that's the game plan here for Timeless with the dive, is they want to just be able to take those angles. If M80 is playing it correctly, they won't let them do that, or they'll play in like the stairwell, or just spread out enough that nobody can get double.
I'd rather go pro in Fortnite. Well, pro Fortnite's big money.
Angle from somebody
pro
else
Fortnite's big money.
All right, Sunjin.
That, if you want to talk pro players, that's where the millions are. There in Dota. Dota's the other one. Dota's the big one, actually. Fortnite has a lot of other stuff. Like if you're a Fortnite pro, you're probably also a streamer, which means you also probably have a creator code, which also means you're probably also playing in tons of tournaments and streaming your POV, so you're also having a lot of stream hours, plus ads, plus sponsors, plus tournament winnings, plus lots of tournaments to play in, plus creator code. There's a lot of things that are there. If you're talking pure tournament money, it's Dota. Dota's the big one. Now, League of Legends doesn't hold a candle to Dota. Okay, that's not totally true. League is also pretty decent, but I don't think you understand how much bigger Dota is in the money ways.
Ooh,
I think you might be underestimating it. Like I've shown esports players like compensation, like how much they paid, and like the top 10 is all Dota. The top 20 is like all Dota, except like I think there's like 2 or 3 in there. It's like Booga.
Taking that one up. I mean, without Lep, without the ability to kind of speed walk around,
there's not many.
Boot people away from it. Yeah, it was a pretty tough fight to win. Looks like Hawk's going to change things up. Jumps to the Orisa. Timeless sticking on this dive.
Okay, how are you feeling about the Hawk Orisa right now? We did see it on Samoa. I felt like it was a really good way to be able to find the sustainability, but it also felt like it was very easily punishable if you didn't have like the mobility.
Yeah, dislodging the Orisa is going to be impossible. It's going to be even harder for the Winston now, really, to get much. Although Hawk forcing to use pretty much every cooldown in his arsenal to try and survive against this rush. Yeah, there you go. There's the kill. In a rush, even the Orisa can't survive.
Ninja and Cypher make bank. Ninja's kind of a weirdo. I think Ninja's just jaded. Rightfully so. Have you seen all the shit that guy's had to go through with like people?
Queen, Doomfist, what's it gonna
Have you ever seen like all the shit that he's gone through? Yeah, of course. Obviously, he's fucking crying the money meme like, that doesn't mean it's still not annoying as fuck. It still doesn't mean it's shit. I think he's just jaded. And just sick of it.
Provides, but now you have dive ability here with Pelican and Hydron on the Echo and the Tracer.
I kind of understand.
So let's see some disruption here from Hawk.
And you're so far behind in terms of tempo, though, especially with Sunjin.
Especially in a game like Fortnite. Like Fortnite and Overwatch actually do share some similarities in that way.
Thought it was a little bit safer than he expected.
Isn't he sexist? No, he's not.
But unfortunately, it did not.
I think the one thing that people thought he was sexist for is he said that he didn't want to play with women on stream, and like his reasoning behind that, like although I don't personally agree with it, like I understood like what he was trying to say was like because people are so weird about it and people are so cringe. Like I don't personally agree and I wouldn't do that, but
to roll out a lot quicker than Orisa, that is for sure.
I mean, if you look at all the other things he's talked about or the way he's behaved on certain things, like it's because of how people have treated him, you know?
Bomb. You also had the sound barrier invested into that fight. And Timeless, they only lost CJ. They're able to come back in after forcing out all of those ultimates, and they've got 2 of their own.
And the Fortnite audience is unfortunately kind of cringe. You know, it's a lot of younger people. And in some ways, Overwatch even you can see that sometimes.
Did not know where he was there as Hawk just descended on him with the Doomfist. They do end up trading as Pelican ends up going down. But Hawk's
I don't know what the Pokey thing is, so I'm not going to lie to you. I don't remember that.
And Ultraviolet 2 not needing to overextend on the Kiriko means it's really tough for Timeless to actually get into the backline and find some kills.
For sure. Doomfist, that's exactly where he would love to be. It's just having those levels to play around. The payload makes some really nice angles to be able to get those punches
you're not wrong.
The enemy
it's
team.
Fucked.
So you definitely love to see
that. It's actually very fucked.
It's going to force Riker to switch.
And Overwatch is absolutely like that. It's just honestly a little bit more under the hood than people realize.
It's a very interesting pick we've seen a couple of teams go for.
It's like taboo to talk about.
I really love the opportunity to go for something like a knife and just disrupt somebody out of the defensive team.
No, I don't really watch Fortnite competitive. I just kind of I loosely follow a lot of other games as like what they're doing.
As they Kasune rush,
Fortnite's also the hardest game to go pro in.
This is going to be nasty from M80.
I'm not disagreeing, but I also think of something like League of Legends or CS.
Using that rush to push themselves onto the point. Now they're going to have to contend with this sound barrier. As soon as that rush
something that's been around for a very long time might be harder, but yeah.
Advantage they can, and there's the slam into the ground. Sunjin's dead, and with 40 seconds to go, M80 are holding this point firm in their grasp. If they can kill Riker too, this will be a big stagger. Hawk is going super low, playing with this overhealth, but no, it's Rocket that comes up big with a kill. They do end up trading, and with Pelican getting kills here,
they got 2 at least, 2 for 1.
Way quicker at getting back to the point.
Mel, thank you for the months. Appreciate it.
Thank you. This is going to be a scrappy last fight, Rose, but Hawk's going to get back there first.
That was a perfect trade. That was a perfect trade for M80 to take there, because you're right. Hawk gonna be able to get back to this point, and it's gonna be a full 5v5. Can Timeless even get there though? Like, do they have all the members of the team? Rocket's gonna have to go touch first.
They've got touch first, exactly that, and Sunjin couldn't make this pretty one-sided if he lands the shots, but M80 have got different ideas. Sound barrier comes out, helping the Soch stay alive, but not for long. Dashed up onto the high ground when taken care of by Ultraviolet, and now Hydron trying to make some damage. Stick spots Rocket with a recall though is going to be more than safe. This payload still pushing in, and Timeless still have fuel left in the tank. 2 ultimates in their back pockets.
This is actually insane right now. This is a dogfight.
Onto Rocket. Hydron demolishes his opposition Tracer. The pulse one gets flung out a little bit wide, but it's all good. You got the clip already. So we're all chilling, Hydron. There's a rush coming in. Another.
They gotta get this beat. Gotta get this beat. Gotta get this beat.
Trying to make this hurt.
Now they go hard. They go hard with the beat.
A moment goes by before Lek unleashes it. A 5-man sound barrier beat. Hawk trying to create space, separating the backline from the front.
That was disgusting.
Can actually take down Sunjin. Sunjin manages to get out of there just in time, but
that was disgusting.
Gets back to the high ground, and
180 AD punch hits 2, kills 1.
Finally end the fight as Timeless are wiped from point B, and M80 stopped them. What,
am I doing any local car shows slash spring this summer?
Before that
never really thought about
unlocked.
that.
Oh, that was so scrappy. That was so scrappy. There were so many times I'm like, Hawk is so low, but wait, let past sound barrier.
I love seeing Hawk on the Doom.
Sunjo getting a bunch of hits,
actually playing tanks where I feel like you can make an impact.
Overwatch.
You get to actually watch them pop off. It's cool.
Not good on the voice.
Thoughts on Arby's? Dog.
Good to see. I love it. M80.
Well, all of us watchers are enjoying.
Well, exactly. Yeah. So as long as it's fun for everybody watching. M80. I really like the transition there from Hawk. Coming onto the Orisa, trying to hold the archway, back onto the Doomfist, a pick he's extremely good at. And you can tell he's good because he has the Emerald weapon skin on the Doomfist. So that's how you know if someone's good at the
That's how it works.
Exactly.
For sure.
Time is on defense though,
I'm sorry, Arby's is a meat place that's best item is French fries.
Okay, so we saw the Winston.
Arby's' whole business strategy is buying other fast food companies that do better.
They did do this yesterday, so just
I don't know where Arby's got this magic bag and just starts buying every other company, but that's all they do. They know how to make French fries. They know how to buy other people.
Can play with multiple.
They buy all the other one. They buy all the other fast foods. That's what they do. That's it.
The emote in. I love that.
The less FM emote. Mad respect. Ooh.
We love that. Oh, that was close.
Nice little headshot. Bit of free ult charge.
I don't know about milkshakes though, but milkshake's really not that hard to not fuck up.
Ooh, Hawks on Diva. We love that for him.
Very vintage pick. Hawk Diva.
You know, if they were like, we have the French fries, I'd say it was a good place.
Exactly. It's
you know?
Not only is it a throwback, it's comfort. It's also
we have the French fries. Okay. You know what? Good place.
This is so much dive potential here for M80 to work with, and they want to push the gas. They don't have far for this cart to go.
Yeah, Riker right now.
Poor Ramatra. Stand there and try not to die. Yep.
He's trying to dodge out the way.
Stand there, try not to die. Have a good time.
Finally. Okay, Opener's there to play a bodyguard.
Give me one thing to one. Plus, they said they have the meats, not the good meats.
As long as you're dealing with the front
dude.
line, we can deal with your back line, says Pelican. They do end up trading the kill there, but there's 2 ticks, and I mean, right now, Riker's just getting rings run around him. I mean, Hawk and Hydron, they just have so much more mobility than this Ram, who wants to just sit on the point and just lock it down. And Timeless, they're going to lose this one if they're not careful. And yeah, without supports, without the heals, there's only a matter of time. 5 minutes and 15 seconds of the time bank as M80 unlocked that point.
Yeah, like you don't have the Lucio there, so it feels very difficult for you to actually find the openings you want with the mobility. And oh, what a stagger onto Seonjun as well, as Hawk just continues to push that envelope forward. And look at that cart. It's going to get rolling. It does, again, not have too far to go. And M80 has so much snowball potential here.
Yeah.
Do you think we get to see this Diva self-destruct actually be like a yeet?
I mean, we've seen crazier things, I think. Maybe. Pelican's playing it rather sneaky beaky like in the back line. Oh, good pulse bomb late. Okay, all right, well, Suzu exists. Forgot about that one, my bad. Well, there's the Kitsune rush from Ultraviolet, like you said, keeping up that tempo, keeping up that pressure, and Riker just got bopped around there. Little pulse bomb, but no, once again, the Suzu saving Ultraviolet. Suzu's himself, pulse bomb goes by the wayside.
It's a big
nice little to Hydron, but Rose, that payload is still marching forward.
I would be worried though if I was M80. You don't want to put too far forward that you run into the same issue that Timeless did, where they got this cart so close and then they just didn't have enough resources to clutch it out. So that's why you don't see Hawk pushing too far forward until the rest of the team is there.
It depends on what you mean viable. I mean, I could break him by telling you give him another 50 armor.
You got this Kitsune rush here from
or 20,
CJ
actually another 50 armor.
Back, but M80 has so much fight in them. I'm looking at Pelican. Sunjin's just dead. What?
Sticky bombs, headshot with a kunai. Okay, you're gonna have to pull the rush. You're gonna have to use everything else. Opener has got sound barrier. He's the difference maker here. Ramatra. A Ramatra copy, and that's gotta be a free annihilation. Look at Riker's health bar. A 2-man sound barrier from Opener. Only hits himself and CJ, and that's going to be about it. M80 making this one look easy. 2 meters to go, 1 meter, and you got 3 minutes.
That means if you predicted that it was going to be 3-0s out, I'm sorry.
We did see the D.
You have lost.
Hawk did deliver.
You have lost.
The bomb did go forward. It just didn't get anybody. But
it wasn't a Hopper bomb from 2020 NYXL homestand. That is
R.I.P. your points.
No one's ever going to be able to recreate that. Exactly, a Poco bomb. Normally used for remake, sadly. Nothing crazy, nothing flashy. But there you go. M80 with a spectacular finish on King's Row. Like, it weren't like speed running it or anything like that on their attack, but yeah, it was flawless. It really was. And this is kind of what you expect, especially when you kind of pick your map, pick your comfort. But the flexibility from M80 cannot be understated, especially with Hawk on the tank.
I'm not moving my camera every damn time, Jeff.
He's the best North American tank player that we have currently in the system. There's a lot of people that are going to be kind of challenging his name over the next year of OWCS here in North America. But yeah, right now, Hawk, still the GOAT.
Take stock of that for a second, though, right? Because in North America, we've got Hawk, Dante, someone. All three of them, I think, make really strong arguments for themselves to be the best tank in North America for so many different reasons. And so we are blessed to be able to have all of that talent in one region, and I think it's going to make it just show-stopping for group stages. We'll see who is able to advance further to show what they've got when we get to the eliminations.
Well, and we're guaranteed a 3-1, at least the minimum right now. We're going to Colosseo as our next map. It was Timeless who did end up picking this one. I could imagine it's a little bit more rush. I don't think we're going to go back to the Sigma, but then I've been wrong before. We'll see what Hawk wants to kind of throw Timeless's way. And we'll see if there's any substitutions going into this next one too, because we saw Sunjin come in, we saw Riker come in for the tank, but we'll find that out after this break, so don't go anywhere. We've got Colosseo up next.
Alright, I made it back. No DMCA ninjas, right? We're good? Yeah, it's kind of a jam.
Welcome back. Oh yes, M80 versus Timeless. They're all tied up right now as we go into Colosseo. Quick substitution coming in for Timeless. We were talking about it just before we went to break, if we were going to see any, and we are indeed. Icy coming back in. Riker taking a step back. So I can't imagine we're going to see him or Winston. Maybe a bit more of a slow comp for Timeless. And Sunjin is also staying in 2 rows. So
I think M80 has a good chance of winning.
Maybe Sojourn. We did see a little bit of trolling come through from Timeless yesterday when they were up 2-0 over Obsidian. We saw Sunjin pick up the Torbjorn.
Oh, I love it.
This is NA.
I don't think we're going to see that this time around. But if we do, then maybe Lightning does strike twice. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think so. I think Sojourn makes a lot of sense here. You could also play the Ashe. Sunjin's been really good on those long-range hit-scan heroes, but with the Icy substitution, feels like it's going to be more Ramatra, more Sigma, but M80 feels like they've got every answer in the book to what Timeless is bringing to the table.
Yeah, it feels like they're just going to come into this, see what times are playing. It's a bit, and then counter swap.
All right, you're going to get literally 1 minute to predict.
You can quickly
Go.
jump back to like you can on Escort and Hybrid.
You get 1 minute.
Really just, okay, quick. We can
1
just
minute.
walk back into spawn and reset. You have to just roll out to mid, go for the showdown, and then maybe make swaps if the fight doesn't really go your way. Of course, we'll see that in just a moment as we jump in. It was Timeless's map choice to go to Colosseo. So that's a good stuff. And yeah, I mean, opener CJ, they have a lot of experience in the Overwatch League. Of course, CJ played for the Valiant with Lyre as his co-pilot support. Seeker, of course, as well. Another superstar hit scan player, which a lot of people should know by now. But if you don't, Seeker's games are just exceptional to watch, especially when he gets to play the Sojourn. And opener too, Washington Justice, has also been around such a long time. And it's good to see on a team full of people that are going to be up there in terms of the greats, in terms of DPS. Chopper and Rocket, we spoke about them already as we go into this next map in just a moment. Oh, and in fact, we're just getting a live substitution. Okay, so Sojin, speaking of Chopper, well, Chopper's coming in, actually. Sojin is going to step away for this one, so okay, there you go.
Okay, so definitely no Torbjorn, I think, is
no
can make up that substitution. But Chopper coming back in too. We saw like Cassidy come out on Samoa in their series yesterday. Cool. I think Chopper as well has just been one of those really stand out DPS we've been highlighting already.
Win it all.
But Chopper and Rocket just have so much synergy together as a DPS duo that it makes a lot of sense to try to have them both playing together at the same time. That was also the secret to success for them on the very first map of the day. So maybe a way to turn it around here as we look towards Colosseo.
Yeah, we'll get into it in just a moment. I love live subs. Honestly, great, because you're speaking about them and then poof, they appear in the game. It's perfect.
They just happen.
Exactly.
Like the caster blessing or something.
Yeah, you've got the opposite, unfortunately, Rose. Yeah,
I hate that.
Every single year, no matter what you cast.
I think I have the most historical C9 calls.
Yeah, 100%.
Someone run the numbers on that, but it's
100%.
like abysmal. It's an abysmal rate.
How often you see these players in comp? All the time.
and if I'm on the call, but you know what? Maybe not this time around. Please, it's already happened once today. No more.
We'll see. All right, gates are opening in 5 seconds. Yeah, Icy, like you very rightly predicted there, just sticking on the Ram and Hawk on the Sig. Okay, playing a little bit of a long-range duel. And like I mentioned before, there's a lot of players on MAT. In fact, every single one of their DPS players can play Tracer at the highest level. So it's actually Pelican this time around with Hydrogen jumping over to the Sojourn. So he made his name on the Sojourn on Toronto Defiant in the Overwatch League. Sojourn was just lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a very, very strong DPS to be able to contend with someone like that. And Chopper's been able to live up to that hype. Either going toe-to-toe with the Sojourn versus Sojourn mirror, as we saw on Samoa, or just being able to get those picks before Hydron can. It's all going to come down to this neutral fight here.
The Ramattra pick is just
we're getting a little bit of a tussle here for MAD to try to take the lead.
You see how he goes up, takes a little bit of space, and just backs away, wait,
and
then
how long it takes to
like here it goes again.
First kill. It's going to be a little bit more explosive at least.
Just back away 2 inches again.
Very shortly.
You say that.
No kills yet.
Mad respect from Hydron's skin as well. Rocking the Hunter's skin. Mad respects. Icy in trouble.
It's
already
rocked.
used the Nemesis form. Oh dear. There's the rock.
Just gotta get,
kill.
you know, like any chance you have to go like aggressive, they just leave.
It was like 15.
And then otherwise you get walked over.
Go.
Sucks.
All right, and this is going to be the big problem here for Timeless. Oh, they're actually using the window of the high ground. Extra kills here is going to be super nice if they can actually find them. Chopper's in a really rough spot right now, trapped between a window and Hawk, who's made himself known on that staircase over there. However, maybe overexposing himself a little bit too much to a pulse bomb, in fact, over rockets. Managed to insert himself into that seam fight quick sharp, and yeah, M80 spreading themselves a little bit too thin.
Yeah, now they've all been taken down, so Timeless here gets an opportunity to be able to make some meaningful progress on this push bot, which is something that I feel like has been rare for our matches today. Been a little bit one-sided when it's come to push, but with some of these ultimates online as well, like CJ already has a Kitsune rush.
Yeah, my side is pretty good.
Down now.
Honestly, I slept in really hard.
Try to maintain control over this mid as it fills up that space beautifully.
Just picking the right time to strike. Finding a point where Hawk is maybe stepping a little bit too far forward, but They've given him a lot of time here, and because they won that first fight, Hawk has got Flux pretty much 5% away. There's a couple more spheres, but that's a good opening pick. Okay, Rocket takes down Pelican. CJ just trying to fling kunais out to aid Rocket in getting some kills. Although not successful, is at least going to push M80 back.
Ooh, still making some progress. M80 does have to back up here because they don't want to overexpose themselves like they did before. But now is an opportunity for Hydron to start to strike back here with the overclock.
Yeah, Soundbar in response to that overclock as Hydron does peek the head of Chopper there, who went to the high ground but decided better of it. As Suzu and a Pulse Bomb landed on the ground as that road has been ripped straight under this bridge. And there's the Flux I was waiting for. Does catch one, it catches Icy.
That's
and
a
an
big
instant kill. Couldn't even reset there. He couldn't reset the Nemesis form with his Annihilation. It was 3% away, although not sure it really would have made a difference. Good fight win there from M80. Cost him a little bit in terms of ultimate economy, but they do burn Timeless's support ults.
Those support ults are really big to get out, and Ultraviolet still has that window, so a nice way to just continue to push Timeless back, which is especially important when you look at Icy having that Annihilation up and running.
How are they going to play this here?
Ultimate, so
are they just going to sit there and shoot the ram?
Burst down
they
such
might.
a tanky target is going to be very helpful, so all eyes on Ultraviolet right now.
Window, one barrel gun, that'll do it. Up to the high ground too. Oh, Chopper.
Holy shit, beat aggressive, just W keyed. What the fuck?
Chopper's dead. Icy
no
gone.
fear.
Yeah, that pulse will not finding much there. Rocket A. Nice play by Chopper though, I will say. Disruptor shot as everybody kind of clambers on the high ground, but yeah, instant window.
Now the Tracer's the one pushing card.
Annihilated. And here's where M80's comp really does shine. Just this poke war, waiting for Timeless to close the gap. These long, extended sightlines just working out so well for them.
Yeah, like Hawk has that shield to play around. That's one of the things that makes this Sigma versus Ramatra matchup so interesting, is that Hawk can put that barrier down for one of those backlines DPS.
Oh,
and look at that.
Oh, across the map. Chopper, it doesn't matter. All good. Icy cleaned up. Jumps into the front line, snipes Hawk in the face with that railgun.
I think they were going to win that anyways.
They did manage to take the lead. Force Timeless to use ults, overclock, and Annihilation used to win that bot back.
You're super happy with that if you're M80, because that's a lot of very valuable ultimates.
I would not be happy with that if I was Timeless.
The sound barrier
I
is
feel like that was
also
a little
not
too much
online quite yet, so you can still utilize like the pulse bomb, force out that immortality field, just anything. And I think you'll be in a good spot. Hydron also almost has that overclock too. I don't know what Chopper's
not playing Tracer.
I was gonna ignore it for a second because I'm like, what is he doing over there?
Trying to find a cheeky angle on the backline, but yeah, you're kind of negative.
Now he's out of the fight.
Yeah, you'd expect the Tracer to be in that position, but yeah, maybe just charging up the railgun and getting a snipe on the back of someone's head, but it's quite annoying in this backline saying that. Does manage to get the kill onto Hawk, and in fact, this is working out an unorthodox play. Maybe not respected by M80.
What in the world are we watching right now?
Positions. Hydron back onto the high ground though, paying Chopper a little visit.
They pop railgun. They pop B to flip it back.
Sound barrier in response from opener. Luckily, Hydron had the slide to get away just in time as Lep ends up falling over to the Soja.
I wasn't too sure what they were cooking, but they cooked.
Wow.
They certainly cooked a little.
You take a look at the overclock there, and I feel like it was a little bit poorly positioned. Just
Ramatra kind of just hard trolled.
As they say that, it's working now. That
I mean, they pop window on him, so like, you know, it happens, but
look how close they are to the lead too. I mean, this is
what is this window?
Mary window from CJ. He's got his work cut out of him.
I don't know about that one.
Overkill, maybe a kill tack to actually turn that one around. I was unlucky from CJ.
I know they were trying to take the lead, but
and the help that he really required. Just like Timeless switching up their comps too. Icy just wanting to match the Sig at this point.
I think the Sigma has been more impactful from M80 in that Sigma versus Ramatra matchup, just specifically because of the shield. And so if Icy has one as well, now you also have CC with the accretion. Could just help out with some of those pesky flankers like Pelican or Hydron.
Pelican with a BAP in his sights. No lamp, no problem.
Big stick.
Goodbye, rest of the team. This ends now for Chopper, but it's actually his team that ended. M80 taking the control of the bot once again. Look how close Timeless were as well. Only a couple of meters stood in their way of actually gaining the lead, but it is now M80 that are going to stretch their one further.
Oh, it's so
Yeah,
close.
Timeless doesn't have any ults,
here
really.
between these two teams. This
It's gonna be a free
it's gonna be
flux.
able to make some progress, but not before Timeless is able to come back here and push them away. So no first point capture for either team just yet. But going toe-to-toe in terms of that meterage. Hawk has this Gravitic Flux, though, so a really nice way to be able to try to bully Timeless off of the spot
New
and
Sig
take
skin.
back that meaningful progress. Oh, Overclock too. Just line him up here for Hydron to shoot down.
Everybody's so scared of peeking. Using it as a warning, pretty much. Does let it loose around the corner.
Are they the exact same
Clearly
comp
missed
except for
kills
tanks?
the kill feed at least. Yeah,
I hate to break it to
it's
you,
just
dude.
all the poke wall. Here right now, Rose. M80 do have the lead, and they got 2 minutes to play with too. I see a shield there from Hawk, but it looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. We're seeing a lot of healing coming from the sides, but there's the Flux. It hits too, and the Rock completely missed.
Lamb comes out just in time to save Icy in the front line, who's built up a fair amount of his own
Wow, that was
flux.
a good beat.
A sound barrier to march on forward. Timeless need to win this fight and the next one to surely gain the lead.
Kill the
Although
Sigma
saying
again,
that, it's
though.
only 6 meters that stands in their way. Pelican takes down Icy, so it's anybody's game right now, as Hawk is just playing bodyguard for the rest of his team. Rocket's trying to
They took
chase him
lead.
down, but what a rock from Hawk! A 180 spin onto Rocket to take care of the pesky Tracer.
Wow, a huge pick there, but not before Timeless is actually able to sneak away with just a fraction of a meter to
That's
gain
crazy.
the
They took lead.
That's huge here. When
M80
we
has
have just
4
a minute
ults
left.
though.
That's
So
quite
as long as
big.
they don't
Now,
fuck
M80,
this
though,
up.
They do have a lot of ults to work with, but this is back to a neutral fight. Even maybe a little bit more in favor of Timeless being able to play around this bridge.
Yeah, insane clutch there, Rose. Insane clutch.
What a steal.
59.97 versus 59.39. Yeah, you're feeling pretty bad about that if you're M80 right now with 40 seconds to go. Flux, really early sound barrier, and
Dude, Hydron is
trying to
fucking
be the difference
balls
maker
deep
up on the
right
high
now.
ground.
What is
He
it?
manages to snipe CJ.
Okay,
This
they
is the
get
chance
one.
for M80 to come
They
back.
get 2.
35 seconds to go as Hawk
They get lamp. That
controls
might
the
as well be
bot.
3.
Using the shield to just block all the damage. There's nothing much they can do. The bot is stolen away completely. Icy though, yeah, is going to do what you do best on this map. Just stand on that bridge, contest the bot from the high ground, but Pelican spots the stick, lands the pulse. A lamp
Big
just in
stick.
time. CJ from downtown. They managed to take care of it, but
Damn.
they need to get this follow-up damage. Pelican just can't come up with the kill, but the bot has finally been stolen away, and Chopper tried to pull a Hydron, but it wasn't to be. That bot halted right there and then, right in front of Timeless's checkpoint, and they might have won the fight here, but M80 stole the lead right from under their noses.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness. Now it's going back into Timeless's territory.
This comes down
in the
to
overtime
Flux.
as well. Now they gotta win one more fight. This is gonna be really tough though, because you're looking to try to just pepper the resistance onto this bot before you're able to get your teammates back in form. But M80 is the one that has the grab Flux. They can actually just CC everybody off right now with the lead.
Yeah, and Icy's back on the Doom too, and someone has to perma-touch that bot like you said, Rose. Rocket wants to make some space here with this pulse on, find a kill, but he's going to be
Big Flux
unable to
incoming.
do so.
Big Flux incoming.
And there's the
Here it
lamp.
comes.
Surely it's
He just doesn't want to get punched. He's waiting for the next punch.
The freest Flux of his life.
Oh
and actually opened it,
my
used the
God.
sound to just rush
He was
them
waiting for the
down.
the
A big
punch.
tempo swing
And they
here for
beat it and
Timeless
pulsed
as they
him.
just run over the front line of M80.
Oh my gosh, everybody has to back up now, because if M80 loses to anybody else, this is going to be game over for them in this map.
They can
Timeless,
stall.
they've got the window.
They can
Yeah,
stall on this high ground.
Oh.
No, it touches the bot again.
Oh, come on.
The C9.
Oh,
M80
There's
take
no
the
way they
win
just
on
threw again.
Colosseo.
No, fuck.
Another C9.
There's no way that's happened twice
What a
in one day.
tempo play.
NA, what are you guys doing?
Timeless. Using the sound barrier to just run over Hawk. Rose, come on. Is it in the contract? What's going on here? Another C9.
I'm done.
It's the
I'm
first
done.
goal,
Pack it up.
by the way.
It's another
Back
one.
it up. This is ridiculous. They were in the driver's seat there. I mean, Hawk had the Flux. He could have just walked on forward, maybe got the Flux C9 right, but
no way.
Timeless let it slip through their fingers. M80
That's
take the win, and
crazy.
Rose has taken her leave. Unfortunate. They call that unfortunate.
I can't.
Well,
My heart
it's-
can't take it.
it's just the curse, Rose. That's just what happens. The hex has been placed on you. It's just not. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Exactly.
I need like a seance or like something. Like, please help.
You need Zach Bagans to come in here with his, you know.
I mean, at this point, at least
save Sage.
At least the teams can blame it on Necra. At least they have someone to blame.
Oh, come on.
This is so painful. What a fantastic series is this, though. I think Timeless playing it this close is definitely something a lot of people would not have expected. I mean, if you're just looking at the poll from the audience heading into this game, M80 was a clear favorite. I don't think many people had Timeless on their radar. We didn't expect him to show up like this. Well, actually, the three of us did. Just throwing it out there. We're saying that.
80-20 from the chat.
Watch the live reaction.
Yeah. So yeah, very much expecting.
Is there a live reaction link?
I mean, that was Timeless's game right there. That really felt like they were going to take that lead, and Hawk maybe coming back a little bit too late. But that's rough. That's a rough one. At least we've got some nice screenshots though of us freaking out. There you go.
Hey, they can run it
Don't
back.
worry. Well, they can C9 on this next game mode, but yeah, maybe, you know, there's more opportunities to do that on, you know, New Junk City, so we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, please. I think it's worse.
T9?
I think it's worse when you look at a Flashpoint map because of how fast
T9
it goes.
is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you can't be blamed for those. Maybe that's they're un-C9able because they're too quick. I'm just
Is that what the chat's saying right now? Is it T9?
This might be major hopium here.
All right,
oh my God.
New Junk City, the next map picked by M80. Very much could be a 3-1 here. Go the distance, go to Shambali Monastery.
Do you want to grab that
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll jump into this game in just a moment. Time, as I can imagine, gathering themselves there after that C9 on Colosseo. But M80 primed with the position to take this one.
I think you just take the mental damage. Like you as
Psychic
M80.
damage. Yeah.
You just run with the mental damage that you just did to your opponents and just rush them. I don't know. I sort of expect that coming out from this team. I think on a map like New Junk City, you could very easily play something like the Doomfist. Ton of natural terrain for you to be able to punch into. The Meteor Strike can really help you to get out of a sticky situation. I don't know. What are your thoughts here?
That was the most lacking reaction C9 I've ever seen. You guys want me to go watch that? That's a fucking disgrace.
It has been working out pretty damn well for them, so just keep running that.
Maybe the other side would have been a little more interesting. Jesus Christ!
Up as much of a fight as they have is the Ramatra just being able to go in, get those annihilations, and when you are going over to a map type that is as scrappy as Flashpoint, I think that's where you could start to find your edge, is being able to get those punches and just trying to make some quick work of that front line. But it's all been up to M80 here to try to change the course. What do they do to counter pick in that situation? Flashpoint, it feels a little bit easier to be able to do that. It just has to happen quickly, and can you afford to make those changes when you know that your back is against a timer
nothing bad against him, but the fact you guys, I thought you guys were hyping it up like it was some crazy reaction, and then you hit me with that.
Yeah, definitely a fast game mode.
Fucking hell, man.
I think with the pace that M80 is saying, they're very much able to kind of slow it down with the SIG and then speed it up with the Doomfist. But as we load into our next map, 3-1's on the horizon for M80 right now. The whole of chat's going to be very correct. Well, 80% of the chat is going to be correct, but that 20%, you still got hope. Don't worry. They just need 2 maps back to back. All right, let's go. New Junk City, M80 versus Timeless. M80's map choice here.
Okay. Well, if it's M80's map choice, that makes me even more excited to see like what we could get. But to be fair, both Flashpoint maps I feel like play so similarly that you're not really gonna see too much difference when it comes down to like some of the compositions you see. So I don't know. It's more of an aesthetic choice, don't you think, with what map you'd rather play? What is your favorite, Jaws? What would you rather play?
Suravasa. What, for Flashpoint?
Flashpoint, yeah.
Oh, Suravasa
or New
for
Junk
sure.
City.
Yeah.
Really?
Sure. Yeah, easily Suravasa. Yeah, I think it's the.
It is very pretty.
Maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the points on Suravasa more, I think, than New Junk City. Man, I don't know. I feel like half the time when you ask someone's favorite map, it's like very much just predicated on if they've lost a ton on that map in ranked, or if they won a ton. You know what I mean? So I feel like
Actually true.
More Suravasa than I do New Junk City. So.
Biased for that reason, for sure. Well, maybe that's what M80 is feeling here.
Running Sigma on this is very interesting.
So therefore, New Junk City is the way to go.
I mean, Hawk's running the Sigma here. I don't mind this whatsoever. Just, I'm still kind of expecting them to run these
Why are they
fast
running?
comps, but
Why are they
more than
playing
happy
so
to
far
kind of
away
play
with the
both
Ram
sides.
comp?
Yeah, I am.
You'd figure they'd play much more up close.
Exceptional.
Yeah, I think it's worked out for them as well, especially when we look at Colosseo. Icy felt forced into the position of switching over to the Sigma himself. So where does this barrier go? I think that you can play around with it just a little bit easier with the Sigma to push it forward.
Hawk just donk walking forward. Okay,
what?
well, there's a kill.
Yeah. Just rock.
What are they, why are they playing it like this? I feel like they're playing it so weird. I don't like how they're playing this at all. They kind of just sat top, waited for point to open, then force point with like 3 people, let them take height, and just die.
Well, there's going to be pretty... As soon as this form swishes, they just got to run Icy down. There's the kill.
Okay, that's going to be huge. They're going to run Hawk down now.
They really want to fight this. I mean, they got control of the point as well, to be fair.
Wow, wait, whoa!
They've already built themselves up a decent
He took so much damage, he had to stop. He was going to kill him. He was 1 HP.
Long fight. Feels like it should have been over.
Damn, he got saved.
And Icy has had quite a few rotations of his Nemesis form too, but there you go. All right, M80 with the flip.
There you go. If you have control of the point already, I think you just continue to work up that percentage, and by the time that you're actually able to get back into things, you're
but you don't play poke with Ram versus a Sigma like that, I don't think. Like, I know I'm not saying I'm better or anything like that, but
M80 is,
I feel like it's just not the play.
the time of their lives out here. That's 5 on the board. Hydron gets to pop the overclock now, before Timeless even makes it to the point.
Yeah, I really like stalling out, pushing them super far back. Just obviously with the flashpoint, the checkpoint ticks up so quickly, so they have to regain all this ground. Exactly, not fighting at the doors, not fighting at these small choke points, force them all the way to, not all the way to spawn, but close enough.
Annihilation though, opportunity here for Icy to try to make some space.
Already used Nemesis form though. Ideally, you just want to combo those together. Although saying that, Hawk stepping up. There's the annihilation, but oh no, he's popped down to the ground.
No way.
Extend it. He's very, very close to actually just running out. Flux does hit Icy and
oh man, that's tragic.
It will be Timeless flipping the point, but once again, it's up to M80 now to try and come
that's
back.
That's tragic.
Not sure Hawk was actually going to go down there from that pulse bomb, but they made sure, they guaranteed it. Chopper ripping the overclock, but can't quite find it. There it is, finally. That second shot landing after Let booped him away. And this is actually Timeless now coming up big. They lost Icy super early on, but now 85%. M80 might not have a chance to come back in. In fact, Hawk switched over to Doom to try.
They are going to try to get back into this one because
man, I sure do wonder what the meta DPS / supports are.
Touch though, but for how long? And can you actually follow that up with a pick?
Yeah, and they got rushed too. So
hey, I'm just saying, dude, my tier lists have been fucking spot on, other than maybe Zarya in the remake.
Surely. Nice flip from Timeless.
My tier lists have been fucking spot on.
M80 at their own game. And there we go. Point number 1, out to Timeless.
There you go. And now we go over to Bomb Flats, it looks like, as the next flashpoint.
I remember people were saying like Genji was higher and then Sojourn's not as good.
And maybe did the punch and they get to play
and now every game is fucking Sojourn and we don't see Genji anywhere.
Gets to get set up. That's huge. You have all these sightlines to play with now. And what if you just get that opening pick?
Yeah, this is what I kind of expected with the Doom. I mean, Hydron's going to have to make some space and get some work done with this overclock. It's only 10% away as they try and just navigate their way around the point. Look for an opening with Hawk to try and get in and cause a little bit of disruption with the help of Pelican. Oh, Hydron sliding away. What a perfectly timed vortex there by Icy to slow him down. It's actually Chopper that finds the first kill. They do end up trading DPS for DPS, and there's a big ult advantage here for M80. And
that was close.
Sliding away from that pulse bomb. This Kasune rush is going to be a death sentence for Icy. A lot of charge built off of his body too.
He gets punched out of his thing.
Just
ripping his health bar straight from him. Nice little recall, but Timeless, they're still in these fights, Rose. They always manage to cap the point first and build some percentage before M80 managed to find the cap.
Yeah, and look how well that worked out for them on that very first splash point. They were able to take the win there. And so
I like
now
the Doom
with
swap.
getting the flip, it's all about, can you stall out if you're Timeless? All of these ultimates that M80 have banked up here. That's going to be 4 by the time that Timeless come back. So opener sound barrier is going to have to be the biggest sound barrier we have
There was
ever
a tiny
seen.
bit of Zen,
So
but not really.
if you try to
Just on long
sight
sightline maps like
a couple of different win conditions that Timeless can play
I
for
forget
here,
what it's
but I'm
called.
looking at the sound
Midtown?
barrier.
Oh, there's the Annihilation. It's going to be tough to really make this stick. Yeah, there it is. Does end up fading away, and here comes the re-engage. Sound barrier. Hydron hasn't got the slide. Only just came back up in time there. But
No, there's no Chinese teams. China still is not able to compete because of
that comes up for M80. There will be a kill on
a lot of reasons.
Of all people. It's just a scrap fest right now. It's by Hog.
Hawk got
Tried to
fucking
make a
deleted.
play onto Chopper, but one of a young superstar in the North American region, putting his namesake to one of the better Sojourns too we have in the region.
It's going toe-to-toe. Like, this is, like, Chopper, Hydron, both fighting for those first picks. And Matey did walk away with 90%, though. And so you get back into this one really quickly. Hawk is already there to try to punch somebody out of position. But Timeless still have ults.
So recall that. Recalling back to the... I think it was the exact same spot they were a second ago.
I love the strat from the Ramatra. Stand there, block. Have an opportunity, finally, use ult, run at them!
From opener. Ultraviolet, yeah, I mean, there's just no way. Maybe you get a cheeky kill on the Tracer. Oh my god, yes he will!
Holy shit!
Nasty from UV.
Speak and you shall receive, Josh.
That was gross.
Yo, UV, chill. Chill.
We love it. All right, well, that's going to be another flashpoint here for Timeless as we look towards
Maybe
the
I'm
next
crazy, but I
one.
feel like M80 needs to play more aggressive.
If history is
They're
gonna
playing
repeat
really
itself,
slow
it's
at the
gonna be,
moment.
Capture for Timeless first, and then a flashpoint.
Okay, I like this. I like this.
I don't know,
He's
maybe
trying
not this
to
time
change the
around.
course.
Nice little pulse bomb opener there from Pelican. Stuck the Ram, and then the Ram walked into the DPS, and that's where you can blame your tank player once
Why am I
again.
yawning? Am I really that
It's
tired?
not the push bot, it's the accidental pulse into the rest of your team.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Why you not stand still, tank player? Please.
Honestly, it was
Yeah,
probably
just-
the food.
just
The food kind of put me to
sacrifice
sleep.
Yourself. Please don't press the W key. Whatever
Exactly.
you do.
Do not move. Take
don't
hand off
move.
keyboard. 20% in building here for M80. CJ playing super far back. Yeah, doesn't really want to get in the way of Hawk. That is for sure. Icy's Nemesis form kind of running out there pretty swiftly.
Hey Flats,
but Chopper,
can you explain the
again,
difference in the
always
two
getting the better of
comps?
Hydron in these fights.
It's 3
Hydron's
months.
just not really had a word to say. at all. No.
There
There's no
is,
way this
I mean,
time Ultraviolet's
the
not gonna
difference is
support that.
one's running Doom, one's running Ramatra. The
It was a
Ramatra
good
one is
effort.
basically standing there and trying
It
not
was
to
a good
die.
effort.
The Doom one is
Try
looking to
go
make
for
plays.
Get as many picks as you can, whatever ultimate charge you can, but Timeless now are going to be a bit on the back foot
what do I
here as a
think's
maybe
prem?
have
She did.
55%. But it's another same old of who's going to be able to find that ultimate value. It's going to be Kitsune Rush so early here. Asushi
I
just
really
let
like
that
the
go.
tempo. Yeah, Timeless kind of playing M80 at their own game. Just the tempo play from them has just been so clean. I spoke about it in the first couple of maps where I felt like M80 very much in control of that, but it's Timeless flipping it on its
Timeless
head.
has definitely been playing
Just
more
going
aggressive
going
again.
super early, and I think that's important.
Like, at the first round, first
Just
fight, they
forcing
didn't play
M80
that
all the
well.
way back.
But
no more extra straggler kills, so that is a little bit unfortunate, but they're still able to reset their positioning.
one is purely
Chopper can now
blocking,
do
the
it
other
again.
block can be
Has the
powered up to
overclock,
go
so
in.
same type of beat. You just
That's
pop the
actually
overclock as
such
soon
a
as
good
M80 starts
description.
to block onto
One
this
is block
flash
only, one is block to then
Rocket
go
2
in.
is the pulse bomb,
That's
so looking for a
crazy.
nice target there in the back, even just force out some cooldowns so that Chopper can have a bit of an easier time here with that overclock ult.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk is not at the best time at all on this Doomfist. Here comes OT. There's this stick. However, yeah, Suzu, and you still have all the extra armor too. Sound barrier comes in. Oh my lip just exploding to a million pieces in front of Pelican's face there.
Damn.
And Time is just gonna run away with this one. Just like that. M80
Real talk, you know what I've noticed in this map?
Hawk finds one kill, onto CJ on the back of it, but that'll be
M80 stopped going for their backline, and they started focusing on the Ramatra again.
That's
like they've been focusing the Ramatra again, and he just stands there and blocks and doesn't do anything.
No more 3-0s. The orb has been popped. They never lie.
Maybe that's what I should start doing when I play ranked and I feel like they're all inning me every fight. I just stand there and block.
No more 3 Overwatch in this house. We stand this match right now.
Timeless and M80, and this is the big flip around in terms of tempo. There was 2 different kind of comps that M80 were running there, which is the Sig, slow, poke style, and then they ran the Doom. Initially, it was to kind of get back to the point quickly, try and get that last touch to get the point flip, but then Hawk decided, you know what, we're going to stick on this fast comp, but then just didn't have the same impact as Icy did on the Ram. And they were just playing M80 at their own game, setting the pace, and then able to just eke out these high percentage leads. And whether that was capping the point first and then just making sure they were being as annoying as possible, not getting team killed, or just making the fights last as long as possible and then just winning them anyway. This is a fantastic showing from Timeless right now, and M80 feels like they're a little bit on the ropes. That was a 3-0 rose, and it was very convincing in Timeless's favor.
Yeah, Timeless did a great job of just knowing when to disengage, be able to come back in, set the tempo. I was really impressed by their positioning as well on all of these flashpoints.
They called Ramatra tempo tank. Little do they know the tempo was nothing to do but block. I think that's going to
make them a very, very formidable force when looking even just already towards something like the main event. I think they could totally do that.
Well, Shambali is up next. It's Timeless's pick too, so
hang on.
Extra confident going into a map pick.
Hang on.
Of your own.
There's gonna be a break, isn't there?
Number 5s at all in North America and EMEA, at least on the main broadcast, of course. There have been a few map 5s here and there. Luminosity Gaming versus Citrus Nation, of course, yesterday.
Oh yeah, versus Sheer Cold and EMEA yesterday.
Exactly. It's gonna feel pretty foreign, I think, to M80, a team full of, again, just storied, historied players coming up against some of the young guns, Rocket and Chopper, who have had experience versus Overwatch League teams in the Pro-Am back last year in season 6.
They might break, maybe.
So yeah, they're really standing tall right now, and the Sojin matchup, not used to it going someone that's not Hydron's way, is very much in Chopper's favor right now, and it's good to see someone stand up.
It's been awesome to be able to see all of this new talent that we've been able to start to highlight here in the Overwatch competitive scene. One of the many blessings that
we can see that they banned Circuit Royale and banned Dorado.
I think Timeless has a lot of faces on the team that people will be very excited to see continue to compete, and they could close out the series. So what an upset that would be here. Only 20% of chat predicted that Timeless would win. Even on the desk, we said it would be M80.
The great wealth redistribution in the chat of 2024. I can't wait to see it. Yeah, and that's, of course, if Timeless ends up taking this series, the 80-20 bet. Ooh, M80 fans a little bit worried right now, I'd imagine. Shambali Monastery. It's going to be our 5th and final map here, unless we get some crazy draw. Very, very unlikely to happen on Escort. It can happen, but not likely, that is for certain. So, here we go. We're going to jump in just a moment here, and honestly, I think M80, they're just going to go back to the Sigma. I think with Hawk, there's no
dodged the DMCA
either, so Timeless also very happy with the players that they have in their roster right now.
I think you can go the Sigma. I think that Timeless is also not only just comfortable with the players, but also the comp that they've been running. Their Ramatra has looked so good, especially when knowing that in Shambali Monastery, some of these corridors can just be a little bit tighter. I think that the Ramatra could pay off in dividends here. That's what we're going to see Timeless rock out on the defense, and it's been working out. Why fix it if it ain't broke?
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I was a bit surprised to see a little bit less Cassidy here, but I think they both have their own merits into that being Sojin and Cass. And being able to charge off the Ram too is pretty nasty, because the Ram a lot of the time is just holding the block, and that's free charge. It's not getting negated. That charge is not getting negated by only shooting the shield. So yeah,
Yeah, way too many guys are telling on yourselves on the YouTube side. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think you understand. You're not welcome here with that. You're really not welcome here with that.
And we are seeing a little bit of a different look here as well.
You're in the wrong spot.
We're going with the Moira. They're going with the Ramp.
All right, I
don't think you guys are smart enough to realize that pronouns have existed all through history. We've always used them. We've literally always used them. They just recently have become a topic of political ideology and division. It's not woke. Your whole life you've been using them and you've never even realized. You're just too dumb to realize. So, and I mean, if you've watched my content, you know that I'm not a big fan of stupid people. Stupid people piss me off.
That's what you really need, especially on this point too. You need a
so
very quick
you can sit there and you think it's funny, but you're just telling on yourself, and you're not going to be here very long. And that's okay. I'm not going to want you here.
Can be just so frustrating to deal with, and you can see Hawk kind of already stepping up. Although because Timeless all died around the same time, and some of them were able to escape, they should be able to hold them now and just play the corner and just play the high ground if you're Chopper.
Yep, you're gonna see this drop down though from Timeless to try to play around this first corner. But look at Ultraviolet's charge. That Coalescence is coming up mighty quick here, and that's a great engagement tool for M80 to work with.
Yeah, you just gotta rip it as soon as you get that Coalescence online. You just gotta go for it. A lot of straight lines here, but Chopper once again taking down Hydron with a railgun to the face. And well, with the pulse bomb in Rocket's hands, I'm not sure they're even going to need it at this point. Oof, nice tracking from Rocket 2, straight through the air. 2.5 minutes to go. And what feels like an all too familiar sight on this map, getting halted on this corner just before first.
That's exactly the problem that you were talking about.
This little section though is actually really tough to take. Actually, they're playing the Ram now.
There's only a couple of avenues
that
you can
super
go
interesting.
Getting locked into that small room on the left does not feel like a viable scenario. So your only choice is to have to go up this main corridor. But lucky for M80, they do have that Ultraviolet Coalescence online. So that's the engagement tool they want to play around here.
A lot of ultimates though for Timeless. Speaking of which, oh, Rocket!
What?
Well, that's one way to end a fight.
Okay, never mind.
Hydron left dead. Yeah, sayonara that push. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go as Rocket opens that one up with a bang.
Okay, yeah.
It wasn't really contestant to the checkpoint, I feel like. Well, it's about it's
2 attempts to work
like the card doesn't really matter until it gets to like whatever the point is, right? Like whatever will give you a point, right?
So
like it's rather to hold space and hold good good areas and live than just sit there on the cart and die.
The overclocks here from Hydron and Chopper to try to get that advantage in the neutral.
Damage orb straight into that Coalescence. He's trying to Kamehameha them down, but it's just too much health to really shoot through. I mean, Hydron also with a decent line of sight here, but both
that's a big beat, Ramol. Oh, they were counter beated. On the other team,
there was just nothing stopping him right
They're both standing there and punch. Finally, you get to go punch. Oh, and your shift is over.
Seconds to go in these late deaths. This is disaster for M80. Timeless might just turn this one around. An expensive old fight from both teams.
Thank you for super chatted. I appreciate it.
A big pulse bomb here will turn the tides either way.
Yeah, like Pelican has the same opportunity here, but playing from this attacking position, you have to use all of your cooldowns in order to actually get in and try to get on a target. You got one shot at this one if you're Pelican. You're waiting for those blinks, you're waiting for that wave, but oh my gosh, Timeless has just had everybody's number.
Dude, Icy just stands there and just does not die. He's just like the great wall. He's actually so good at it. Just standing there and blocking. Oh, big Suzu.
Maybe goes down. They managed to get it off, but still the armor was there to mitigate a lot of that damage. And now the rush comes through for Timeless, and they can just run over.
Hawk ran out of block.
Nothing stopping Icy, just running at him, and the rest of the team are just going to fall over. M80 halted at this first point. Timeless playing this perfectly, and just
damn, Timeless.
Rocket coming out with a big double kill on the
Timeless,
and Chopper just putting Hydron
looking
to
pretty
rest
good.
over and over again. This is M80 just not being able to find a footing at all.
That's a full hold.
I low-key think M80's playing into their
really
playstyle. Low-key.
On the flip side of things, Timeless, they've been able to open up so many of those fights with the first pick, and how do you contend with that if you're M80? You have to play around all of this, all these buildings, all these walls, but it just feels like Timeless has been able to sneak into the back. Like, that sneaky post bomb. Like, I'm still going back to that and thinking, what could an M80 have done differently in that scenario? It's like not their fault.
And they're matching them too. They're pretty much going mirror comp for mirror comp, apart from the small change in the support lineup, of course, the Moira instead of the Kiriko. It's just not working out right now. Too. Pound for pound is working out for Timeless. Yeah, I do as well. I think Moira is pretty damn viable at this current moment in time. The Suzu has also had a lot of impact over the course of the series, and just in general, Suzu will always be an ability that is going to be useful regardless of the meta, reducing the incoming damage to 0 from pulse bombs. Just, your pulse bomb, boom, hit the Suzu on the ground, negating one of those large ultimates that massively turn round fights.
Hold, maybe.
And so it looks like M80.
No, I don't have any plans to go to Twitch at the moment.
Over to the Kiriko.
We saw how well that
11
paid off for
months Halo
Timeless,
Flats. How have the OWCS games been today?
All of them except this one have been 3-0s, so this one's been a good one.
Great get out of jail free card, but look at Chopper already trying to build up that railgun charge. Oh my goodness! I just expected like Chopper's gonna come out of nowhere with a pick, and then this cart reaches the finish line.
Hydron taking a fair amount of damage there, but losing Pelican this early is not good. It's not a good look for M80 right now. They're going to have to make a quick rotation through the Mega Health Pack room. They can't lose anybody. They lose anybody, that is disaster. All good though. Okay.
Good pick back, actually.
Chopper away, just with the left click.
Good stabilization then. That buys them maybe some more time here for Pelican to be able to come back. The Tracer, not going to take too long to do that. But you have so much work cut out for you if you're M80. This is just the first.
Well, they're only holding here because both teams are down 1. So they sit here, wait for their last guy to give them time to come back, and then realistically, if once they start pushing hard, they'll probably back away.
Try and take control of that tiny little U-bend there on the sidelines. I mean,
after these punches,
fight, really.
they'll probably back away.
Two Rams looking at each other.
They're actually holding them really hard. I don't know if this is the play. He's gonna get rolled in a sec.
Then you punch me, and then maybe our DPS can get in on this one.
And there we go. All right, there's the kills. There's the kills. M80.
Just barely got his nemesis back. He almost got exploded.
Classic Shimbali Monastery getting bogged on first. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, of course. And here comes
they're probably gonna have Hydra play this window and then poke there and then back away. Because now they have the cart too. You can always just hide on the other side of the cart. So they're probably gonna hide on the corner and then hide on the cart. And then if they get really pressured, then back up to the corner, like the far one.
It's all about making sure you don't use too much at once. That is a risk you run here, knowing that Timeless is such a tough opponent.
They both rushes shoot at the same time.
They missed the pulse, thank God.
Health bar sinking so low, that
see, that's the danger of holding that far up, though.
Hawk dead, and here comes the push for Timeless. Just turning the gear up to 11.
But I also understand why they were doing it. They were trying to make sure that, one, they have more space to work with.
He has to come back fast. Jumping onto the high ground is Chopper. Snipes.
And the back on the Doom.
So he has to back up. He's popped his
see, by playing where they were playing up like that, it gave him time to swap Doom and come back, so he still has time to touch, but it's not enough.
And Timeless take the map and the series. A 5-map.
Damn, Timeless wins.
Come out on top.
Didn't see that coming.
Okay.
I guess Dante was right. People were sleeping on Timeless.
Series Timeless gets the upset after the Preds were for M80. Timeless, they did not fall to the mental damage. That's the most impressive part to me, honestly, is that they did not fall to the mental damage.
They did not. What a great series this was. All of the predictions in shambles, and I think so are M80 players, because quite frankly, man, I mean, they were the quote-unquote better team on paper, right?
BP cursed M80? No shot.
Just his first match, if we're looking at the highlights.
I gotta open my Twitter immediately.
Fourth, right? Timeless, they came out on top. M80 stepped it up big times on King's Row, looking extremely dominant, and that's where we all thought, like, now they have this in the back. They can snowball off of that, and it continued on Colosseo. Tough loss there once again for Timeless. But then what happened? For real, like I am so very impressed with Chopper and Rocket. I think those were absolute outperforming the opposition, and the opposition is Hydron and Pelican, guys. Like to be able to get the better end of them, that is very impressive.
Where is the BP tweet?
Chopper and Rocket, they are superstars in the making, and this is kind of an open bracket doing what an open bracket should do, is create these kind of stars, not from out of nothing, because they have been around a long time, but you're matching up against veterans of Overwatch League, and Hawk, Pelican, Hydron, Ultraviolet Leb, they've been around for a long time, and you'd expect coming in, it's going to be a little bit more one-sided, and the chat clearly agreed, right? Like 80% of them or something predicted M80 to win, and we all did as well. But it's really great seeing them come out the gate like this. Chopper came out swinging, and he was just a better Sojin state, better than Hydron, which is a rare feat.
It is. It really is. I think that was something that was not only surprising, but also was sort of warm welcoming in a sense, because when you take a look at this team at M80 and go, yeah, every single one of these players is a known quantity. Sometimes it is a little bit about that ultra spice or that maybe new talent that people are just not paying attention to as much and going, okay, but what do they bring to the table? And I think Timeless was able to show that today. Not that they are not players that you would have seen just watching Tier 2 or Contenders or anything like that, even some Overwatch League players as well, but it's just together, I think that's the big, like I don't know, I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited.
So am I. That was a fantastic match. I am so thrilled that was the match we get to see the very end of the day. That was not a 3-0. Your crystal ball or whatever sorcery you used, Jack, was right, and we're all about that. And chat was wrong. I'm also always thrilled when that happens. You know.
Yeah, so true, actually. So true. Timeless Predators stay winning. 20%. Timeless Heads rise up. It's happening. It's happening. And this is going to be the big shake-up too. I think a lot of people predicted M80 as one of the more favorites. Of course, Dante in the interview was saying Toronto Defiant are the ones to beat, and I very much think that's true as well. I think definitely solidifying their first place today, of course, but they are the one to beat. But M80, I expect a little bit more here, honestly, coming from a lot of vets, but it shows you how much talent is available in this ecosystem too.
Yeah. But how much of that is them underperforming, or is it rather the opposition outperforming?
Yeah, no, I think you're completely correct.
I think it's the latter.
Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely Timeless, like showing up and just showing, you know, this is what we're made of right now. And they had a couple of swaps here and there. And honestly, maybe that series should have ended sooner. They did end up C9ing, of course, on Colosseo. Maybe they win that last fight, and it might have not even gone to the map number 5.
Yeah, a lot of mental fortitude coming out from I don't want to even call them new kids on the block because they've been playing for a long time as well. Let's actually chat to them with Rocket joining us for a word. First of all, congratulations.
Holy shit,
to
you're
you
right.
And the squad. This was a phenomenal series, an absolute nail biter. Walk me through what was going on in the comms. You guys were down 2-1. Opposition was a match point. How do you recover from that?
I mean, I think a lot of it was just, you know, sticking to what we do personally, like as a team. A lot of teams go into matches and want to counter the other team, but I think our playstyle more favors us when we just play our own game, right? And so that's kind of what we did, right? We just, you know, listen to Chopper, listen to me, and you know, just play for the Soj gap. But
the Soj gap, I like that a lot. Did you come in thinking, like, you know, obviously you're brimming with confidence right now, but coming into
to me, I don't understand
like
Twitter. It's just a cesspool of egotists jerking himself off at the expense of others. I don't disagree. That's why whenever I tweet stuff, it's mostly either for funsies, like fun memes, or just like stuff that should like get a greater opinion out there.
And what do you think of some of the opposition, some of the big dogs and the big teams that have signed up for this tournament?
I mean, I think definitely like Toronto and M80 are like really strong. I think that we're very, very confident that we can, you know, clinch top 3 for NA. But you know, I think Toronto's very far ahead. But I think we kind of knew going into M80, if we really just played well, play our game, like we should win that match. You know,
I know.
Other, you know, experienced veteran talent. You know, we think the meta really favors us, and we have the flexibility and, you know, big roster size to really help back that up. So.
Well, I think a big difference maker that was so palpable in this match was yourself, Rocket, as well as Chopper. You two are DPS players that all of the veterans are looking at right now as sort of the new up-and-coming stars for the DPS role. So, like, how do you feel about having those words being said about you? Do you feel like they're right in that regard? And what do you feel like makes yourself and Chopper stand out to the rest of the field when it comes to DPS role?
I think, you know, me and Chopper work very, very well together. We've played together for like, you know, over a year and a half at this point, and implementing Sanjin, our third DPS. Also, like us three just have insane synergy with each other. So it's like pretty easy, you know, once just going in, you know, we scrim a lot, we practice a lot, and, you know, Chopper's been coming up for, you know, the past year. It's just a little bit, you know, it's hard when there's that owl barrier. It kind of, you know, puts a cap on the talent. But you know, Chopper's been up, and you know, I think I've been up too. Sanjin's definitely up. You know, that guy played insane on Soul. I'm glad that he can come in and show off. But yeah, no, I think this DPS line is going to show great things this tournament for sure.
Oh, I'm sure about that. You definitely, you know, rocked up and made a lot of noise here in the first match we got to see. We hope to see much more of you in the squad. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to you and the team.
Thanks you guys for having me. Thanks so much.
Of course. Pleasure to hear from Rocket himself. What an explosive performance from him and Chopper, and honestly the entire squad. It was very much showing that they have that pre-existing synergy. They were on the same page. They knew their win conditions and they played to it. And for them to keep, you know, the mental fortitude after going down against some of the greats of the sport, that should just tell us a lot about this team and what we can expect from them throughout
I
the
looked
rest
over
of
at
the year.
YouTube chat. I had to squint to see because I see Flats' lamp,
punched their tickets to the main event
and I had to really look close at the photo, and it's
on the other side, of course,
the zoomed in photo of my lamp.
Took an L, you know, they do get another shot, so we do get to see more from them, and I think there's a lot of players and teams which showed us a lot of promise. So let's see how they will fare in their elimination matches tomorrow. But before we looking ahead at what's to come tomorrow, let's take a trip down memory lane and check out.
Yeah, I want to see what tomorrow looks like for games, and then I'm probably actually gonna just hop off. I'm not gonna do RFS tonight.
Amazing play. And you guys are killing me with those. An amazing plays. Yeah, why not? Why not? If it wouldn't be plural,
Charlie Niner,
working, you know. If here's an NA
gameplay.
There's an amazing gameplay.
Oh no! Stop! Why again?
I mean, it's gonna happen. I mean, look, we've had too many.
They're starting off the recap with both C9s.
Too many, exactly. It's fine. Well, would you count that as a C9? Just Hydron getting the headshot there? I don't know. They got off the box, so
I actually think...
No, they got off the box.
I'm not even sure.
It's probably not.
Please
really
continue to remain grounded in the great pillar knowledge and kindness for the Overwatch community. Your passion and attitude is really what the community needs right now. Let them
scratch that one from your record, and then we'll
Thanks so three.
move on.
Jury's out on that one.
Yeah,
I really like this.
There were 4 other people alive.
Right.
It's tough.
Exactly.
I don't know
this OT fight as well was insane. I'm glad we got Dante on as well for the interview. It was just so ridiculous. It was like, that was probably the most insane overtime like fight I've had in my career, and yeah, that one was ridiculous. I'm down with some scrappy Overwatch. I saw a few people as well tweeting out like dogfight and stuff, and it is fun. It is really cool to watch. And I think, you know, he blamed it on not having the warm-up scrim, which kind of makes sense because in the end they really
got better over time.
Yeah, like they were just flawless from that map out. So yeah, maybe the warm-up scrim was definitely needed, but getting a 3-0. Luminosity is definitely a team I'm super excited to see, and I think a lot of these teams have a lot of talent that has not really been known since the Overwatch League has been around, like Rocket was saying. So yeah, a lot of names to kind of keep your eye on, and a lot of stars to be built.
Indeed. And that was just the first day of our broadcast. So many more to come. Let's actually take a look at our NA standings with today's winners matches in the books to see where we currently are at. I don't think there's a lot of huge surprises there, other than, of course, M80 falling here. Again, they're not out yet. There will be elimination matches tomorrow, and we will determine which 2 teams from each group will move on to the main event.
Yeah, we still have to take a look at who's going to actually move on from Group D as well.
True.
I'm so excited to see what's going to happen there, because we've got Dreamland as well as students of the game.
Wait,
Jaws, you said
how are
really
teams already 2-0?
Squad, right?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the game.
Oh, yesterday I forgot to. It was the only. Yesterday wasn't streamed. Today is only streamed.
Well, it definitely feels like the easier group here too, especially with Timeless and M&80 in Group C, Luminosity and Toronto. They're definitely like all favorites, like top 4 teams. So there's a very good chance here.
Dude, these two are crazy.
Well. A lot of players that I'm super
These two are really good.
For, Infected being one of them.
Insanely good.
PG as
I haven't seen these guys play yet though.
It's a good squad to look out for, and yeah, make sure you check out their streams as well when the broadcast is off too, because yeah, they're fantastic players to watch even in ranked.
That's right, and we do get to see them play it out tomorrow. I think it's the first game in the NA region, but for now, let's also quickly recap what went down in the EMEA region, as I feel like this one was more straightforward in terms of where the matches went. Left, right, good night did impress
so what time does it start tomorrow?
Close game against BSC though.
Yeah, for sure. I think BSC is one of those teams that everybody is like, yeah, they're going to make it. I think when you take a look at that squad, there's a lot of good reason why.
They start at 12 o'clock tomorrow?
Just London Spitfire, who we all
no
know
shot
and
I'm awake at
but
12
I think
tomorrow.
the first match of the day was the one that really surprised me. It was just how dominant Twisted Minds was. I thought Team Peps would have put up so much more of a fight in that situation. And so stocks are rising there for Twisted Minds.
They are indeed. I mean, we knew coming into this, obviously, that their ceiling is very high. They really showed up. Most of their players who played in the Overwatch World Cup just last year and won it all, they showed up. So we knew exactly what to expect from those players in that region in general. I think Saudi Arabia players now getting to show what's good, you know, in the OWCS. So it's great to see them in the mix, and I'm very excited to see how far this team can take it. Let's take a look at our schedule for day number 3, as we will be treated to more winners matches.
Okay, so it starts tomorrow at 12 my time.
Matches. Shout out to Danny. I know he loves seeing blood. He will be somewhere out there watching and cheering everyone on. Which of these matches is standing out to you guys?
Oh, I mean, the first one, definitely. SSG versus Ex-Oblivione, that is going to be a heater. I think that's definitely the match of the day for EMEA. And then, as well, Students the Game versus Dreamland. I think it's going to be a sick one as well.
Oh, that's the Spitfire squad. My bad. You know what? It's like they both have so much star power on both of those rosters. I'm like, oh, right.
Wait, is tomorrow spring forward?
That's the one.
Yeah, Space Station Ex-Oblivione is definitely the match. Yeah, honestly, both third matches.
Wait, it's gonna. Fuck! I lose. Fuck you.
For sure.
Fuck you. I don't. Oh man.
There we go.
So
I'm losing another hour of sleep.
Also, quick reminder to everyone watching: you gotta make sure your clock is set right, because there's daylight savings. There we go.
I thought we were gonna get rid of that shit. Wasn't that something we were gonna do?
So, you know, I just want to make sure everyone shows up at the right time, at the right spot, to the right place. I, for one, will be there no matter what. And I've had a fantastic day. Jaws, Necra, thank you guys so much for joining.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Getting pretty late. I'm gonna collapse, and I'm gonna wake up hopefully in one piece.
Vanguard, did I get your 2-1? If I didn't, I apologize. I think it's 2-1. I appreciate it. All right, YouTube, you're going down first.
You, Necra, really,
appreciate you guys for hanging. Thanks for spending your time. I hope you enjoyed being here for this co-stream tonight. It was a very interesting time. So, thank you. I hope you had fun, because I had fun having you. So, all right, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you for being here as always. And I will see you again tomorrow.